Good morning. I am Kenyon McDuffie, at-large council member and chair of the council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. Today's Wednesday, October 1st, 2025, and we're convening this hearing in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and via Zoom. The time is 10:45 a.m. and I'm calling this public hearing to order. Today, the committee will receive testimony on one measure, Bill 26-58, the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. This measure was introduced on January 15th, 2025 by Councilmember Nadeau and initially referred to the committee on January 21st of this year. This bill would establish an extended producer responsibility collection and recycling program for beverage containers to be overseen by the Department of Energy and the Environment. Bill 26-58 would amend the Sustainable Solid Waste Management Act of 2014. This law was introduced by former Councilmember Mary Che and adopted progressive environmental policies related to waste management and waste diversion, and modernize and align the district with the waste practices in other U.S. cities. I was proud to be the sole council member to co-introduce that bill with Councilmember Che. Since then, the council has amended this law several times, including adding requirements to advance the district's zero waste goals and sustainable DC plans. During my tenure as a council member, I've continued to champion various pieces of legislation that advance environmental justice. Throughout this year, my team and I have had fruitful conversations on how to further waste diversion without disproportionately harming marginalized communities. Regarding Bill 26-58, we've engaged with advisory neighborhood commissioners, the DC Environmental Network, small business owners, DC Association of Beverage Alcohol Wholesalers, and the American Beverage Association, 3RC for DC, and other critical stakeholders. The committee looks forward to continuing to hear from the public today as the bill makes its way through the council's legislative process. Now I'm going to turn to my colleagues who've joined this morning's hearing. And I'm going to start with, let me see who we got here. Councilmember Allen, who's a member of the committee. That'll be followed by Councilmember Brian Nadeau, who's the introducer of the measure, and then Robert White. We've been joined online as well by Councilmember Trayon White, and it is the practice of this committee to start with members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. So I'm going to turn to Councilmember Charles Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you pulling this together today, and also a big thanks to all the residents, the advocates, our small businesses that have taken time out of their days to be here to testify at today's hearing. Of course, a thank you to my colleague, Councilmember Brian Nadeau, for leading on this issue. I was very proud to co-introduce this bill along with 10 other council members earlier this year to address what I think is a very common issue. There are too many cans and bottles everywhere. They clog our streets and our drains. They end up in our parks. They end up in our gutters. They end up in our river. I think we all want less of them. And as we go through today's hearing, because I believe we're going to hear from people who are both in support and opposition of this proposal, I'm going to start from an assumption that we all agree with that, at least, that we want to see less trash, less bottles, less cans in our community and in our environment. I do believe, however, that this is part of a solution. I think it's one that almost everyone's a little bit familiar with in passing, that we can create value on that single-use container and that there is a small financial reward for returning it. Since the bill's introduction, I have tried to sit down with a lot of residents, a lot of our environmental stewards, with faith communities, with small business owners, including DC breweries and beverage distributors across our city and from all 8 wards. During those conversations, I've heard enthusiastic support for solving our trash and litter issue, including specific support for the establishment of a bottle deposit system in DC. I've also heard some very forceful concerns about impacts on our local businesses, administrative or operational challenges of a DC bottle program, if there's going to be a cost impact on low-wage households. And I think we want to take all those concerns seriously, and I do plan on using some of my time today to help better understand those concerns and how the legislation can be modified to better accommodate those issues. For our local businesses, I certainly want to strike the right balance between creating enough redemption sites that it's convenient to participate without adding cost to our local businesses in the form of staff time, cleanliness, especially precious floor space in our retail stores. The more that we can reduce that impact, I think the more successful this legislation can overall be. And while the bill already contains exceptions for hotels, restaurants, bars, and retail establishments with less than 2,000 square feet or with on-premises consumption, perhaps there's other ways the bill can work to help accommodate some of those concerns. I do want to note, though, this is a solution to the problem that we are trying to solve. I know my time is ticking down, so I want to summarize here a little bit. One final point. There are other entities further upstream that I think that should play a larger part. Worldwide, 24% of all plastic waste comes from 5 companies, including Coca-Cola and PepsiCo. For district waterways specifically, more than 95% of plastic bottles in the Anacostia watershed originate from the top 10 brands in the world. So should the corporations that introduce these products into the market have a greater responsibility to pay for their correct disposal? Can we lower the burdens that are placed on our local businesses by doing so? So I come to this hearing with a number of questions, but what I already know is in the current policy landscape in DC, we're not doing enough to keep bottles and containers from polluting our streets, our green spaces, and our waterways. If you're here today to solve some legitimate problems, bring me ideas around administrative or operational challenges, I am all ears. But I do want to see DC embrace a bottle redemption model ultimately. I think it can make a lot of sense. In just 1 year, from July 23 to June 24, about 4 million pounds of trash was removed from the Anacostia River. That's unacceptable. For states that have passed bottle bills, those jurisdictions recycle 74% of those containers as part of their container deposit program. That's an enormous reduction in potential litter, and if a bottle deposit system in DC can help us achieve a similar level of waste diversion, the least we can do as policymakers is give that proposal serious and considerate thought. So I want to thank everybody who is joining us here today, listening from home, submitting written testimony, and otherwise engaging with the council and their own communities to help solve a serious problem in the district. Mr. Chairman, there's a hearing going on another bill that I've introduced downstairs in 412, so I'm going to be bouncing back and forth a little bit today, but I look forward to being here for a good chunk of the day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much, and happy fiscal new year to those who celebrate. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for holding a hearing on this important bill, which I introduced in January along with 10 other colleagues. This is an issue that I've cared about my whole life, and in particular, protecting our environment and our community. I couldn't be prouder to have introduced this bill for our kids and their kids. I want to thank everyone who's testifying today, those in support and also those with constructive feedback. And I also want to acknowledge all those who met with me to help craft this legislation, including local distributors and retailers, as well as residents, advocates, and students. DC has a significant litter issue. Of particular concern are beverage containers, which end up on the ground, on the street, in our neighborhoods, and in our waterways by the ton. Plastic bottles alone account for 60% of the weight of all trash retrieved from the Anacostia River. They make our streets less appealing, harm fish and other wildlife, and impact the Chesapeake Bay, one of the most productive estuaries in the world, with over 3,600 species of animals and plants. 617 million beverage bottles and cans per year are sold in the district, and they're not all making it into recycling bins. There are millions and millions of bottles and cans ending up as litter in our neighborhoods. And when beverage containers do make it into the current recycling stream, they're still not guaranteed to be recycled. A high percentage of those end up in the incinerator, primarily because recycling centers routinely reject deliveries because the material is contaminated. The promise that was made to my generation years ago, that if we dutifully put our recycling in the bin, it would not end up in landfills, is a lie. The majority of it is not being recycled. There is a solution, a beverage container deposit return program. It's been implemented in 10 states, and it's been highly and measurably successful in every one of them. And it's also something we used to have a version of here in the district that Native and longtime residents remember fondly. I believe it's time to bring it back. That is why I introduced the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025, along with 10 of my colleagues. It's quite simple. Retailers collect a 10-cent deposit for consumers on every beverage container, excluding dairy, infant formula, or medications. Consumers return their containers and get their 10-cent deposit back. They can take their containers to a reverse vending machine at a grocery store, for example, or they can take them to a redemption center. The program, which would be managed by a nonprofit funded and operated by beverage distributors, would be overseen and enforced by the Department of Energy and the Environment. There are so many benefits to implementing a deposit return program here in the district. It'll help clean our rivers and address our litter problem, and it's very effective. Studies show that states with deposit return laws have reduced container litter by up to 84%, and the district's bottle bill is projected to increase recycling rates by more than 3 times and cut the number of containers that end up in the incinerator, landfill, or the environment by 5 times. Bottle bills also put money back into our local communities, providing opportunities for people to earn money by collecting bottles, and it creates other employment and entrepreneurship opportunities. This legislation promotes environmental justice. It will reduce the disproportionate amount of litter ending up in wards 5, 7, and 8 and along the Anacostia River. Finally, notably, bottle bills put the onus of addressing the problem on the big beverage companies causing it rather than taxpayers. I do want to take a minute to proactively address some of the inaccuracies we're likely to hear today, which come straight from the lobbying playbook of the American Beverage Association. There are many factors that influence the price of a beverage. The industry has never been able to prove that a bottle bill is one of them in any of the places they have them. We've heard and will hear today concerns from small businesses. We had a lot of conversations with small businesses and made changes to the proposal to ensure that they are not harmed. Small stores are exempted from the requirement to take back beverage containers, and small bottlers, such as our small breweries here in DC, will not have to pay the handling fee that larger distributors will be responsible for. A company that distributes 1 million bottles might end up paying between $500 to $2,000 total for their share of recovering their 1 million bottles. If this bill passes, DC would be the first new state with a bottle bill in over 20 years. A bottle deposit program will have a profound impact on the environment and on the quality of life in our city, and will get us one giant step closer to meeting our zero waste goals. With that, I'm really looking forward to hearing from the public and government witnesses today. I'm bummed out I unfortunately won't be able to stay for the entire thing because it is Yom Kippur at sundown, but I will stay as long as I possibly can. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you very much, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you to all of our many witnesses today. I'm proud to be a co-introducer of the bottle bill. I have strong feelings about the environment. I have put people out of my car for littering. Until relatively recently, I would yell at people if I saw them littering. My wife told me I needed to stop doing that, and I have. But this comes from a sense of environmental responsibility from my early years when I would clean up, collect cans and bottles with my mom and turn them in for very modest deposits. Now I'm a dad who takes my girls to clean up, including in Rock Creek Park, to explain to them how the trash we see in our tributaries derives from folks who litter, who throw things on the ground, and what that means for our environment. And I think all of us recognize that the environment is one of those places that no matter how important we say it is, it always gets pushed back. Something that I think is certainly hurting our world, our country, in the Democratic Party. So our challenge here is to understand how we improve this bill to make it workable. If the argument is that the bill can be better, tell us how to make it better. What the argument I think can't be is do nothing. Because I don't think we have a choice. And frankly, the young people coming behind us are insisting that we're not doing enough, and they're right. So I look forward to the feedback. We want to make sure that we are protecting our environment and protecting our local small businesses. I want to apologize. I will be in and out as well. With a council of only 13 people, we're always moving a lot of places. I have a particular interest in the first panel, which includes my oldest daughter's Girl Scout troop, troop 42139. So I have to be here for that. After that, I will be in and out, but want to thank all of our witnesses. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Robert White. Councilmember Trayon White for an opening.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you, Councilman McDuffie, and also Councilmember Brianna Doe for this bill and for having this hearing today on the Recycling Refund Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. I'm excited to hear from so many in the community today, garnering over 200 witnesses. This bill, which was established a beverage container recycling and collection program here in the district. I'm a former employee, most don't know, of the Earth Conservation Corps. And during that time, I just saw how much litter and trash we had in our streets, in our community, and in our river. I always tend to believe there's a correlation between pollution, poverty, and crime. And just looking at this bill and this program, amongst other things, it will redeem beverage containers made of glass, plastics, metals, and it will be collected, identified, and counted, processed, and prepared to be sold to recyclers. Customers will be able to drop off empty redeemable beverage containers for a refund deposit into an account created for that customer. Meanwhile, the data and these containers also could be collected, including deposits, fees, and pounds of materials produced. Distributors would need to be registered and pay registration fee to the DC Department of Energy and Environment. Also, it would be created a beverage container stewardship organization will be responsible for implementing the beverage container stewardship plan that is submitted to DOEE. The fees that will be collected will be put into the district recycling fund and used only to cover DOE's cost of planning, implementing, administering, and monitoring, enforcing the evaluation of the program if this bill shall pass. Now, this bill has been through different variations. I'm looking to see how we can make the bill better if passed, and I'm still trying to hear from constituents uh, and stakeholders today to figure out what we could do to make, I think we heard it before, DC a more cleaner, livable, more healthy environment. How we get there, this is one of many tools to get there. And I don't know if this in itself is the end all solution. So I'm trying to be a part of the conversation, listen to the dialogue, listen to the conversation, see how we can be helpful. We all can agree that DC needs to be cleaned up on so many different levels. And I know that we had a goal to clean the Anacostia River. At first, it was 2025, but so people can swim in it, play in and around it, but it's still too dirty and too filthy. And so we have to do something to address these inadequacies and this pollution that's happening in our city. And this is one of the ways we are chipping away at it, but I just don't know if this bill is the end all solution. So I look forward to hearing from the testimony. I will be in and out of this hearing today, but nonetheless, I'll be participating. Thank you, Councilman McDuffie.
Thank you, Councilmember Tran White, and to all my colleagues for their opening statements. I'm now going to turn to our public witnesses. We have 225 witnesses who signed up to testify today. So as a reminder, witnesses, each and every witness is going to have 3 minutes to provide testimony and should remember, if they're testifying virtually, to mute their microphones when they are not speaking. Additionally, the committee has prioritized in-person witnesses, and we we'll transition to our virtual and government witnesses later on this afternoon or evening. And so let's turn to our public witnesses. I'm going to call up some names. Maya, Charlie, Chloe, Kinley, and Madison are the first 5 witnesses from Girl Scout Troop 42139. And we have 10 total. We're going to call up the next 5 next. I was so eager to you all can share. I'm sure you all can both fit in there. If that's okay. I'm totally fine with it. Perfect. I'm excited to hear from you all. As I was telling you earlier, it's been a while, Councilmember Nadeau. I have 2 kids. One's 18, one's 15, but my 15-year-old some years ago used to be a member of Girl Scouts. She was with the Rock Creek Girl Scout Troop some years ago, and I believe it was Troop 42101 that she was a member of way back when she was a Daisy. So I am excited to hear this testimony. And I think we're going to start with Maya. Good morning to you. Thanks for, well, you know what? You all can start wherever you want to start. How about that? I'm gonna have some flexibility for you all this morning. So good morning, you can begin your testimony.
Hello, my name is Charlie Carla. I go to Shepherd Elementary School. I'm in the 4th grade.
My name is Maya Gear and I'm in the 4th grade. I go to Shepherd Elementary School. My troop and I want to establish the DC bottle deposit bill because there is too much litter that could be recycled.
Hi, my name is Chloe and I'm in 4th grade. I go to Marine Reed Elementary School.
My name is Kinley Schiefelbein and I am a 4th grader at Shepherd Elementary School. I support the bottle bill because it will make people more aware of the need to recycle plastic.
My name is Madison White. I am in 4th grade. I go to Shepherd Elementary School. I have a problem with pollution. Troop 42139 supports the bottle bill because people can collect bottles, rinse them out, put them in the machine, and get 10 cents. This will motivate people to recycle since they will get money back. Even people who don't care about littering might litter less if they earn money.
I'm going to explain why some people do not want the bottle bill to be passed into law and their fixed mindset that doesn't consider health. Some companies don't want the bottle bill because they have to pay to collect and recycle the bottles. But it shouldn't be just about money. It's about people's health. Having bottles in litter affects all of us. There are even microplastics in mother's milk. Plastic bottles that don't get recycled can hurt animals and the ecosystem. These are reasons why we need the bottle bill and why plastics are bad for living creatures. Please pass the bottle bill. Charlie, you missed this. That was so.
I'm gonna be flexible and allow the clap. We usually don't allow demonstrations in the council. But I won't be the person that stops applaud where applaud is due for great testimony. So thank you each for your testimony today. I'm gonna next call up Lena, Chandler, Eloise, Noah, and Petra. And great job testifying too, girl. Everybody nice and situated. You all want to slide up a little bit more closer to the table because I want you all to be able to reach the mic so that everybody hears you clearly. Okay, good morning to each of you, and whenever you all are ready, you can begin. If you can pull the mic down just a little bit so that it captures your beautiful voices. Perfect.
Hi, my name is Lena Bai, and I am in 4th grade. I go to Bunker Hill Elementary School.
Hi, my name is Chandler Clark, and I'm in 4th grade. I go to Lafayette Elementary School.
I'm Eloise Snyder. I am in 4th grade at Shepherd Elementary.
My name is Noah Raymond, and I'm in 4th grade at Shepherd Elementary School. This is Petra Youssef. She's in 4th grade at St. John's the Evangelist. There's a big reason why the bottle bill should be approved. That is that there will be a clean environment. There's a huge problem on Earth. The world is full of plastic bottles. If you approve the bottle bill, people want to return the bottles to the store for money. This will make DC cleaner because people won't be littering as much. Then we won't see as much plastic bottles. Also, the companies can reuse plastic bottles so they can reduce the amount of plastic made, which in turn causes there to be not as much plastic. Another thing is that plastic doesn't break down, it just gets smaller. So there are microplastics everywhere, even in us. This is a health issue. We don't want microplastics in our bodies that make us sick.
The bottle companies think they will lose money because they pay for the bottles and the machines, but they won't because the bottle companies will get the bottles from the recycling to reuse. Also, this helps the poorer people because people who don't have a lot of money can recycle the bottles and get 10 cents. It will help them while saving the earth. Please pass the bottle bill.
Excellent job. Thank you so much for testifying. Girl Scout Troop 42-139 did a fantastic job. All 10 of you all did a fantastic job. And thank you for coming down this morning. Everything that you all said is going to be a part of our official record for this bill. We really appreciate your time. Thank you. Right. We're going to move on with our witness list. And Chris Weiss, Mark Moser, Laura Nunn, Susan Score. It's your preference. It's 4 seats. You all can fill in wherever you'd like. What's your name?
Susan Shore.
All right. Susan, Chris. Mark? Okay, is here. What about Laura Nunn? Okay, I'm only, unfortunately, because of so many witnesses, if people aren't here when I call their names, I'm gonna have to skip them and be mindful of everybody's time and keep on moving. So I'm gonna go next. If Laura is not present, Okay, we can get started. You can go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie, Council members Nadeau and Allen, and staff. My name is Chris Weiss. I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. I'm here to testify in support of the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. The DC Return, Refund, and Recycle Coalition, made up of over 32 DC-focused organizations representing thousands of district residents, is proud and excited that 11 DC council members decided to co-introduce the bottle bill law for the District of Columbia. We are hardly alone in wanting to bring the benefits of a bottle bill to district residents. 10 U.S. states already have bottle deposit laws, including California, Connecticut, Hawaii, Iowa, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, New York, Oregon, and Vermont. It does not stop there. Over 50 regions globally operate deposit return programs that include 17 European countries, Australia, Canada, and others. And back to the U.S., the 10 U.S. states with bottle deposit laws. According to the Ocean Conservancy, nearly 27% of the U.S. population is covered by a deposit return system for beverage containers. Despite representing just over a quarter of the country, these programs are responsible for more than 50% of aluminum can and glass bottle recycling and more than 60% of all PET bottles recycled in the U.S. Container deposit laws work. Because of these 10 states, we also have decades of data and a deep understanding about how bottle bills work. Despite the misinformation that you will hear from DEMPED and large multinational beverage corporations like Coca-Cola, a few of which are represented here today, bottle bills do not increase the cost of a beverage. The Conservation Law Foundation clearly states there's a persistent myth that bottle bills financially burden consumers and communities. The reality is these programs cost consumers nothing. The deposit is fully refundable when consumers return the container. It's up to the beverage producers to cover the costs associated with running the program, not taxpayers. In fact, our colleague Kirsty Pecci from Just Zero, a top national expert on how bottle bills work, shared, I have not found any credible reports that show beverages have increased in price after a bottle bill. Also, another point that is really important to understand is that beverage sales have not decreased after a bottle bill. Bottle bills don't affect retail prices. The Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection studied retail prices in bottle bills and non-bottle bill states, finding that beverages cost the same in the 4 states surveyed. They even found some higher prices in the non-bottle bill states. Our country's 10 bottle bill states have proven to be effective, highly effective in reducing litter and waste and promoting recycling, and enjoy strong public support. Despite what the large corporations say or pay others to say, there's absolutely no data-driven reason why the district should not join the 10 states that recycle over 50% of all bottles recycled in the United States. It's time to pass a bottle bill. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Perfect timing. Have you had a chance yet to submit it for the council?
I'm sorry, I didn't do it, but I will do that shortly.
Good, great, appreciate that. Chris, next is Mark. Good morning, you can begin your testimony.
So it's tough following the Girl Scouts.
Yes.
So I wanted to make sure all of you knew that I was a Boy Scout. So if that brings anything toward that. My name is Mark Mosier. I'm with DMV Distributing. We are a small distributor outside of DC. We come into Maryland, we pay our taxes, and we abide by all the rules and regulations, which we have no problem. We really don't understand a lot of what's going on. I did get to see the Maryland, which is our neighboring state of DC, get shot down. And one of the reasons why maybe is because all the trash is going to be coming from Maryland into DC. There was brought up about trash that accumulates in Maryland or in DC. A lot of it, when you come to go to the monuments and you come to the city, you're not coming to the city to go shopping at a liquor store or a grocery store or anything to go to the mall. You're bringing that from Maryland into DC. So a lot of the trash is coming from outside the states. So, and I'm bringing this up because there's so many witnesses. I wanted to bring up things that I didn't think were going to be covered. The other thing is about, when I'm out on the street with my sales reps and stuff, I see very few trash cans in the areas that I know you guys are talking about. There's no recycling cans. There's one trash can. It's usually overflowed. I'll come back the next week. That trash can has not been picked up. So maybe there's other issues besides a recycling bill. I've seen many of the liquor stores that are in a lot of our, and grocery stores, they don't have the accommodations to carry the trash. So that's something that I think is not an issue. I travel all over the United States because I got a lot of different brands. I've been to Michigan a lot. If they have a bottle bill, I didn't even know they had a bottle bill because I see more trash in that state than I've ever seen anywhere. Okay. The other thing is we're a small company. We depend on small vehicles and small companies to deliver for us. We don't deliver in DC by ourselves. It's more cost effective to hire companies. If they have to do anything to where they're going to have to get checked in on stamps or pick up trash or whatever might be a part of this, I feel that that's going to be an issue. And I got other things, but that's fine.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Susan. Good morning.
Good morning. Committee Chair McDuffie, thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing on B 2658, the district bottle bill. My name is Susan Shore. I chair the Sierra Club DC Chapter Zero Waste Committee, and I'm one of the co-leads of the District Bottle Bill Campaign 3RC. We would like to thank the 11 council members who co-introduced the bill on January 15th, 2025. Bottle bills institute beverage container deposit return programs that are the most effective recycling system for beverage containers. This bill has also been designed to work for all district residents. It will not only dramatically cut trash, it will create jobs, promote environmental justice, and reduce climate pollution. It has built-in protections for small businesses and provides numerous other community benefits. The DC chapter began its work on this campaign by doing brand audits, counting the number of containers by company at cleanups. The amount of littered bottles and cans we found was really overwhelming, but it was only the tip of the iceberg. Some 464 million containers sold in the district each year, including 278 million plastic bottles, are not recycled. They wind up buried, burned, or littered. The bottle bill will dramatically slash this trash. Many district residents are also buying water in plastic bottles, concerned about lead exposure in tap water. One of the bill's community benefits is it will pay for water filters for low-income residents whose lead service line has not been replaced. Big beverage companies we know systematically oppose bottle bills. They employ a classic playbook of misinformation and scaremongering, which we've already seen at work. We expect to hear some of it today. Big beverage companies don't care if their bottles and cans are littering our parks or polluting our rivers. They just care about making as much money as possible. And they don't seem to care that they've saddled our hardworking taxpayers and cash-strapped government with the cost for cleaning up their mess. What are some of the facts about the bottle bill? Retailers with under 2,000 square feet of retail space and bars and restaurants are exempt from taking back and storing containers. Businesses that do participate are paid a generous handling fee to cover their cost. The law is also designed to make it easy for district residents to return their containers. That's the whole point. Living with 464 million unrecycled containers is not equitable. Ease of deposit return is. Council members, please know that district residents overwhelmingly support this legislation. We've had thousands of conversations with district residents across all wards, nearly 1,500 who signed our petition, 1,100 who wrote postcards to council, and ANCs from all wards that passed a resolution, all in support of the bottle bill. Indeed, we the people want a bottle bill, and we want it now. We ask council to pass this legislation urgently. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for convening this hearing and for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you so much for your testimony. I want to thank each of the three witnesses for their testimony. I want to recognize that we've been joined by Ward 7 council member and member of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, Wendell Felder. So I'm going to turn to him for a round and then Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this meeting. I want to commend my council colleague, Brianne Nadeau, for her leadership on introducing this legislation. Chris and Susan, I'll just start with you very quickly. In general, how do you feel about the bottle bill?
Oh, I love the idea of a bottle bill. I actually am a native Californian, and we've had a bottle bill all our lives. And in California, we've never seen increases to the cost of beverages and many of the concerns that some people may have. It's just a wonderful and an opportunity for entrepreneurship by residents to just supplement their income. I mean, there's all kinds of creative things happening in the 10 bottle bill states, and I'm excited. We have later in today, there'll be someone from the canners industry in New York City who's going to testify and talk about how they benefit from New York State's bottle bill law and how they're able to generate income and create businesses in order to follow the focus of their bottle bill. So we're really excited about it, and Susan's even more excited about it than I am.
Yes, this is going to be great for the district. It's not going to just slash all the trash that we have. And there, Councilmember Felder, there were pictures up earlier on the screen of some of the trash. And I have seen this at the brand audits that I described in my testimony. It's unbelievable how much trash there is in the district right now, from beverage containers. But it's going to bring so many other benefits, like the lead water filters for low-income district residents, especially at this time when the district budget is so strapped for cash and we're cutting back funding for lead service line replacements and also cutting back funding for cleanups. There's never been a time that we more need a bottle bill in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Turning over to you, Mark. Mark, I heard your testimony and I read your testimony. You spoke about how you're associated with a wholesaler in Maryland. However, you serve businesses here in the district. You also stated that you're proud to be a part of the backbone of this economy. With that said, could you speak to how this legislation would cause the district or within your testimony, rather, you talked about how this legislation would cause the district to lose its competitive advantage. Could you speak to that?
Okay, so if there's more income or more bills or taxes or whatever that go into DC, you don't think the neighboring Prince George's County is going to take advantage of that? We already see that happening. And if they're not going to do it, those bottles will be coming. They're going over the line right now because of what's the situation with ICE and I understand all that stuff, but I can't control what people are going to do. You see ICE agents in front of a liquor store or a grocery store or Costco, you're going over to Maryland to shop because you're not going to get hassled and you're coming back. So I don't see how the extra money, if there was a bottle bill, it should be for Maryland and DC, and then go back to letting people make money. You say people want to make money. When I grew up, and I told you I was in the Boy Scouts, we collected cans and bottles and made money, a lot of money, because everybody would go out and want to pick them up. They're not going to pick them up if, number one, there's a hassle in returning them. Returning them to a liquor store, is I think a joke. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know everything about the bottle bill that's going to happen, but some of the pictures she was talking about, staged pictures, that staged around a tree is a dedication to somebody that passed away. So are you going to start running around taking on the stuffed animals that are on telephone poles where a child has passed away or whatever? There's so many ways you can manipulate things, but I think directly that DC, that's hurting now. That is the retailers, not just liquor stores, the retailers are hurting because of what's going on. And then the businesses have been stacked on tariffs that are now starting to take place. So I think it's a lot going into it. I think there's other ways of remedying trash pickup so that people have somewhere to drop off trash. It's basically trash.
And Mark, just a follow-up question. I know you work a lot with industry leaders. Could you speak to, in the event this legislation was to move forward, what unintended consequences do you see this bill having on businesses?
Okay, this is what I'm worried about. I'm a smaller guy. It's harder for me to sell to like the bigger stores, like Giant, Safeway, Coca-Cola, all of them are in there. Okay, I'm coming out with my own mocktail to try to get into, it's not alcoholic. But I have distributors, when they're gonna have to put return 10 cents or whatever, we don't even know exactly what we're gonna have to do. They're not gonna do it. They don't have the resources to do it for the whole entire, just for DC, they're gonna have to put that on all of their products, because we pull from a place in New Jersey, all our inventory, and the place in New Jersey distributes to everyone for the smaller ones. The bigger companies, everything comes straight to the big houses like Breakthrough and all them. I get half a pallet. I get, whatever. And more than likely, I'm gonna have to try to figure out how to put stamps on it myself, and which is gonna be impossible. So if we don't do the volume, or we can't have some kind of help, we just won't be carrying it. And then think about this, we have the smaller companies, they're gonna hit some of Prince George's County, then they're gonna hit DC. And that's just a nightmare, trying to figure out how they're gonna separate that inventory when we have not a huge range of different products. So I hope that answered your question.
Oh, thank you, and thank you to each of the panelists. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you all so much for your testimony. Mark, I'm going to keep going with you. Thank you for taking the time to be here today. You've raised so many important issues, and I feel that as author of the bill, I could speak to some of them for you and might be helpful. So first, I think some good news sort of in terms of regional movement here is that actually the bottle bill in Maryland got further along this year than it has in the past, and even a companion piece of legislation advanced that paves the way for it to move forward in Maryland. Virginia is also ready with legislation once we hit that blue wave that we know is coming in Virginia. So I do think that we are poised to move forward together as a region, but it's also important to know someone has to go first. We'd be proud to be the ones to go first, but it's important to know that this issue of people bringing containers over the border between states that do and don't have bottle bills now just hasn't really manifested itself. And this is something that we looked at deeply because we were worried that people would raise this issue. For example, you look at Massachusetts and Connecticut, right next to each other, people shop right over the border all the time. It just doesn't happen. And one of the things, as you said, we need help to do this. I agree, especially the little guys. So the legislation sets up what's called an environmental stewardship organization. That organization is actually run by the distributors who pay into it. So the distributors have a say on how this works through that organization, and they will provide the support to help people know what to put on their containers. Of course, everyone's picked up a disposable container before that shows a state that's not theirs, that references a bottle bill, right? And it doesn't mean you can't sell it somewhere else. It just means that it's got that additional information. So that's what you'll see once this becomes law. One thing that you mentioned that I did want to sort of speak to a little bit is, because you're coming into the city, you're seeing litter. Me too, I live here. But the litter in most of our communities is not from tourists. It's just not. Tourists don't visit my block, but we have plenty of litter. And what we're dealing with here is more about local litter and creating incentives for people to not litter in the first place. And we see in bottle bill states that all litter goes down. And I grew up in Michigan, so I've had a slightly different experience there than you have too. But I did want to mention it's kind of the point, is especially that neighborhood litter. I mean, we've got National Guard picking up trash on the National Mall, so I'm not as worried about that. But in our neighborhoods, we definitely need this deeply. I was on the river yesterday. I saw how much trash collects there that comes from all around the city through our storm drains. It is remarkable. Here we are doing everything we can to save this river so that it's actually swimmable again. And so that maybe our children could dip a toe in it and not worry about getting sick. And at the same time, we're having to pull all these containers out. And it's not fair to the communities we serve. So and that's why I've taken the lead on this. I truly appreciate your insights. I hope this was helpful to you as well. Of course.
So I've been in the city for 46 years in the same business.
Yeah.
And I have seen what this council has done. The city looked like crap before. It is nice. I mean, H Street is unbelievable now. I mean, just everything that's been going on.
Yeah.
But I don't think I think like after a festival, after the Washington Monument fireworks, have you ever seen what it looks like? I mean, no, everybody leaves.
Yeah.
But when you sit there and you look at the property, do you think all that came from district stores? It came from other stores, you know? And the other thing that you brought up was when it becomes law, that's when I get to find out. I don't know any of these stewards you were talking about. Nobody came to my or any of the other smaller distributors, which we do a lot of business in DC. There's a bunch of us. There's not just me. There's a bunch of us. And all you're going to do is limit the selection that DC residents are going to have. Because some of the stuff, allocated stuff that we have now, they're going to go into Maryland to get it. You know, and we have a product that's the hottest product in the United States. If we didn't sell it in Maryland, and we're little, we got lucky. That's why we have to use other people to distribute it. They're going to go into Maryland to get it. And I don't want to pull anything out because then there are options that they'll be able to.
Let me ask you a question about that one. You said it's the hottest product in the United States.
Oh, yeah.
So it must be sold in New York and California and Michigan.
It's sold in Michigan, and I saw more bottles on the street of my product.
Can't they just add DC to the container then? If the other bottle bill states on it, why wouldn't it be easy to just add DC to it?
I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how they're doing it in DC or Michigan, but I'm not as big as RNDC, who we have selling our product in Michigan. I'm not as big as Trivent, who's selling our product in DC. But because we created the product, we have the right to it in Maryland, DC, and Delaware. And until something happens, like you said with the stewards, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah,
you know?
well, that's why we're here. So
finding out after the law is passed, I get to find out?
The law hasn't passed.
No, I know, but you said once the law passes,
it'll be created.
Right, it'll be created. Why wouldn't there be some kind of pathway for us to find out what's going to happen to make it better? And maybe
Well, we're here now. Okay. Right, that's what we're talking about. It
should have had the hearing when it was all created.
Well, that's not how it works, but I will say that I did get a chance to meet with the small distributors before the bill was introduced. I don't know why you weren't invited. I was not in charge of the invite list.
It was small.
I know it sounds like you might have a beef with your cohort there too. But part of this journey has been getting input from everyone impacted, and it doesn't mean that everyone's happy. But really listening to how this could work. My time is up, but I would love to talk more anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. We have Councilmember Trayon White online for a round. If you can unmute yourself, Councilmember Trayon White.
I felt good.
Okay, maybe Councilmember Trayon White does not wish to have a round
I can't believe we're gonna
now. And so I want to thank the witnesses again for their testimony, and we're going to go to our next panel. Thank you. Again, just a reminder, anybody who hasn't had an opportunity to submit their testimony in writing, we'd love to have it in writing so we can incorporate it into the record. Next round, Tiffany Harvey, Kate Krebs, Risa Hiro, Brendan Williams.
Sorry, council member, I'll wait to the next panel. I was muted. I didn't know. Sorry.
Oh, I already excused that panel, Councilman White. I don't know if you want to have some comments, but the folks who are on that panel have already been excused. But you could certainly
Okay,
have a round.
I'll
if
wait
you
till the
have-
next panel.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to begin with Tiffany. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. Here comes Risa. You can have a seat. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Tiffany Harvey, and I have the esteemed pleasure of representing the Maryland, Delaware, and DC Beverage Association. We represent the businesses that make and distribute beverage products across the region. Our members operate more than 25 facilities in 15-plus counties in this area, supplying beverages to local grocery stores, restaurants, theaters, gas stations, pharmacies, stadiums, and neighborhood corner stores. Thank you for the opportunity to hear our perspective on Bill 26-58. The bill's statement of introduction articulates the goal of wanting to address litter. That is a goal that we share. The beverage industry supports recycling. We are intentionally working towards closed-loop systems. Our members have made significant investments in their packaging and in recycling systems nationally to make sure that our bottles and cans are 100% recyclable and they are highly valuable on the secondary market. We want less litter. We want our bottles back. But we believe that a bottle deposit program is not a great fit for the district. A bottle deposit program only addresses beverage containers that are glass, metal, or plastic with numerous carve-outs in the legislation. There are better ways to address water restoration and litter abatement because litter is not specific to those categories. We ask that this committee recommend taking a comprehensive look at litter, the existing curbside recycling program, and trash collection to more broadly understand the recycling charges and needs of the district. There are only 10 states and Guam that have bottle deposit programs. Those were enacted years ago before the creation of curbside recycling. Fast forward a couple decades, we now have legislation very similar to this bill being offered in other states. None of those bills have passed. The bill before you was introduced on January 15th of this year. On January 8th and January 16th, nearly identical bills were cross-filed in Maryland. Maryland rejected those bills and has rejected versions of those bills for 3 years. You've heard that there will be no additional cost to residents because the retailers collect 10-cent deposit and consumers are refunded that deposit when the item is redeemed. The first step of the bill requires retailers to pay a deposit. Inventory costs go up immediately by 10 cents per bottle for anyone selling beverages in glass, metal, or plastic bottles. That includes large grocery stores, but it also includes neighborhood corner stores and even vendors selling bottles of water. Retailers do not get their deposit back until those items are sold. Another challenge that you should be considering is fraud. I would encourage the council to take note of what is happening in Connecticut and New York with cross-border redemption fraud. Both states have lost millions of dollars to people redeeming containers fraudulently. With your extremely porous borders, should be a real concern in the district. The bill also assumes that everyone will have easy and reliable access to transportation to redemption centers. To be clear, without redemption, this deposit is a tax. Lastly, retailers who've never before been tasked with collecting bottles and cans will now have the additional burden to deal with while trying to operate their businesses. They will find themselves accepting, storing, redeeming, rejecting, and rendering cash payments to consumers while redeeming these containers. We would again renew our request that the council take a look at something unique and specific to the recycling needs and challenges.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good morning. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the B 2658 that the council is considering. So thank you for inviting all of us to give testimony. My name is Kate Krebs. I'm the principal of KMK and Environmental Strategy, which is a consulting firm. I work directly in recycling for the past 30 years, starting at the grassroots level, developing a community-based recycling organization in Northern California. From there, I moved here to the district and lived in the district for over 10 years, actually in Ward 6. And during that time, I represented recyclers as the executive director of the National Recycling Coalition. DC took a major step forward during that time to convert from the open top recycling bins to the rolling carts with lids. That change for residents was very dramatic. It allowed us to conveniently put our recycling in the backyard with a lid so that nothing blew away and became litter, and so that the rats couldn't move into the recycling bins, which was common when I first moved here. Carts were also a significant investment. So it was money that was spent by the district to make sure that the collection of recyclables was done in a really key, efficient way. There's three considerations that I think that you should think about when you're considering this legislation. First, investments. DC government made significant investments in building and now servicing a recovery system that many cities, towns, and counties across the country do not have. Residents enjoy using the carts in their backyard for not just bottles and cans, but cardboard, steel cans, newspapers, magazines, and catalogs. This mix of recyclables generates revenue once it is sorted, baled, and sold into the secondary commodity market. Some materials generate significant revenue, aluminum cans and PET bottles in particular. That revenue helps offset the cost to collect, sort, and bale residential recycling. Removing those high-value materials from the curbside cart will have a negative impact on the business model of your curbside recycling program. Circularity is the second issue. I work on building circularity. I look at opportunities to invest in systems, to make sure that cities have carts, to make sure that there's places for the recyclables to go and be made into new materials that are feedstock for bottles and cans and paper again and again. That circular system is important not just to continue to build, but to make sure that it is as convenient as possible. Compared to a deposit system, it's the curbside program is very, very convenient, and I would encourage you to not harm that system with a deposit program.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Risa. You can turn your mic on and base at the plot. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Risa Hirao with the DC Association of Beverage Alcohol Wholesalers. The cost to our businesses is not misinformation. The bottle bill is a dangerous cost multiplier, especially for distributors. If enacted, distributors will face significant cost and red tape challenges. First is the complicated registration process before a product can be sold into DC. Second, they must be fully funded, fund the operations of the stewardship organization that's tapped to manage container collections and deposits. These costs don't just hit the traditional wholesaler and manufacturer. It's a money grab and will include startup juice makers with retail and wholesaler operations, supermarkets distributing private label beverages, and even wine collectors that are seeking resale markets within DC. Distributors will be forced to serve as the stewardship organization's bottomless piggy bank. Consider Oregon's program, which grew to $63 million in operating costs. DC businesses cannot absorb this level of cost. Distributors will also be responsible for funding agency operational costs with no cap, paying bottle deposits, managing all program expenses in addition to their own. There are more problems. There is no infrastructure or budget dedicated to combat fraudulent redemption. Federal properties in DC will further complicate compliance and enforcement. Program will result in concentration of bottle bills, heavy industry operations in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8 due to lack of industrial space, raising issues of environmental inequities and air pollution risks. There are more costs and burdens. For ABC license holders who are parties to an ABCA settlement agreement, the bottle bill will make trash management restrictions impossible. Ask the retailers and restaurants that are forced to have a trash room under this agreement. Finally, the stewardship organization brings instability to the program. With no procedural safeguards for the stewardship's long-term viability, creates uncertainty for distributors relying on its longevity. There are risks to its 501c3 status, as certain mandated activities may not qualify for tax-exempt status. The program promotes inconsistent standards, allowing multiple stewardship organizations to operate at the same time. There are serious questions as to the stewardship organization's fitness to serve as an escrow agent, its fiduciary duties undefined, its existence precarious. This undermines trust and accountability in managing private funds. There are also legal concerns regarding dormant commerce clause and antitrust risks. Dormant commerce clause issues may arise when the programs bid to control The operations is fully outside of
Thank
DC.
you for your testimony. I'm going to have to cut you. Your time has expired.
Sorry about that.
Yep. We're going to turn next to Brendan.
Good morning. My name is Brendan Williams-Keefe, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the district's beer, wine, and spirits wholesalers. DC wholesalers are required to warehouse in the district, the last major distribution industry left in the city. We provide hundreds of good-paying jobs with excellent benefits and on-ramps to the middle class. I'm here to testify against and urge your opposition to Bill 260058, or as it is widely known, the Dirty Bottle Bill. Advocates of this bill promise sky-high redemption and recycling rates, but the facts tell a different story. The legislation sets redemption targets as high as 95% by the 2030s, levels that no state has ever sustained. Most deposit states struggle to stay in the 60 to 70% range, and several are far lower. The council is being asked to buy into promises that no jurisdiction has ever achieved, and precious few are even in the same ballpark. Adopting this failed model in DC would pile costs and risks onto local businesses and the district without delivering the promised environmental benefits. Neighborhood shops and grocery stores would be forced to act as garbage depots, paying out cash for unknown volumes of containers. For a neighborhood shop, a few $100s a week is the difference between making rent, paying workers, or closing their doors. And wholesalers are even harder hit. The bill makes wholesalers the deposit initiators. We are required to pay annual registration fees, ongoing membership fees to fund the stewardship organization, and cover DOE's startup and administrative costs. We're saddled with extensive reporting, auditing, and anti-fraud obligations, including the absurd fiction of DC-specific barcodes, even though out-of-state fraud will remain rampant. If the bill's impossible goals aren't met, deposits go up and wholesalers face penalties. And unlike in other states, the unclaimed deposits don't go to improve the system. 75% of the funds are siphoned off, leaving wholesalers footing the bill for a program we didn't design and can't sustain. Fraudulent redemptions are one of the greatest threats to any deposit system and would be magnified here in the district. The district would be an island alone among non-deposit jurisdictions. Containers from Maryland and Virginia purchased without any deposit will pour into the city to defraud the system. This isn't speculation, it's a documented problem in every bottle bill state. Fraud threatens the very economic viability of the program, driving up costs for distributors, retailers, and ultimately consumers. The district will be forced to step in to ensure the financial stability of this duplicative and unnecessary recycling scheme. Standing up this program will not be free. Multiple DC agencies must create an entirely new regulatory and enforcement arms with staffing systems and compliance monitoring before a single container is redeemed. The Department of Health will face new sanitation and pest results from the dirty bottles being stored in food businesses, undermining years of progress in food safety. DOEE will be responsible for building costly and unproven fraud prevention and currently non-existent barcode tracking systems. DLCP and DOB will inherit new inspections and compliance burdens tied to licensing stores as redemption points. This is a frolic and detour that no one asked for while the district's economy is under massive strain. A solution in search of a problem while armed troops are in our streets. It's another in a long line of well-meaning but ultimately harmful policies that burden small businesses, threaten jobs, and fail to deliver on their promises.
Thank you each for your testimony. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, if you could submit your written testimony electronically to the committee, we would appreciate that. I understand that Councilmember Tram White had to leave, so I'm going to turn to Councilmember Nadeau for a round.
Thank you so much. What a great panel. Truly appreciate testimony from everyone here. Ms. Krebs, you've been doing this work for so long. Thank you for helping monitor and establish the recycling program in DC. So I oversee DPW now, which I love. I love talking trash all the time. It's kind of my thing now. You know, I agree. We've made that significant investment in our recycling program. It's also, this is one of the reasons that I care about this so much, because it's incredibly disheartening when you learn how little of the recycling we collect is actually recycled. So much of it is downcycled or ends up in incinerators or in landfill. And I don't know if you know that, but that is something that has been very discouraging. And one of the reasons that bottle bills are important and helpful in this way is because they keep those containers clean so they can actually be reused, not contaminated by other things. And that ROI that we are hoping for here in the district has not really been realized because everything is so contaminated. But if we get those containers out, then we might have that ROI on cardboard and other paper. Right now, it gets to us and it's soggy. Glass is completely crushed up in a corner of the recycling center and used as road cover or landfill cover. So I'm not sure if you've been keeping the tabs on everything, but I don't think the curbside program has realized the potential because it's the commingled program.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Great, thanks. So I just completed a manual for material recovery facilities that establishes metrics and performance standards. And the purpose of that is to help cities that engage and pay MRFs for processing materials to make sure that they do come through the system and they go back into the marketplace. And so that is something that I see as a priority.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would encourage DC to do is to really look at what are the issues in our system that we need to fix. And if that is an issue that is taking place, I think that we should look and see what that means.
Sure.
And, the manual is actually going to be released October 15th.
I can't wait to see it, but
Happy
unfortunately,
to send it.
it's happening everywhere that we commingle. So it's not just DC. If it was, I'd be on top of it, but it is everywhere. So thank you. I appreciate it. I look forward to the manual. I heard a couple of you say that cross-border fraud is an issue and is a documented problem in every bottle bill state. Can someone point me to that evidence? Because I've never been able to find it. Where is this fraud happening? Where is it happening?
There are various prosecutions in California that have people responsible for fraud. Their AG has been involved.
There's also just for some edification of the committee, later today, you'll hear from the state executive for the Connecticut Wholesalers Association, who can speak to their experience, which is an interesting one. They're surrounded by both non-deposit and deposit jurisdictions. They've become a magnet for cross-border redemptions. Some wholesale distributors have redemption rates of 135% of what they're actually selling in the marketplace. Fraudulent redemption has caused the state to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in new enforcement this year alone. And it's also because Connecticut increased their deposit from 5 cents to 10 cents recently, they've noticed that even deposit bill state containers are being illegally redeemed in their state. That 5 cent differential is enough to drive people to bring it in and commit fraudulent redemptions. In the context of the district, where we will be the only redemption state with a 10 cent differential, we would see that supercharged. Additionally, the bill sets out, as I said in my testimony, untenable targets that would require us to be in the top third of redemption rates on year one, and at the very top above any state by year, I think 7 or 8. In the bill, the deposit would increase with no cap across that time period as we fail to meet those targets, supercharging the incentive to commit fraud. So the experience, a 5 cent differential in Connecticut, driving huge amounts of cross-border fraud, we would see, we would make that look like a pittance. I think you've got some.
Yeah, I would just add that there's actually been some legislative changes as well. Michigan and New York have filed amendments to address fraud specifically, as well as Connecticut.
Okay.
Happy to share some of that information.
Sure.
And send that over, and some of the prosecutorial work that's been done even in states like California to address the cross-border redemption fraud.
So someone mentioned a report on this. Where's the report?
There's reporting everywhere on it. There's a legislative record with the additional investment of enforcement budget in Connecticut. We'll also have the state executive for the Connecticut Wholesalers Association testifying to their experience. There's active discussion in the Connecticut legislature right now to reduce the 10 cent deposit back down to 5 cents so they don't put such a target on their back because of these fraudulent redemptions. There's, the record is all around us.
So can you share some of the record? Because I've
Yeah.
never seen any of it. It's not footnoted in anybody's testimony. It's just kind of loosely referenced. It's here, it's there.
Happy to do so. We'll
Yeah.
go to legislative
Yeah.
citations.
Yeah, the California lawsuits fraudulent suits were against the beverage companies.
No, they were actually, there was imported material coming in from Arizona to California by the truckload being redeemed through the CRB program.
And it was,
And the AG was, sorry, it was the Attorney General for the state that actually busted that open.
Okay.
I think what's also important is to, I guess, understand how a bottle is supposed to be redeemed in DC under your plan, which we didn't participate in drafting. The bottle has to be sold in DC. It's so easy based on DC consumer habits. You know, most shopping is done online. People go to Costco or across the river to do their shopping. The ability to have non-compliant containers enter into the DC market, super easy. And how are you supposed to determine these containers that were sold? If I'm a store owner like Lax or Calvert Woodley, taking a look at a bottle and saying, was this sold in DC? How can I tell? You can only see a generic stamp on there.
Thank you. My time is up, but I do want to correct the record here. Let's not keep saying that you were not included in the drafting of the bill. We
Let's
had multiple
concede
meetings.
that we drafted your bill with our input.
This
Let's
is the
be
council
clear.
member's time, though. I want to make sure the
Rita,
council
I
members.
mean, we included everybody in the conversation. I don't usually invite outside folks to draft for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Let me ask, Councilmember Felder had a question on the first panel that I think is a fitting question for this panel. He asked about unintended consequences and gave the witnesses an opportunity to talk about what perhaps might be unintended consequences of this bill. Like my colleagues, I loathe litter. And yeah, it really disgusts me to see people drive and just fling things out of their windows. It happens way too often. I've never put anybody out of my car for littering like Councilmember Robert White. Thankfully, I've never had to, but it is something that I detest as well. But I do think it's important to perhaps consider if there are any unintended consequences of something that I think is well intended. So if anybody wants to talk about the potential unintended consequences of this bill.
I'll start off. I referred to it in my testimony, and the removal of the high-value aluminum cans and PET bottles from the carts that are now being collected into a different system that costs money will impact the revenue stream that the district receives for the collected recyclables from the city. So to me, that is an impact when you're a recycler and you're dependent upon the revenue from the material coming through. That's a negative impact.
So I mentioned it briefly in my remarks, but if there is no redemption, then this serves as a tax. So if someone were to buy, let's say, a 24 case of water, each item in that case of water goes up by 10 cents. So it's an additional $2.40. To get that deposit back, you have to redeem in the district, which is a challenge here because of the way that our region moves and kind of works collaboratively. So I think that is kind of an unintended consequence. In addition to that, if folks have a difficult time making their way to a redemption facility, then that is a tax for them because they're not going to have an opportunity to redeem at the same rate that some of us with reliable transportation, et cetera, might have access to. I think Kate made a great point about pulling these items out of your existing blue bin, which is something that city has invested in for a long time. So from our perspective, before a decision is made, it would be great if there was an analysis to specifically address what the district's needs are that takes into consideration the important role that you play in this region as well. Thank you.
We can speak to a couple. I mean, I think that the unintended consequences are myriad and affect every level of businesses that are involved in the, manufacture, sale, distribution of containers. I'll just start with, manufacturers. We'll hear today from some local manufacturers who would see their supply chains massively disrupted with the requirements of the bill. For a small distributor, the difference between being able to stay in business and not can come down to a couple of $1,000s a month. The bill would require them to pay into this duplicative recycling scheme with no assurance that they would be, timely paid back for any handling that they might be eligible for, and that there are any number of other implications for their operations that they'll be able to speak to. From a retailer perspective, we're turning grocery stores into garbage depots, trash next to fresh produce. These are, if you've never been to a redemption center in another state, I would encourage you to. These are not pleasant places to be. There are neighborhood disruptions that attend to the siting of these garbage transfer stations that will now be in neighborhoods across the city. The availability of land in the district is obviously finite. And the cost dynamics will drive those facilities to be sited in neighborhoods that already shoulder a disproportionate burden of these types of facilities. From a wholesaler perspective, we talked in my testimony and Reese's about the implications for our membership, but there are other implications as well, including the narrowing of consumer choice. Brands will not be incentivized to come into the district as labeling requirements are more onerous. That means that availability of products will be lower. If there are requirements for wholesalers to actually then retrieve the garbage from our retail partners, you'll double up on routes. There will be additional traffic. Talk about curbside access problems now. There will be double as many. There are any number of other implications. I touched on a lot of it in my testimony, and you'll hear from the small businesses in the district who would be most impacted in subsequent panels.
Okay. Let me ask about redemption rates. I know this came up in some of the prior questions for this panel of witnesses, but just looking at bills that have been implemented around the country in 10 different states, obviously the results are varying from, I think, 35% in 2024 in Massachusetts to 87% in Oregon. And while some states like Oregon and Connecticut have seen positive growth in their redemption rates over the past decade, most states have seen some declines between 8 to 24 percentage points, which is significant. And so, I want to hear your understanding of how we achieve the rates that are in this bill. If you all have any insights, maybe you all contributed to what's been established in this bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
No state has reached the top end goals established in the bill,
Which are
95% redemption rates. There is no state in the country that has ever reached that. The escalator of the deposit tied to target rates also means that all of the negative externalities of the system are only accelerated as the differential between the non-deposit states and our jurisdiction increases. The cost to consumers only goes up as our as the system, which is by virtue of the bill's construction, intentionally underfunded. 75% of unredeemed deposits are swept. In other states, like the Golden Child of Oregon, those revenues are funneled back into the system in order to improve the system, to enhance redemption rates.
Let me just ask one more question. I don't know, it's 75% initially, though, in 2028. It goes up to 95% by
Correct.
2034. But even at 75%, looking at the 10 states that have programs, I'm not sure how many of them hit 75% in their first year.
Well, it would require the district to be among the top performers in the country on day one.
Right. Let me ask about Maryland, though. This came up in some testimony. I think one of you mentioned that there was a bill introduced in Maryland that didn't get passed. What's the status of that bill? Has it been reintroduced? Or what have they done in Maryland?
So I'll answer it kind of in reverse order. So Maryland, during the 2025 legislative session, passed an EPR law, which is called Extended Producer Responsibility. So that's kind of separate and apart. That is a holistic kind of look at recycling in its entirety. It does not separate out bottles and cans and plastics in the way that this bill does. There was an effort in Maryland to attach a bottle bill to the EPR process that was rejected by the Maryland General Assembly. In Maryland, there were, the bill that I mentioned, it was introduced, there was a House version and a Senate version introduced in 2025 that's very similar to the bill that's before the council today. That bill was rejected at the committee level. It was also rejected in 2024 and 2023 as well when it was introduced. In 2023, Maryland did take separate action to do some kind of analysis type work around what the needs were in the state. That bill passed in 2023.
Anything done similarly in Virginia, to your knowledge?
They do not have a bottle
Can you
redemption.
put your mic closer, please?
They do not have a bottle redemption
Okay.
bill.
All
And
right.
it's worth noting just on that, that in local jurisdictions like Arlington, they're no longer even recycling glass because the market for it is non-existent. Depending on that as a supporting revenue stream is questionable at best, as we see from the experience of our neighbors.
Okay, my time has expired. I wanted to ask about, and I won't, so just make sure your testimony reflects it when you submit the written testimony. But you mentioned some potential dormant commerce clause issues in your testimony that I would love to read about. I'm not going to ask you about it right now just because we're over the time and I want to be
In addition
mindful
to
of
the
it, but-
antitrust issues in my testimony.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thanks for this panel. I'm going to turn to our next panel. If we could have Sean Townsend, Reverend Kip Banks, Arrington Dixon, former chair of the council, Douglas McCray. Banks is here. Sean Townsend. Do not see Arrington Dixon. I do see Douglas. Are you Douglas? Okay, got it. How about Christopher Williams, Anacostia Watershed Society? Come on up. And good afternoon to each of you. Thank you for being with the council in person today. We're going to start with Sean Townsend.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on B260058. I'm Sean Townsend, the President and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington. For more than 100 years, RMW has served as the voice for the district's hospitality ecosystem. More than 1,500 interconnected businesses, including local breweries and distilleries who craft unique beverages, distributors who deliver these products throughout our city, restaurants and bars that create memorable experiences, and grocers and markets that serve our communities. Together, we represent one of the district's largest job creators and most significant contributors to tax revenues. While restaurants are appropriately excluded from serving as redemption centers in this legislation, we must respectfully oppose the proposal because of its far-reaching impacts on our entire industry. RMW and our members share the district's commitment to environmental sustainability. As the district advances its ambitious climate agenda, we face the challenge of supporting essential environmental progress while maintaining the operations that keep our doors open and workers employed. Environmental progress depends on maintaining a vibrant local business ecosystem with the resources to invest in sustainable practices. Though excluded from redemption requirements, restaurants would face significant operational challenges. After paying deposits on bottles, establishments would need to store these containers that now carry monetary value. This creates immediate problems. Storage space is already at a premium in most restaurants, particularly in dense neighborhoods, and accumulating empty bottles would attract pests and create sanitation issues. Restaurants would be paying deposits with no guaranteed method for redemption, adding another cost burden to an already struggling industry. The financial impact would extend throughout our supply chain. Distributors facing 10 cents per container plus operational costs would pass these expenses to restaurants. The handling fees outlined in the bill would likely fall short of operational costs, resulting in wholesale price increases across the board. The bill would effectively eliminate DC's import permit system, a critical mechanism that allows ABC licensed bars and restaurants to source products unavailable from local wholesalers. This system ensures product diversity, maintains price competition, and allows businesses to respond to customer preferences. Under the proposed requirements, out-of-state suppliers will need to meet labeling requirements and register with the district's program. Given DC's relatively small market and the compliance costs involved, most suppliers would likely choose not to participate. No small vineyard, craft distillery, or specialty importer will redesign labels and navigate registration requirements to occasionally serve a handful of establishments in DC. This will mean losing access to specialty wines, craft spirits from artisanal producers, limited edition beers, seasonal offerings, etc. Unlike states with deposit programs supported by large national producers, DC's
Thank you for the testimony. We're going to turn next to Reverend Banks.
Good afternoon. Chairman McDuffie and Councilmember Nadeau, and I just want to thank you for all your efforts to help the people of the District of Columbia. I am Kip Bernard Banks, pastor of the East Washington Heights Baptist Church in Southeast Washington, D.C. And on behalf of my church and those who I pastor in the community, we are living in very troubled times. Especially, we are concerned for the least, the lost, and left behind. In the past 6, 7, 8 months, those at the margins of society are doing worse. SNAP benefits have been cut. As a church, we have an active food pantry where we feed those the least, those struggling. On a weekly basis, we feed them and help them, and their benefits have gone down. And so I stand as one pastor in Ward 7, Southeast Washington, D.C., very concerned about this bill because it would increase the cost to purchase beverages. Now, I commend Councilmember Nadeau. I commend this council for the concern of the environment. As a church, we have a rain garden. We're trying to reduce pollution to the Anacostia. We also have a Sacred Grounds Garden where we partner with the National Wildlife Federation. We work with young people as well to encourage them to stop littering. But in this case, I see it firsthand. This bill will increase the costs of those who can least afford to pay it. It's a pressing concern because poverty is getting worse. And so my appeal to you is please don't further increase the costs on the least of our brothers and sisters at this time. I encourage you to think of ways to alter this bill so that it will not adversely impact those at the margins in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Banks. Next is Douglas McCray.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is Douglas McCray, and I am here on behalf of Nature Forward, an organization that has been helping residents of the DMV enjoy, learn about, and protect nature for 128 years. I'm also here as a DC resident, a parent, and lover of our natural world and the people that live in it. On behalf of our 28,000 members and supporters, Nature Forward would like to express our support for B26-58, the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025, or the Bottle Bill. I want to begin by thanking the 11 out of 13 council members for co-introducing the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act just earlier this year. This legislation represents a crucial step toward reducing waste all over the city, specifically in our wonderful green spaces and waterways. Nature Forward is proud to be a founding member of the Return, Refund, and Recycle Coalition, and we fully support a strong and equitable bottle bill. This bill will require a 10-cent deposit on beverage containers, which consumers can reclaim upon returning their bottles. And the benefits of this policy are undeniable. First, a bottle bill will provide protections for small businesses, many of which are exempt from requirements to take back and store bottles and cans. It will provide protection for residents of wards 5, 7, and 8 who are most impacted by environmental justice issues. These deposits will fund lead-specific water filters for residents and businesses with lead service lines to ensure clean drinking water. A bottle bill will establish incentives for communal responsibility in maintaining the cleanliness and beauty of DC's landscapes, parks, and waterways. Also, deposits are refunded in full upon return. We will all get every penny back. And once we pay a deposit on a frequently purchased beverage, we can use it on future purchases. No one is spending more if they return the bottle. A bottle bill is not a tax. A bottle bill is supported by DC residents. Decreasing litter in our communities is not just an environmental necessity, but also an issue of public and mental health. More than 1,000 district residents have voiced their support for this bill through petitions and postcards. Our DC conservation advocate, who could not be here today, has led recent community workshops in DC neighborhoods, and residents shared they would be more likely to properly dispose of their bottles and pick up bottles littered with a bottle bill. At a time of economic struggle for many DC residents, the DC bottle bill can provide an additional source of income. I recently watched a TikTok video of a woman in Connecticut make $23 in 5 minutes from picking up bottles. In community sessions held by Nature Forward and the 3RC Coalition, older DC residents have shared stories of exchanging bottles for money. The bottle bill can give the most vulnerable DC residents a safety net during unsure times. Environmental justice means ensuring that all residents, regardless of zip code, benefit from policies that create cleaner neighborhoods, healthier communities, and economic opportunities. And the bottle bill does that. So thank you again, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Christopher Williams.
Good afternoon, Chair McDuffie, Councilmember Nadeau. I'm Christopher Williams. I'm the President and CEO of the Anacostia Watershed Society. And I'm testifying on behalf of 10,000 supporters, volunteers, and members of AWS in DC and suburban Maryland. AWS has been working for over 35 years to recover the water quality of the Anacostia River and its watershed. And I want to bring this conversation back to the environment and more specifically, back to the river. The four horsemen of the pollution apocalypse in the Anacostia are sediment, industrial pollutants, sewage, and trash. Each has its own story to tell. Each has its own set of solutions to explore. Trash pollution in the Anacostia watershed is so intense that it's one of only 3 water bodies in the United States that's federally regulated for trash. The local jurisdictions, including DC, are federally mandated to limit trash going into the river. A simple, proven effective response to this threat to the health of the Anacostia River and the well-being of the communities along its banks, the most expedient way to limit trash going into the river is B 2658, the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment of 2025. The legislation's nickname, the DC Bottle Bill, is particularly apt in this instance. Of all the trash that we find in and along the rivers and streams, and my team's out there every day, the single most common piece of trash is the single-use plastic beverage container. These light as air things represent by weight about 60% of the trash we find in trash traps and on river cleanups. There are tens of thousands of them littering the river on any given day and millions throughout the year. We'll never get ahead of them by just picking them up. But an up and running bottle bill, we won't have to, as 75% or more of them will go straight into the recycling stream and never reach the river. Simply put, this one piece of legislation could cut the amount of trash going into the river by half or more. We've seen this sort of progress before in actions like this. Plastic straws have largely disappeared from Anacostia Watershed Society trash traps as a result of legislation limiting their use. A ban on styrofoam containers has reduced styrofoam in the river by 75%. The bag fee law, which was mentioned earlier, has largely cleared the river of litter from plastic grocery bags. And bottle bills have proven effective at increasing recycling and reducing litter in 10 US states and countries throughout Europe. I take care of the Anacostia watershed for a living, but I also live here, and I regularly bike along the river, paddle in its waters, and enjoy the birds and wildlife along its banks. All my kids, at one time or another, have sadly pointed out the trash fouling the Anacostia River. I hope my grandchildren won't have to. Please pass the DC bottle bill. Thank you very much for your time today.
And thank you very much for your testimony today. I want to thank each of the witnesses on their panel for the testimony this afternoon. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Nadeau for a round.
Thank you so much, everybody, for your testimony, and thanks for the support of the legislation, Mr. McCray and Mr. Williams. Mr. Townsend, in Maryland, a bill moved forward in committee with several amendments. One of them was to give restaurants a handling fee to offset costs of hanging on to containers or processing containers that they, want to make sure they get their 10 cents back. Do you think that would be helpful here, giving the restaurants a little extra money?
It could be. The concern still is the storage of the bottles. And I think
where do you store them now for recycling?
What do you mean?
So right now, I assume these restaurants are recycling those containers. So where do they put them?
So this would be additional storage that we are referring to as it relates to this bill, the requirements of it. And with the limited storage space that we already have in restaurants, it would, the concern is from our members is that additional storage would, there's limited storage now, so additional storage
So
would
we go now,
be a
though.
problem. In recycling bins.
So couldn't they just have a bin for them similar?
We're talking about additional, this is not recycling bin space that we're talking. We're
Well,
talking,
it's literally the same stuff, though.
okay. What's your question?
I think you answered it. Okay, and you said that you, for the other businesses, you didn't think the handling fee would cover it. You said it might fall short. What are you, what's the analysis from on that? Because 4 cents is really generous per container. It's the most generous one in the country. But it's adjustable. It can go up. It's not set in statute to stay at 4. It's actually something we'd like to adjust as needed.
Well, I think someone mentioned it earlier in a previous testimony. I think that there are some things that in this bill that need to be fleshed out more as it relates to what is sustainable to our industry. The distilleries and the brewers. I mean, we've met about this and we've talked to them, and I'm sure you're well aware of their concerns. And I think the pass down, what we're concerned about is the pass down of the costs and the fees from the distributors to restaurants and bars, and then passing it down to the customer at a time where, we're already facing a number of challenges.
That's why I'm suggesting restaurants could also receive a handling fee so that they're not out that money while they're waiting to return the containers.
I think that's something that can be discussed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a good idea in Maryland, and that bill, will now be reintroduced with that in it as it continues to progress through the committee process. And I think it could be good for DC here too. But yes, and thank you for helping convene those meetings. I think the meetings with the distributors were particularly, the local producers were particularly helpful because that was what moved me to exclude them from paying the handling fees. So they don't have to pay that at all, the way that like Coke and Pepsi does. Yeah. And that'll be, I think, hugely helpful for them. Reverend Banks, thank you so much for your testimony and for all that your congregation is doing for the environment. I know you've been told that this is going to increase costs, but we've never seen that in any bill of any state with a bottle bill. We just don't have any data that shows that or any evidence that shows that. So what is the information that you received?
Yes, well, again, we're in crisis mode where I pastor in Ward 7. I talked to a young man today who says, Pastor, I can't afford my groceries, and when is the food pantry going to happen?
Yeah.
And it's not only a concern with the cost, there's also the concerns with redeeming the bottles. The people that I'm dealing with, like the young man I spoke with today, he doesn't necessarily have time to take a bottle and to go and to get it redeemed. I mean, he's just trying to survive day by day.
Oh, yeah.
And
Most people do it when they buy their groceries. So they just do it right there, and then they take the coupon and then they apply it to their groceries. But one thing that I was thinking about when you were talking about this was also that some folks who are struggling right now might actually benefit from collecting containers that are discarded. We know a lot of people do that. And one of the big things, actually, the shirt next to you says, earn cash, cut trash, because we know that this happens in bottle bill states. People actually make money. And there's all these green jobs come out of it. So the restaurants, that are concerned about holding on to these containers, there's going to be new companies that spring up that are going to want to go return those containers for restaurants, and that is part of the economy that comes up. But those are going to be jobs for people. But y'all are doing so much for the environment, and you have to know 60% of what we're pulling out of the Anacostia right now is these plastic bottles.
I understand the concern about the jobs, but in this case, many of the people that we deal with are people who have mental illness. And as they deal with mental illness, I employ them at the church to do various jobs, but it's very difficult for them to be able to get, just traditional employment. And so, yes, perhaps for our youth, but in many of the people that I'm dealing with many are houseless, many are, working with pathways to housing. They are struggling. And I asked the guy point blank today as I was driving over here. I said to him, you know, would you want to pay 10% more for a beverage, or would you want to try to recycle? He said, Pastor, please keep prices lower, is what he said to me today.
Yeah, but
Please
it
keep
doesn't
prices
raise
lower.
the price. I mean, it is a deposit in every other state that does this. And I grew up in one. It's just second nature. You just bring your containers back when you shop and you get the money back. So I just want to make sure, especially someone with a pulpit, that we're not spreading misinformation, because the way a deposit works is we want you to get the money back. We want those containers to go back to the store, and that's really important. We're not raising prices. So, okay, thank you. I appreciate it. That's all, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Question about the redemption exemption for restaurants. My understanding from reading the bill, and maybe I don't have this correct, but I'd love to get Mr. Townsend your thoughts. There is an exemption for restaurants, but that is only if the beverage is consumed
In the bottle.
in the container. You want to go ahead and elaborate on that?
Correct. It's the exemption is only if the beverage is consumed in the container. If it's you know, a wine bar and the wine is served in a glass, they are not included in the exemption.
People could drink the wine from the bottle? That's typically how they consume it? It's usually poured in a glass.
It was a long day, I'm sure they could.
So your understanding is that if the wine is poured in a glass, the exemption is not there?
That's my understanding of what is written currently.
Okay. Is anybody on the panel have a different understanding of the bill?
No, I'm not.
If you could turn your mic on for me.
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. And I believe that you all, the Restaurant Association, was consulted, and that's perhaps how this part was, or at least some aspect of the exemption for restaurants was included, maybe?
Correct.
Okay. All right. There's also an exemption, I think, for retail establishments with less than 2,000 square feet devoted to the display of merchandise for sale to the public. That's not for restaurants necessarily.
Right, that's not us.
That might be like the convenience stores, other establishments. And I imagine we'll have some other testimony that perhaps if there's a different understanding than what you have and what I have, we can get that clarified.
Correct. And then there's also a question about an establishment that is a storefront and a restaurant, meaning that they sell, you know, they sell wine to the public, and they have a large amount of square footage that is dedicated to the retail space, but it's still a restaurant. And so some of the language does not exempt those restaurants as well.
Okay. I appreciate that. I know, I feel like in both the business and the housing context, this committee has heard that it's important in many instances to not be an outlier in the region, because we're not like California, some big state. We're not like New York City. We're not like these larger states that have, I think, are more naturally insulated from businesses, you know, leaving if things aren't great in the business climate. We don't necessarily have that insulation given the porous nature of the District of Columbia's borders to both Maryland and Virginia. And so I wanted to know, Ms. Townsend, if you have any thoughts on how your passage of bills like this one, as introduced without modifications, might impact the ability of your members to remain competitive in the regional context.
I mean, not just the competitiveness, but the diversity of products that are able to be purchased from you know, retailers distributors outside of the district. That it puts DC at a disadvantage. The import system, which has been around for decades, is a system where distributors that are located outside of the district, they have to obtain a permit from APCA in order to deliver beverages to the establishments that order it. There's already a tax there. There's already a process where they have to get an import permit. And we feel like that system is in jeopardy because distributors just won't deliver to the district if these additional stipulations are added on to delivering beverages to our restaurants.
And, I think some issues around cost have come up over the course of today's hearing from people on either side, support or opposition to this bill. And, I think some advocates have argued that the 10-cent deposit fee added to eligible beverage containers for sale or distribution in the district will not impact the cost of the beverage to consumers because this cost is refunded in the form of the deposit. The legislation contemplates a number of administrative fees that distributors and retailers may be subject to in order to participate in and manage this program. I want to pose this question and see if anybody would like to respond. Should consumers be worried that those costs ultimately get passed on to them and not shouldered by the businesses?
I'll say yes. I'll start. I'll say yes.
Okay.
Should be concerned.
I say yes as well. Again, where I am in my neighborhood in Southeast Washington, D.C., people are hurting, and it's just getting worse, and it's going to get worse as we see the impacts of the legislation that has been passed recently, the big so-called beautiful bill. I call it the big ugly bill, but it's still going to get worse. Our people are hurting, and they need relief.
Chair McDuffie, it is a legitimate concern, but again, there's no evidence in any place that's put a bottle bill in place that has happened. Presumably, if those costs would rise, and what we're worried about is the increase going to passing to the consumer, again, the evidence shows that has not happened in other bottle bill states. And if I may, I think a lot of what we're hearing today in terms of hesitancy about this is based on the fact that it's new. Because in what I hear over and over again is that people who grew up in bottle bill states. I grew up in a bottle bill state. When I was a kid, I used to, pick up bottles and cans myself. Councilmember Nadeau grew up in a bottle bill state. I was on the Metro on the way to this hearing, and I got to talking to a Metro bus driver who told me she grew up in New York, and she was familiar with bottle bills. She thought they were great, and she said, go get them. It's just a fact that in bottle bill states where this system has been put into place, bottle bills work. They're effective. They don't raise prices, they raise recycling rates, and they reduce pollution.
Can I ask, there's obviously a clear benefit if we can recycle more and you can eliminate this sort of litter. And I think everybody would agree with that. But to your knowledge, who actually benefits in terms of redemption of the bottles in these jurisdictions? Have you looked at that at all?
Yes, the coalition has, and the benefits, some of which have been mentioned, the benefits are many. These, where bottle bills are in place, and you'll hear some testimony about this later in this hearing, where bottle bills are put in place, you have a whole group of people, which referred to as canners, that pick up these bottles and cans and redeem them and make that money.
Who are these groups? What do they look like? I'm thinking about the District of Columbia and our demographics. Who actually benefits or who might stand to gain a benefit as a result of bills like this?
Individuals in all the wards that are potentially low income can supplement their income by collecting bottles and cans and redeeming them. There's also businesses and we've seen examples of this in other states. Businesses are created to handle these redemptions, either in the form of creating a redemption center or creating a business that can sort of bring all the canners together in order to move those recyclables to the redemption centers. We have lots of examples of individuals as well as businesses that have been created or expanded because of redemption systems like this.
Appreciate it. My time has expired in this round. I want to thank each of you for your testimony and the time you've taken to provide it to the committee today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next panel, if we could have Kirsty Pecci, Vanessa Batters Thompson, MJ Gray. Alicia Aponte. Alicia, last name spelled Aponte. Oh, perfect. All right. And I know I want to be mindful of everybody's time. I want to just let my colleagues know if you're joining, we're going to move to 5-minute rounds. And I also just would ask if folks don't walk behind the witnesses while they're testifying, because there's a camera going. So love for folks to just exit and come around and come through the other door if they want to get from one side of the chambers to the other. Thank you for your consideration. And let's begin with Kirsty. Good afternoon. If you can turn on the mic, the base right there, you see a red light come on. Perfect.
There we go. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Kirsty Pecci. I'm the executive director of Just Zero, a national nonprofit that works on waste issues, recycling, everything we're talking about here today. And I'm also an attorney too, an environmental attorney who's been practicing for longer than I want to admit today. And I live in Massachusetts, a mile away from Connecticut, and I would like to say I have not driven any bottles and cans down to Connecticut, nor has anybody from my town, I don't think, which we can get into in a minute. We're talking about a bottle bill that is really trying to get the largest corporations in the world who provide packaging to pay for the litter and recycling here in DC. That's the goal. We're talking about Pepsi, we're talking about Coke, we're talking about Budweiser and Anheuser-Busch, right? Like that's what we're talking about. And I think it's really important when we look at, for instance, the fraud piece. I cannot, and I read, not for fun, but for part of my job, I read the written testimony of a lot of the folks that we're hearing from today in all the different states. We had a bottle bill hearing in Massachusetts to expand the bottle bill in Massachusetts this summer, and our session is still going on, we're a 2-year session. That hearing, none of that testimony included actual citations for the fraud that they're talking about in Connecticut. I have not seen any evidence of that fraud. And the other thing to understand about this issue of fraud is that it's very easily solved. The big companies that we're talking about here already through the UPC, the Universal Product Code that you see, if anybody's got a drink up there, it has a code on it right now. That code can be specified so it says it's from DC. If it doesn't say DC, then they're not beholden to take it back. So in Europe right now, because there are bottle bills in every different country, exactly what you're talking about here, some of those countries are really small. They're already doing this. They're doing this all over the world. So the fraud issue, that's one way to handle fraud, in my mind, the clearest and easiest. There are a number of other ways to do it too, and that's something the industry has already handled. So to act like there's a huge fraud issue in Connecticut, like we're taking in Sturbridge, Massachusetts, like where I lived, putting a truck full of bottles and cans and driving down to Connecticut is, first of all, I think ridiculous, but secondly, easily solved. So that's first off. The next thing I want to make sure folks are aware of is that, as we've heard over and over again, there is no credible evidence. And again, this is what I do, is read these reports, that bottle bills increase the cost of the beverage. Gas, plastic prices, all of those things increase the cost of a beverage, but bottle bills do not do that. We've already heard a lot about that. Happy to answer questions about that. Also, bottle bills work a lot better than curbside recycling in a number of different ways. The very best curbside recycling is not as good as the worst bottle bill. If you have any questions about that, happy to answer, but thank you very much for having me here today and for this wonderful hearing.
Thank you so much for being here. Next.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of this important legislation. My name is Vanessa Batters Thompson, and I am the Executive Director of the DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. DC Appleseed is a nonprofit organization that aims to make the district a better place to live and work through projects that focus on democracy, equity, and economic growth in the city. Today, I will focus my testimony on the ways this bill was carefully drafted to minimize negative impacts on local businesses and create new opportunities for entrepreneurs. As introduced, the legislation exempts small retailers and businesses that sell beverages for on-site consumption, limits fees on the smaller distributors, and will help create new green jobs and economic opportunities for DC residents. Regarding retailers, this bill intentionally excludes two categories of businesses: small retailers with less than 2,000 square feet of retail space, as well as bars, restaurants, and hotels selling their products for on-site consumption. These businesses are under no obligation to accept the return of containers by consumers. Recently, I was in Germany, where almost every single store is required to accept container returns. I want to emphasize there were no bugs, there was no mess. This was just something that is part of their daily life there, and quite frankly, in most countries of the EU. Notably, those jurisdictions have swimmable rivers, which we do not. Larger retailers accepting returns will be compensated, and this legislation provides a wide array of options for how they structure their redemption programs. Let's move on to distributors. Currently, DC's taxpayers shoulder most of the cost for collecting and recycling beverage containers and cleaning those containers up as litter. Under the proposed legislation, any beverage distributor selling to DC retailers assumes some responsibility. However, the proposed legislation includes an exemption for smaller distributors like microbreweries that sell fewer than 3.5 million redeemable containers per year. Those smaller distributors are exempt from the 4-cent handling fee. Finally, I would note that the proposed legislation will create new green jobs and economic opportunities for DC residents. Based on the experience of states like New York and Massachusetts that already have systems in place, we can expect this legislation would create new jobs related to the sorting, collection, transportation, and recycling of containers. In many states with container deposit laws, worker-owned co-ops that collect and recycle these containers become a core part of the system. Finally, we can expect a cottage industry for container collections. These opportunities may be particularly attractive to nonprofits, churches, and schools, as well as people who face barriers to traditional employment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to take any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, council members, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding B 2658, or the bottle bill. My name is MJ Gray, and I hold a degree in environmental policy from Syracuse University. Currently, I'm a policy fellow at DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice, working on policy solutions that promote environmental sustainability and better health outcomes for district residents. DC Appleseed has championed the restoration of the Anacostia River for over 20 years, and we urge this committee to report favorably on the bill that will continue the work of cleaning up the district's waters. You heard from our executive director on how this bill minimizes negative impacts on the local business community. Now, I will address how this bill will help protect the health of our residents and local ecosystems by keeping bottles out of the rivers. I want to focus on two consequences of beverage containers littering the district waterways: microplastics that break off from plastic bottles and toxic chemicals leached from the beverage containers. When plastic bottles wash into rivers, they break into infinitely smaller pieces of microplastic that are nearly impossible to remove. Exposure to water or heat accelerates this breakdown, meaning that a plastic bottle floating in a river and baking in the sun is a perfect recipe for microplastic production. Researchers at Columbia University found that the water in 1 liter plastic bottles contained an average of 240,000 microplastic particles, a number that grows as the bottle soaks and continues to leach. In 2023, the Anacostia Riverkeeper removed 95,000 plastic bottles from the Anacostia, which could have potentially released up to 12 billion microplastics. These particles do not deteriorate and are not being cleaned up. Instead, they spread through other waters and into our bodies. Birds, fish, and other organisms ingest microplastics, which can be lethal as they enter the bloodstream. The microplastics then pass into the food chain, where they bioaccumulate and ultimately impact humans. Scientists increasingly detect the presence of microplastics in humans, from our hearts, lungs, and brains to even breast milk that passes the plastics onto our children. Microplastics themselves cause health issues, but they're especially dangerous because they absorb and carry other chemicals. One key pollutant to note is polychlorinated biphenyls, or PCBs. Microplastics inhibit PCB biodegradation due to their easy absorption, allowing PCBs to persist and travel long distances through waters and food chains. As the district government allocates millions to the Anacostia River Sediment Project to clean up legacy PCBs, enacting the bottle bill can help reduce the introduction of new microplastics that preserve and spread the contaminants being targeted. When containers float in the river, they also leach chemicals from the container composition. Most single-use plastic bottles are made from polyethylene terephthalate, PET, which is known to leach over 150 chemicals, including heavy metals and hormone disruptors like bisphenol A. One recent study identified 63 different chemicals, including PFAS, parabens, and BPAs, particularly in epoxy-lined aluminum and tin cans. Water testing has already revealed PFAS levels in the Anacostia are up to 2,000 times higher than advisory limits. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. This bill provides an opportunity to not only clean our streets, but target the invisible pollution building in our waters.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alicia Aponte, store manager at the Wegmans located on Wisconsin Avenue, which opened in 2022. Today, I'm sharing our concerns with Bill 2658. At Wegmans, we are deeply committed to sustainability. We maintain an 87% recycling rate company-wide, donate thousands of pounds of unsellable food to local food banks and farms, compost and pursue innovative recycling programs. We also prioritize packaging made from renewable or recycled materials. While we share your commitment to sustainability and waste reduction, we've experienced the negative unintended consequences of bottle redemption laws in New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, where about half of our stores are located. Return containers often contain residual sticky liquids attracting insects, pests, and rodents. Some also contain cigarette butts, hypodermic needles, bodily fluids, or gasoline, posing safety risks to customers and employees. Requiring grocery stores to accept returns may seem convenient, but 43% of our sales are through e-commerce. These customers may never enter our store, making redemptions inconvenient. A 10-cent refund often isn't enough incentive for a separate trip, especially for those using public transit or parking garages. Fraud is also another concern that is nearly impossible to prevent. In Connecticut, which also has a 10-cent deposit, customers return bottles purchased out of state, overwhelming bottle rooms. In stores where a non-deposit state is close by, customers flock to the grocery stores in those jurisdictions because their preferred beverages are cheaper. Since they're already in those stores, they continue to do their full grocery shop, giving them little reason to shop in a DC grocer when a Maryland or Virginia grocery store is close enough. Our store wasn't designed with a bottle room, and we lack space to store return containers, which typically sit in a trailer or at a receiving dock. Our dock can accommodate a trailer full-time without sacrificing essential operations. Implementing this bill would require costly remodeling, loss of sales space, and added labor for cleaning and machine maintenance, burdensome during a time of rising grocery costs. We believe redemption centers offer a better solution. Oregon's model allows customers to collect containers in designated bags and drop them at convenient processing centers, receiving refunds via automated machines. These centers could be a small businesses local to DC. Wegmans supports safe, convenient recycling in the district. However, we urge the committee to consider the challenges faced in other states and explore solutions that better serve DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony. We've been rejoined by Ward 6 Council Member and member of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, Charles Allen. So I'm going to turn to you for a round here.
I appreciate that. And I had to step away. We have a hearing going on in 412. So I was down there, but my staff was helping keep up with the testimony. So thank you to everybody who's testified so far. I am trying to, throughout the day, I'm trying to make sure I hear what are the different concerns that are being articulated to help think about the legislation. I want to help try to solve problems. So I want to keep looking at that. The thing that I wanted to ask Ms. Aponte from Wegmans. So one of the things we've heard is around concern of cost to consumers. So a 35 pack of Wegmans purified water sells for $3.79 here in DC. A 35 pack of Wegmans purified water in New Jersey sells for $3.79. New Jersey has a bottle deposit. 35 pack of Wegmans purified water in New York sells for $3.79, which has a bottle deposit. So I have not heard, and you didn't say this, but I've not heard that the item costs more where there's a deposit versus where it's not. It's the exact same cost. So am I correct in hearing your concerns really are from an operational around how should your store have to either dedicate real estate space to a collection? How would you manage customers or consumers that drop things off? That's what I'm hearing you kind of talk about is those operational concerns. Is that fair?
I think it is multifaceted, and I don't believe New Jersey has a bottle bill. I believe New York State, correct?
I was listing several of them. So Massachusetts is what I meant to say.
No problem, just from New Jersey.
$3.79 as well. $3.79 in Massachusetts too.
Obviously, operationally, if we have to change our sales floor footage in a very small Wegmans location, that would be an inevitable cost to our consumers, but also 43% of our business is e-commerce. So 43% of those customers on their initial purchase are going to have an additional cost, correct? For the bottle bill, that
But I'm not.
deposit.
It costs me the same here in DC as it would in Massachusetts or New York.
So what are you getting redeemed for then? If the cost of the item doesn't go up in the initial purchase, then you're bringing that money back for the redemption of that, and then you can use that forward for your next set of groceries. Am I incorrect in how I was understanding that?
One of the arguments that we hear, I mean, I saw an amazing text blast that went out saying that a package of water is going to go up by $2.40. Yet the exact same package of water that I can buy at Wegmans in a state with a bottle deposit versus in DC right now with no bottle deposit is literally the exact same amount of money. So it does not go up from a pricing. But I do want to hear where you see your concerns. And I think as the manager of the store, what I'm hearing you talk about, and I just want to make sure I was following this, is around your operational concerns.
Absolutely.
Where do you create the redemption site within your store? What real estate would you have to give up to be able to do that? That's what I'm trying to make sure I can hear, so that as this bill moves its way through, we try to think about ways to either address that, lessen burden on that. Obviously, you have multiple stores in states with bottle deposits where they have solved for this problem. But I just want to make sure that I was hearing you correct about what you're operationalizing as your concerns.
Operationally, obviously, cost is a concern, but I want to tell you, as Wegmans and a company focused on food safety and high quality, our number one concern is introducing in unsafe practices. As I said earlier, there are bottles that come in with different bodily fluids, with different harmful chemicals that our employees are tasked with helping to clean and maintain these machines. So first of all, those things have to come into our building, which we would prefer to keep them separate. And second of all, we have employees that we have to have on hand to take care of those things. So that is definitely a concern, food safety first and foremost. And then secondary, yes, the cost of labor to staff these machines, is also the reconstruction of our building to be able to set ourselves up to take on this bill. Those are the things that we see as an opportunity.
Is it unsafe to go to a Wegmans in Massachusetts right now?
It's not that it's unsafe. There are things that those stores deal with these things coming into the building, that have to put additional parameters in place to deal with them. And sometimes there are incidents that come up. We have had employees that have discovered hypodermic needles in bottles that they're dealing with. So we've put in extra parameters, PPE, personal protective
Can you put a
equipment.
number to
but those
that? I
things
would
happen.
love to know how many hypodermic needles are placed inside a bottle.
And absolutely, I can have our
You
team get
can?
that to you. We have incident reports that we keep as a
That would be
company.
helpful.
So that's.
I just have a hard time believing that's a common occurrence, but I'm not going to say it's zero.
Yeah.
So that might be helpful for us to understand how many times someone stuffs a hypodermic needle inside a
And I'm not looking to inflate the scenario, it's just giving as one, the gasoline. We've all seen people, if you've watched Florida or different states like that, when they're dealing with a hurricane, people standing in line and filling water bottles with gasoline. Silly things like that happen. I'm not saying that those happen 100% of the time, but these are things that our employees do deal with. That makes the scenario a little bit more difficult. It's not as black and white as we want to say. And I think after time and years, and hopefully 20 years later, when we get to a point of if we're doing something like this, those things would taper out. I know many people have testified that come from states that already have bottle bills, or going to Germany where it's beautiful, but this would be new. This would be new for
Oh,
our
I know,
people. This would
change
be
is
new.
hard. I
So
understand
that
that.
the introduction
If
to
you're
it, the
able to-
initial would be.
If you're able to
have
follow up
thought.
with the committee, just to let us know how many hypodermic needles are there, how many bottles you get filled with gasoline that get redeemed, that would be helpful for us to know.
Absolutely get that for you,
So,
sir.
yeah, I think the clock did not beat to alert you, but the time has expired for this round. I'm
I
going to turn
didn't
to
want to cut her
Councilman.
off, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I'm going to turn to Councilman Nadeau.
Thank you so much. And thanks, everybody, for your testimony. And Ms. Aponte, I'll just keep going with a couple questions. And I appreciate that the well-being of your employees is a top priority. Do you, in other Wegmans in Bonneville states, do you tend to use the reverse vending machines, or do you hand sort?
We do both.
Both, okay. So the reverse vending machines, people might not know this, they reject any container that has liquid or anything in it. So then it would just be discarded, which, you still have to deal with, but it's not becoming part of the system. I would imagine litter and discarded items like that are probably an issue in general in a grocery store. So Yes, I'm sorry that your employees have to deal with that. One of the things that we're proud of in this bill is the 4-cent handling fee per container, which is the most generous handling fee in the country, as far as I know, which is meant to really help cover costs, but also for a place like Wegmans, which is like a medium-sized store in DC, right? Could mean more jobs. You could hire more people to do the work or pay for more machines. But we really did want it to be cost neutral. And I get that, like, deciding where you would want to put a machine or where you'd want to store containers is a real thing. I think we can work through it. I've really appreciated the conversations I've had so far with grocers on this, because there's a desire to sort of solve the problem together, and I look forward to that as the bill moves forward, to try to work together with everybody who wants to work together. So
I appreciate that. And again,
Yeah.
I just want to clarify, as a company, we're not against moving forward with recycling, but just wanted to share the things that we deal with as a company that's been around almost 120 years, with all of our stores that we initially started with dealing with bottle bills. So there's a lot of things that we've dealt with, a lot of progression that we've made, a lot of really great accomplishments we made together with the states we operate in, but just want to be transparent about what we are thinking about and what we would have to put in place and have to kind of set ourselves up for if this were to happen.
And your experience is helpful to us as we think about moving the bill forward. So I appreciate that very much. And we want you to succeed here in the District of Columbia, because everybody loves Wegmans. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, all three of you, for your testimony. I actually mainly have questions for Ms. Pesci about what we've heard today. Are any of the arguments you're hearing today familiar to you in the work that you've done across the country?
Yes, they're so familiar to me. The arguments we hear over and over again is you already have recycling, so what do you need a bottle bill for? Even though the recycling system, curbside system cannot work, meaning that glass is got no value in curbside but gets made into bottles through a bottle bill system. Plastic gets downcycled in curbside because you can't make a Coke bottle with a bottle that might be next to a bleach bottle. So, but bottle bill bottles get made back into bottles for plastic, and aluminum gets lost in curbside. It gets mushed in with the cardboard. So 25 to 50% of it is lost in curbside. So we know that that argument doesn't make any sense. And EPR for packaging, like what Maryland is doing, does not work as well as a bottle bill system. The best EPR for packaging system in the world gets you to about 39% recycling for the same materials that a bottle bill, as we've heard today, even in the United States where our systems aren't the best, we're getting to 75, 85% redeemable and recyclable. Again, every bottle bill, bottle and can, almost every single one gets made back into a bottle and can and is not paid for by the taxpayers, which we don't hear about. The fraud argument I have heard over and over and over again, and I've been doing this for 15 years. I have yet to see a credible fraud report. I have never seen, oh, this many guys came in with this many cans in trucks. It just doesn't happen. But this is something we hear about all the time. And then lastly, the other thing we hear about, as we've already talked about really ad nauseum here, is that it's going to increase the cost. As we just heard from the counselor, the costs of that the distributor pays, that 4 cents in this case, is buried in the price of the good, and the good doesn't change. It's not done. That's not how pricing. A guy named Ernie, who is an expert on groceries that I'm friends with, I sat him down and said, explain to me how you figure out how much you're selling, that, someone's selling that Coke or Pepsi for, and it has nothing to do with that 3 or 4 cents. It has to do with what they think the market can bear and what they think their competitors are doing. So honestly, we hear the same arguments over and over again, and they're just never borne out in the real world.
And it's a bunch of different types of industries that are here today, all using the same talking points. Where do they come from?
The American Beverage Association is a large nonprofit funded by corporations like Coke, Pepsi, Dr. Keurig, Nestle, Trident. It's all the same companies around the world. And again, these same companies are doing this very, very well in countries where they've been required to do so. It's only when the law is not passed that we hear this nonsense. And when I talk to people from other countries that have bottle bills or other states that have bottle bills, they're incredulous that we haven't done this yet. And I know we can do this in DC and save a lot of taxpayer money and incentivize a lot of new good businesses, as we talked about, a lot of good local jobs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Couple questions. Try to do this quickly. I think for Kirsty, You're talking about fraud, and I'm glad to hear that you're not like taking bottles down from.
I'm not going to get in trouble today. I am not. Yeah, I'm fine.
But it is my understanding, though, that last year Connecticut allocated $2 million from the general fund to fight bottle redemption fraud. Are you aware of this?
$2 million just for the fraud or to run the system? Because
My understanding is that they allocated $2 million from the general fund to fight bottle redemption fraud.
I am not aware of a number that big being spent on anything environmental in Connecticut, to be perfectly honest. That's a lot of money. I'm kind of flabbergasted by that. I would bet that that's almost what the whole system costs to run down in Connecticut. So if you have a citation for that, I'd love to see it.
Okay.
And again, I'm not saying I know everything, but I read testimony all the time and have never seen. This summer, there was a American Beverage Association consultant who passed in written testimony to the committee in Massachusetts. And they said fraud, but they had no citation at all and no documentation attached, which I see
I think
over
there's
and
some
over.
articles out there about it.
I'm sorry?
I think there's some articles that mention what Connecticut had done.
I do know that they have increased, they've definitely increased monitoring. They definitely should put the UPC.
Do you know how much
code.
that cost them to do that?
Again, I would say maybe an employee or two, which is the kind of thing that would be covered by the fees here in DC.
Let me ask you about the redemption rates. Are you all, anybody on the panel aware how this bill achieved the 75% redemption rate, which goes up to 95%?
I actually am. Yeah. So what we see again around the world, and again, we hear complaints about, oh, we can't possibly meet that redemption rate. But when redemption rates increase in Connecticut, there was an assumption it was fraud, not that it went to 10 cents. So they're kind of arguing on both sides, right? At the same time, 75% is a little bit aggressive right out the gate. But given that you have again, system that's going to be set up with a lot of different ways to return, convenience is king here. You want to make sure that anybody, as we heard, people are struggling. You want to make sure that anyone can get their bottle or can back to a grocery store, to any place that buy beverages, but also if they're in an apartment complex, maybe their church, those pieces. And 75%, maybe a little aggressive, but not unreasonable.
Sure. Vanessa?
Yes, I would note that the results from Europe indicate much higher rates of success than they do here in the US. Germany is 98%.
Why?
Yet I think it's the use of reverse vending machines in places that people shop. And I would also emphasize that there are studies out of Europe that indicate when stores take back bottle returns, they benefit economically. They have higher sales related to the redemption vouchers they get from those machines, as well as higher foot traffic from people who walk in to redeem their bottles and stay to spend their money.
So for a 75% redemption rate, what's the average redemption rate across states that actually have these programs?
It's really about 5 to 10 cents. That's where you see the jump. Like right now, Connecticut
What's the
reports
average rate?
77% because they went to 10 cents for the deposit. That returnable deposit is what makes people bring the bottle or can back.
My understanding that Connecticut, I'm just looking at these numbers. I don't know what this, I think it's from the Container Recycling Institute. Y'all familiar with
They're
that?
good. Yep.
Are they good?
Yeah.
Well,
Susan Collins, very, very
It
reputable.
looks
Yeah.
like Connecticut has never hit redemption rates of 75%.
The most recent number I saw was 77%.
After
So
this goes up to 2024. So maybe you're.
yeah, it was just done a year. So that's an old number. And again,
It's also my understanding that they put $2 million in for fraud in 2025 as well. So I don't know.
Again, I will look into that and I will include an analysis of that if you like in my written testimony, because what we're trying to do is get you good information.
I got you.
I do know that Connecticut just went up to 77%. And that's one of the reasons that the beverage industry is kind of kicking and
It would be
screaming.
great if you can give us some details about what you think you can attribute a 12% jump. Because they went from, and I've seen they've gone up and down, it seems like. But you also mentioned Massachusetts. I think that's where you are.
Yep.
I don't see where Massachusetts has ever hit 75%. And they were at, up until 2024, they 35% redemption rate.
So again, there's two different things to think about. One of them is what the deposit is. 5 cents is not worth what 5 cents was in '83 when the Massachusetts bottle bill was passed. We were up in those ranges then. 10 cents is the number that we recommend right now. But the other thing that this bill does really well that is really important is if your redemption rate dips, say that in DC 10 cents isn't enough, I think it would be, but if it wasn't, then it should go to 15. And then more people bring it back. So there's an adjustment in the bill.
So can I ask, because I want to understand where the 10 or 15% actually hits. Like, who does it hit?
Right.
And I want to ask Wegmans, but I don't mind getting really quickly because my time has expired, thoughts from the panel. But let's assume that there is a $3.79 pack of water. Where does the 10-cent hit, or would it hit in the District of Columbia? Like, is it the point of sale? Who pays it? And how does it typically work?
Again, it can be done different ways. As we've heard today, the 10 cents at Wegmans is put in the price of the water, but they just sell at the same price in different states. So they're absorbing that 10 cents and putting in there, and then you get it back. So your water is actually not $3.79, it's $3.69, or I don't remember the exact number, right? But again, it can be done different ways. The point is that the consumer
How's
gets
it done
back.
in places that you're familiar with? How's it done in Massachusetts? How's it done in Connecticut?
So the 10 cents in Massachusetts is some stores add it and put it on the thing and say, you're paying an extra 10 cents. When you bring me this bottle or can back, I'm going to give you back that 10 cents. And the store originates it because they're the distributor there. And then other places, it's already in the price of the good when the store is selling it. So somebody, the producer or the distributor or the retailer adds 10 cents, depending on who's the first person that sells it in DC.
So it could be a pack of water is absorbed, the 10 cents is absorbed, and you pay $3.79 at the point of sale. But it also could be that, 10 cents is added on to 35 bottles where you pay an extra $3.50 at the point of sale, which turns your pack of water from $3.79 to something higher.
Which is why you need to make sure it's really convenient for people to bring it back, or then it's not fair. But the reason that the beverage industry cares about this is not the 10 cents, which is the 10 cents that moves back and forth between the consumer and the retailer. What they really care about is that 4 cents, because the company that creates the beverage or sells the beverage in DC, right, the distributor who ships it from one place to another, they're going to pay that 4 cents per bottle. That's where the rubber meets the road, and they're responsible for that, and they pay that, and that pays for the moving of the bottles and cans through the system. So that's the piece that the beverage industry really cares about. The 10 cents is what they talk about because it is actually added on, as you said, and then you get it back. But the 4 cents is what the beverage industry is responsible for, but they don't get back. And that's why they fight these bills tooth and nail. And you did ask a question earlier. I did want to make sure you're clear that restaurants absolutely are not included in retailers. They are not that, looking at the bill, you asked about the wine example. They are not included in retailers. They're saying, I think that you were looking at the technical language regarding the consumption of the beverage, but the key point I would argue is that they are accepted there.
So when I read it, and this is in my copy, it's paragraph 50 on page 3 of the bill. It has the definitions of a beverage container. It means a bottle, can, or other container that has been sealed by a manufacturer, is made of glass, metal, or plastic, and at the time of sale contains between 50 milliliters and 3 liters of a beverage. So that's across the board, right?
Yes, sir.
Whether you're a restaurant or...
I would look, if you would, to section, it's line 102. It says retailer means a person that engages at the sale.
I'll get that.
Yeah, and then below it, it says retailer does not include hotels, other lodging establishments, or restaurants. So I would, and I see what you're saying about consumption of beverage.
Provide on-premises consumption of beverages in beverage containers. So that's the operative language that I'm worried about. That's where it kind of swallows up whatever exception might be there.
I mean, you might want to just cross off in beverage containers, because I see your point technically, but the intent of it most definitely, I would call that a scrivener's error, honestly, because the intent of it was most definitely restaurants are not included here.
But that's not what this language does, though.
Yeah, I would argue it doesn't, but again, that's what we lawyers do, is argue all day. So I would say cut that last part out to make sure it's technically more correct. I agree, make it clearer.
I was going to make the same point, council member. It looks like a place where the statutory language is a little vague. I read it a different way from you. I read it as any business that sells beverages for on-site consumption. That's what this committee is doing today, and I would encourage us to strike that last in a beverage container, which has inserted this sort of confusion or lack of clarity.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that it's confusing in terms of maybe not intended to be there or have that meaning, but to me, the meaning is not confusing. It is what it is when you combine what it says with the definitions.
I think it's better if we change it the way you suggested. So I would say that. And then I would also say I have not seen some of these constitutional claims that we're talking about. That was all worked out in the 80s when these bills were still figured out.
I'm well over my time, so I appreciate it.
Can I just add one thing? I'm sorry about the cost.
And I welcome anything else you have on some of the constitutional claims that was made earlier, if y'all can provide it in writing. Yes.
I think the first thing we talk about whenever a cost is passed down on a good or an item, it is always the retailer's choice to pass that on to the customer. So we're just kind of saying this 10 cent dissipates into thin air. It doesn't. Whether it's Wegmans' claim to make consistent low prices, we do offer the same cost of an item in DC as the water at $3.79 as we do in New York City, but not the same as we charge it in Virginia or New Jersey. Those are differences. We always have an increased cost here in DC. And on top of that, having a bottle bill rate on that could take us into a position where we do increase the cost of goods. That's always there, especially in a very volatile grocery market where a lot of things are changing, tariffs and just labor markets and things like that. So the cost is always going to be up to the distributor, the retailer, that they're going to pass it on to that customer. So it doesn't just dissipate, but it's up to that business to decide where it ends.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for this panel. It's really great. Thank you. I want to turn next to Rick Ginderson. Ellis Ginderson, Joe Preble, Gary Cha. Okay. All right, how about Kayun Magruder of DC? Oh, okay. Good afternoon to each of you. Thank you for your patience and joining us today. We're going to begin with Rick Ginderson.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. My family's owned Schneider's of Capitol Hill since 1949. My father and grandfather started it. I was born in DC. I'm a DC resident, and I'm a proud DC resident. And to have, no litter or no waste would be a wonderful thing. But you have to look at the ramifications of the bill. And I keep on hearing that there's not going to be any increase in cost to the retailer. And I think DC's its own market. DC's surrounded by Maryland and Virginia, which don't have bottle bills. DC is also an area that a lot of our customers are from Virginia and from Maryland because they come in because we have more selection, we have better pricing, and that's going to go away. So if it's 10 cents on a container and that's $2.40 on a case of beer, they're going to buy it in Virginia. They're going to buy it in Maryland. We'll lose that business. I'm not worried about the loss of revenue as I'm not worried about the loss of or the increase in prices as much as the loss of revenue and the loss of jobs that we're going to have. So in the liquor industry, we've been hit with a triple whammy. Federal workers have been laid off. There's a stadium tax now, which is costing us tens of thousands of dollars. Tariffs, alcohol consumption's way down anyway, because the World Health Organization has said that alcohol is bad for you. Not a glass, nothing causes cancer. Now, it didn't cause cancer 10 years ago, but now it does. So we're hit with these whammies on and on and on. And I think this bottle bill is another one. The other thing to look at is, and I keep on hearing that it's plastics in the water. Why not just do a plastic bill? Why not, and I don't want any bottle bill, but if you have to have one, why not exclude glass, which would help our industry. if glass isn't the problem and if plastics is the problem, put it on plastics. We are, as an industry, the industry's down over 10% in the last couple of years, and it keeps on dropping. And we're sort of fighting for our lives, and this is just another whammy for us. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate all of it, and we'll move on.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the committee. My name is Elise Genderson. I'm the Vice President and fourth generation at Schneider's of Capitol Hill in Ward 6. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on behalf of my business, my employees, and the community we serve. Stores like Schneider's are the heart of neighborhoods. Founded in 1949, where neighbors pick up fine wines to pair with family dinner, where neighbors know each other by name. If this bill goes through, it threatens not just our jobs, but the safe, welcoming role we play in the community. We operate in a small space where storage of used dirty bottles is impossible. This creates sanitation, health, and pest control concerns for our employees and for our neighbors. Our employees signed up to sell fine wine, not to collect dirty bottles that may be filled with human waste. It also threatens the diverse inventory of fine wine in our portfolio that our customers enjoy. This is higher cost and fewer choices for our customers. The additional cost of compliance, including labeling, tracking, delivery timeframes, managing returns, will force suppliers to evaluate whether selling their products in DC even remains financially viable for them. This is the small family-owned wineries that we support. Many may choose to discontinue lower volume and niche products into the market. So this also, we're concerned about registration fees, payments to fund this third-party operator. It's going to create new staffing and training demands, container tracking systems, layers of complicated reporting. It all adds a cost burden to us. And it all leads to this reduced variety. You're going to see bigger brands, higher turnover brands that can justify this added regulatory burden, and less unique, small, family-owned independent wineries who cannot afford this labeling burden. And we will see higher prices for consumers because, unlike Wegmans, we can't eat costs like this as with much, much smaller margins. I thank you all for your time. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your testimony. I think next we have Gary Chow. If you can hit the button at the base of your microphone and you'll see a red light come on. There you go. Thanks.
First of all, I want to clarify, this is not the us against them, and we are the people wearing oranges are out to destroy the world, to pollute the city versus people who wants to recycle and keep the city clean. It's not that. I think our goal is the same. We all agree on the statistics and facts you guys presented. And I just want to point out that flaws with this bill, and also I want to point out that hoping that your council members could think outside of the box to see if there's a better solution. I've been thinking of some solutions, and you may be worth listening. Since I have 3 minutes, I want to go over what the solution, what I think it is. I've been doing business in DC for 42 years, and I saw three things that was introduced to recycle and remove those trash. One was a former council member, Tommy Wall's 5 cents bag tax, and one is the ban on straw plastics and styrofoams. But other than that, I haven't seen anything. So what I propose is that if you, on our stores, there are 2 cans, trash cans, one gray trash can, one blue recycle bins, and nobody knows what's the difference. So I think the long-term solution should be you need to educate. You saw the enthusiasm of the little kids came here. Imagine that army of those guys educating them coming out of school. Why not make it a mandate from school to implement it in a school curriculum? Teach them. By the time they graduate in high school, they have 12 years of education. Somebody taught them how to recycle and what's the harmful effect of not recycling. And when I saw those signs up there, maybe perhaps the budget cuts and things may not happen, but when I saw on the street overnight, all of a sudden, there was a street signs up there, no turn on red sign just went up. So there's money out there. And so now I'm having to wait in the red light, wait 67 seconds so I can make a right turn. There's nobody out there. So there's not the money issue. I would love to see some of the money spent on educating the people. Here, for example, like Metro bus billboard, buttons, street signs, neighborhood meetings, church meetings, and require churches to teach the kids on educations so that all the burden does not fall on retailers to carry on this. I don't know if I'm going to have time to point out the flaws, but at least I talked about there's an alternative to trying to cram that down on the retailers, the responsibility to retailers having to deal with what we have to do. And because you heard about the manufacturers and wholesalers. Sorry.
And if you didn't get through all your written testimony, we'd love to have you submit, and everybody on this panel submit their written testimony to the committee. That would be helpful. Our final witness on this panel.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie, members of this committee. My name is Ki Yoon. I'm the owner of Magooter's in Chevy Chase, DC, Ward 3. I really appreciate the opportunity to stand before you and speak about this. For those not familiar with my store, it's a predominantly liquor and wine shop, but with about 40% dedicated to for produce, deli, and the groceries. Our store has been serving DC area since 1875. I represent the third family to have owned the store, and I purchased it in 2013. Running independent grocery store in DC is really challenging, especially now more than ever. We had to deal with rodent issues, increase in petty theft, break-ins of cars outside. We had to experience downturns due to federal employees being let go. We had to deal with increase in costs due to tariffs. And then recently, we had to deal with masked federal agents taking neighbors and patrons off our streets. So all these things that occur, small business people like me, we take them stoically. We do so without complaint. But this bill has presented a challenge to us that I feel that it would actually break a store like mine. We say that the bill exempts small businesses 2,000 square foot or smaller. This room represents more than 2,000 square feet. So if I had a store like this with fruits and vegetables, dairy, deli, and beer and wine, and I have to dedicate space for storing these contaminated containers, I'm not sure how I could survive. So there's many things wrong with this bill. One being we don't have, as small businesses, capacity to handle and store used containers like this. And I know that they're coming back to us not clean. They're going to have organic matter in them. They're going to have maybe ants, roaches, fly larvae. Who knows? So I have to have dedicated personnel cleaning them, sorting them out, and distinguishing those that were sold in Maryland versus DC. I'm literally 2 blocks from Montgomery County. I'll have to hire an additional person to do that. And to offset that labor, I'll need to collect over 400 bottles an hour to do so. So this represents a significant challenge for me, to a point where I worry about 40 plus people that work for me, their livelihood that are threatened here today. Being the store that borders Montgomery County, we're a net exporter of these bottles. Our customers come from Montgomery County. They buy these and they recycle them in their bins. And the robust recycling program that Montgomery County has handled them. This bill is proposing that we do it ourselves at a huge expense to suppliers and to retailers as well. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it. And I want to thank each of the witnesses on this panel. I'm going to turn to my colleagues, beginning with Charles Allen for a round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all very much for your testimony. And part of what you hit on, or the things I really want to dig in on, is the operational concerns and issues. Mr. Gunderson, you and I have talked a couple of times around some of the concerns you've highlighted around operational challenges. Schneider's is less than 2,000 square feet in terms of merchandise and display, so I believe would be exempt under this. But one of the things you've talked about, and I want to see if we just flesh it out a little bit more. Schneider's is, I mean, it's a beloved place where I count myself as a customer. 3/4 of Capitol Hill counts itself as a customer, so it's a beloved space, right? Part of that is the relationship you've built with customers. And some of that, and you and I have talked about this, so I just want to give you a chance to kind of help explain it a little more for folks. As a store selling wine, you've developed relationships with family vineyards, over the years and decades. And you have certain types of wines that you're going to sell in your shop that you may not find anywhere else, and you have customers that build that relationship. And one of the things you shared with me as a concern that the legislation, if not drafted the right way or in any way, your concern is that it would essentially kind of cut off or potentially cut off that vineyard from wanting to sell to you and then into the district. Could you just, and I don't have a whole lot of time, but could you just very quickly explain what that issue is for us?
Thanks, Charles. There are a lot of suppliers that we may buy 25 cases from. We might buy 50, and that's nothing. So these small suppliers are going to say they're not doing the paperwork. Right now, DC is a great place to do business because there's a permit system, so we can bring things in. I'm afraid that we're going to lose a lot of the suppliers and a lot of the selection that we have that makes us special because of this bill.
Yeah.
And unless it's tailored to get rid of, that, to make it so suppliers, small suppliers, don't have to comply with it.
Okay. I want to, and we can certainly follow up after the hearing to kind of really understand this, right? Because I want to also understand, does that vineyard, for example, sell in Oregon or in California or in Washington where there is a bottle deposit? And is there something unique about what they have set up in their states that allows those wines to be sold there but wouldn't here, right? So my commitment to you is to keep working with you to help understand what those different elements are, trying to understand that. And I know I see some of my other amazing stores in Ward 6 and around, so I'm sure you share some of the same concerns. I really want to make sure we understand that piece. Mr. Cha, I really appreciate your comments, and it echoed what I said in my opening statement, which is regardless of your position on this bill, I'm going to presume every single person in this room does not want to see trash on the streets, cares deeply about making sure we're recycling, wants to see a clean river. So thank you for reiterating that, even as people highlight concerns. You and Mr. Yoon, I believe it was, talked about the operational issues in your stores. And I think those are real because for somebody who might be just over that 2,000 square foot, you probably have planned out every square inch of your store. And so if you have to all of a sudden have redemption centers there, that's a real impact. And we as policymakers need to understand that, which is why I've tried to sit down with a lot of businesses to understand those operational kind of issues. Have you talked with other retailers in states that have bottle deposits to kind of learn some of the practices they've used, either good or bad, that you'd want to share here?
I have not talked to anyone outside of DC, but you mentioned earlier about 75% of the trash that gets to end up in the street are from 10 manufacturers. And unfortunately, in our business, it's a little different, and hardly any of those are sold in my store. So having to indicate those bottles, bottle cans and bottles are sold at our store, none of our vendors would be able to put those markers on there, so that burden to indicate falls on us. And I just did some math. Truckload of LaCroix comes up to 26 pallets. Each pallet has 56 cases and comes out to about roughly 35,000 cans. How are we going to indicate or go through, cut them open? It's just impossible to mark them so that we can give them credit when they refund it. And the nightmare of our view is when a customer brings in with a 50-gallon bag full of things to redeem, it'll be full of fruit flies, house flies, cockroaches, and in some cases, cigarette butts and mouth droppings. And I'm just thinking through, how would I get our employees to go through? They'll get the latex gloves on and they'll say, I quit.
Right. And we don't want that. I know my time is up. I know that other states obviously deal with this too. So I do believe we're not reinventing the wheel, to also learn from other places that have that experience. But those are the type of issues that I certainly want to keep talking to you about and working with. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Rowell and Councilmember Nadeau.
Yes, thank you all so much for coming to testify today. First, Kiyun, thank you for meeting with me earlier this year. One of the things that I appreciated when we spoke was we kind of workshopped the logistics a little bit. So a couple things that I think are useful to know as you all contemplate about how this would work for your business is the reason that we provide in the legislation a 4-cent per container handling fee is we do anticipate there are logistics you'll need to deal with. I would suspect, and this is kind of what we got to in the end for Magruder's, was you might find that having a reverse vending machine means that your staff don't have to deal with this. We talked about maybe in the parking lot or, under the overhang. So just think about that a little bit. I don't know if you saw in my opening statement, I had some pictures of the reverse vending machines flash up, but the handling fee could go towards that. Or the handling fee could go towards additional staff that would sort those containers. Definitely understand the cleanliness issues. The reverse vending machine is helpful for that because it's completely contained. And people just pop them in. You don't have to touch a container. And then one of the other things is that we do anticipate that a lot of that information about the container is going to be contained in the UPC code. We don't expect people to have to sticker individual containers as they're coming into their stores. I can't imagine any business would want to do that or have the time or energy to do that. And it's just, I haven't seen that happen in any bottle bill state. So, happy to keep talking through that. I don't think that that's something that anyone would want to put on you as retailers. If that's helpful.
Sure. If I could respond to that.
Yeah, of course.
We still don't know how we can distinguish products being sold in Maryland versus what's sold in DC. If the onus is on us to distinguish that, we know we will screw that up, right? So we will be redeeming bottles that there was no deposit or didn't go through that system, and then we will be eating that cost.
Well, and that was one of the things I was mentioning with the UPC code can store that data about where it was purchased.
I'm not sure if
Yeah.
the suppliers can label a different UPC code just for DC. That's something, that's almost engraved onto the bottles, right, at this point, or painted on. But all those things add to extra cost, right? So even though they are, according to this bill, paying into that system, there'll be additional cost to package those things, right? And believe it or not, I mean, there's no reason for them to not pass that along to us, the cost. We mentioned that, like, let's say 4 cents per bottle, and if 24 bottles, that's about $1. So if we're getting a $3 24-pack bottle of water coming into our store, it's going to cost us $1 more. You could say, well, you could eat that and sell it at $4 that we're selling now, then we won't make any money on that. It will go up to $5.
No, we don't want you to eat the cost, right? Like the point of the deposit is that a customer wants it back, right? They pay it and they want to return the container. Yeah.
Yeah. So the separation between the deposit itself and the cost to operate this program, that cost initially borne by the suppliers and the wholesalers will be passed on down to our retailers.
Which cost? I'm sorry.
Cost to operate the infrastructure, the trucks, the people, redemption centers, right? Collection and disposal, eventual recycling. All those things are going to cost millions of dollars, and that will be operated, or the cost will be borne by the suppliers and
I
wholesalers.
see
right?
what you're saying.
Yeah.
So let me
Go
speak to
ahead,
that
pass along.
because I think Ms. Genderson also raised this in her testimony about, kind of what about the little distributors, right? The little guys. And this is actually really important to me to articulate. So the largest cost of this program is going to be borne by the largest producers. They will pay in proportionally. That's one of the reasons that we looked at the local producers differently in the bill. Everybody pays into the overall program, but somebody who's producing 1 million bottles of product a year is going to pay in maybe $500 to $2,000 a year, whereas Coke and Pepsi and Anheuser-Busch, et cetera, they're going to be subsidizing the bulk of this program. That's how it's designed. Yeah.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
So Coca-Cola, let's take them for example. I can buy Coca-Cola cheaper at Costco in Virginia than I can buy it from my distributor. Now, I don't do it. I buy it through the distributor. And we'll buy 100 cases or 200 cases and put it into the warehouse. But Coca-Cola doesn't care about DC. A lot of these companies, we're a tiny market compared to California, New York, Connecticut. And these companies you keep on saying costs aren't going to go up, but in reality, they are going to go up for us and for our customers. So we have a choice whether to eat that cost or to pass it on.
Well, cost hasn't gone up in any other state, so that's why I'm saying that. But I will say, it may not be as big as other states, but it's still 600 million containers a year in the District of Columbia. And I know my time is up, but I wanted to speak to one thing you raised because you had asked a specific question about glass and other containers. You can't recycle glass right now because it's commingled. So this also allows us to recycle glass by having the containers separated out, which is very important. So thank you. Thank you for raising that.
Thank
Hadn't
you,
come up yet.
Councilmember
Thank
Nadeau. We've also been rejoined by Councilmember Trayon White, and I want to turn to him for a round.
Thank you, Chair. Councilman Mendelson, I'm on a community walk. I'm just listening at this particular moment, but I don't have any questions. I'm just trying to listen in and got my staff taking notes while I'll be doing this community walk with DPW and MPD.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Trayon White, and thank you to this panel. I really appreciate you all's testimony. And again, I want to urge you, if you haven't already, if you can provide your written testimony, we want to make sure it's captured as part of our record. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Justin Palmer, Randy Barnhart, Larry Martin, Gene Tepes. Good afternoon to each of you. Thanks for joining us here at the council in person. Look forward to hearing your testimony. We're going to begin with Justin Palmer.
Greetings, Chairperson McDuffie and Councilmember Allen, and members of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Justin Palmer, and I'm the Vice President of Public Policy and External Affairs for the District of Columbia Hospital Association. I appreciate the opportunity to present testimony today on B 2658, the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. DCHA is a unifying voice advancing hospitals and health systems in the District of Columbia. We are committed to promoting policies and initiatives that strengthen our system of care, preserve access, eliminate disparities, and promote better health outcomes for patients in our community. Our driving vision is to achieve an efficient and effective healthcare delivery system that supports a healthy, equitable, and vibrant community. DCHA and our member hospitals recognize the importance of keeping recyclable bottles out of the waste stream and the desire to create a system that incentivizes recycling. Our hospitals do participate in recycling, and over the years, we have collaborated with our waste management partners to try to minimize contamination in hospital recycling programs because of the harm contamination has on the ability to successfully recycle. Additionally, hospitals have implemented the required composting of back-of-the-house waste and continue to invest in improving their environmental footprint. When the legislation was initially introduced, our members had operational concerns with the potential requirement of hospitals being required to be redemption centers. And we appreciate the engagement of Councilmember Nadeau, who met with our members to answer questions and address concerns. She clarified the intent was to consider hospitals in the same category as hotels and other lodging establishments, restaurants, and bars, and therefore not required to provide redemption, which is greatly appreciated. Our members are still concerned with potential increased operational costs due to the required deposit through our distributors. According to a survey of our member responses thus far show hospitals utilize about 171,000 beverage containers a month subject to the deposit for internal operations and patient care. This would add an additional operational cost of more than $200,000 a year for hospitals. Additionally, on-site sales for visitors, employees, and patients would pass along an additional $100,000 in added costs. We understand the intent of the legislation and support programs to reduce the waste stream and increase recycling. But we are also concerned about the increased costs for businesses, residents, and visitors during this time of economic uncertainty. In the health sector, these concerns are particularly acute given the eligibility and Medicaid changes coming over the next few years that pose a significant challenge to providers, as we are likely to see increased uncompensated care costs while continuing to invest to protect patient access to care, along with investing in the workforce needed to provide that care. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. Randy, next.
Hello, my name is Randy Barnhart of Southern Glazers Wine and Spirits.
We are a distributor of wine and spirits located in Ward 5, and we are opposed to this legislation. If this legislation is enacted, the District of Columbia will become the District of Containers. Bottles and cans from bordering jurisdictions and federal properties will be redeemed in the District of Containers. These bottles and cans will be brought into the District of Containers by individuals seeking to profit from DC's program. There is no method of identifying containers that were purchased outside of the district. I keep hearing talk about a special UPC code that doesn't exist. Supply chain does not work like that, okay? Next, illegal redemptions from bordering jurisdictions have been a historic problem in bottle bill states such as Connecticut, New York, Michigan, Maine, California. Illegal redemptions create a problem in the system as the number of containers redeemed will exceed the number of containers sold by the product originators. This will create a financial imbalance. I sincerely empathize with the DC retailers located adjacent to the borders as they are going to be inundated with fraudulent redemptions. And so far today, we've heard about folks who sit right on the border. When you look at it, the population of the DMV is 6 million, and in the center of it all is DC with 700,000. Those areas directly bordering the district are going to be subject to fraudulent redemptions. The numbers simply don't work. Now, earlier I also heard folks saying that they haven't seen one bit of evidence about these fraudulent redemptions. If you have access to the internet at this point, I invite everybody to type in 3 words, California recycling fraud, and you will see some articles pop up. And don't let that search criteria stop you. Keep on going, and you'll see some of the schemes that are going on. These schemes are not limited to California. They take place in Oregon, Michigan. It's all over the place. Another source of concern are beverages that are shipped to DC via the internet. There's no compliance on those items shipped in. In closing, redemptions that are illegal is just one part of the problem. Retailers are going to be required to store dirty cans and bottles in their facilities. Many of these stores are 2,000, 3,000 square foot in size, and they're packed in inventory. Now the government wants to be their silent partner and require them to replace sellable inventory with trash. I urge you to defeat this legislation. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify today, Chairman McDuffie, and good afternoon to Councilmember Allen and Councilmember White. My name is Larry Martin, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm testifying in favor of passage of the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Act. When I moved to DC in 1986, one of the first things I got involved with was passage of the bottle bill. It didn't pass then, but Councilmember Nadine Winter, your predecessor over in Ward 6, Councilmember Allen, she promised to pass a recycling law. Well, I went to work for her on the Committee for Public Works and was involved with drafting that first recycling law in DC. You could say that I kind of got involved with waste reduction and recycling in the district. About 10 years later, I went on to co-found Community Forklift, a surplus salvage building materials store, and it's still going strong 20 years later. To be honest, bottle bills are not my favorite way to deal with waste. When it comes to bottles and containers, the way to go is retro, returnable refillables, not returnable disposables. But that's just not how it goes here in the US. When I talk to people my age, they all remember scavenging for returnable bottles, 2 cents a piece. I used to make money doing that. All the sodas were returnable when I was a kid. They're still returning and refilling bottles in Europe. But dealing with reality here, why isn't recycling enough? Well, it just isn't. Some people can't be bothered to throw their disposables in the trash, much less recycling them. So they end up in my yard or the sidewalk or the park, and then they're often washed into streams during a rainstorm. This coming weekend, I'm helping to organize a cleanup at Watts Branch over on the Anacostia in Kenilworth Park. I've been doing that for about the last 10 years, twice a year. I'm here to tell you that more than half the trash we clean out of that stream is plastic bottles of one type or another. When they don't get cleaned out, they end up in the Anacostia, and then the Potomac, and then out the Chesapeake Bay. When I paddle in the Potomac, I hate to see the plastic bottle pollution floating around and littering the banks. And you know, when a body of water becomes degraded, the EPA can slap a management plan to help the water to recover. On the Anacostia, there are two pollutants that are enforced. EPA and DOEE are obligated to enforce total maximum daily loads for sediment and trash. DC has actually been penalized for failing to meet our TMDL for trash on the Anacostia. If recycling were enough, if public education were enough, if personal responsibility were enough, then we wouldn't be talking about a bottle bill today, but they're not enough. The bottle bill will add another tool for DC's battle against disposable discards that trash our town. Thanks for this opportunity to speak today.
And thank you for your testimony. Final witness on this panel, you can begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and committee members. My name is Jean Tepez. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the League of Women Voters of the District of Columbia in support of the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Act, also known as the Bottle Bill. The League has actively supported the passage of this bill by tabling at DC state fairs, attending community events to educate the public about the benefits of reducing single-use bottles and cans, and urging passage of the bottle bill. The response to our outreach has been overwhelmingly positive, with hundreds of citizens signing petitions in support of the bill and writing postcards to ask their council members to vote in favor of it. The benefits of this bill are many: a reduction in the cost of waste and recycling to the district, removal of litter from park and waterways, prevention of non-plastics invading our environment and, yes, our bodies. Plastics have proven to be forever products. They are not compostable and instead break down into microparticles that we then ingest and breathe into our bodies. We believe that the beverage industry, rather than opposing this bill, should be a responsible partner and join in the effort to reduce the amount of plastic pollution in particular in our communities that their products produce. We ask the committee to hear the voices of their constituents and endorse this bill to help clean up our beautiful city, and most importantly, to ensure the health and pollution-free future for our children, their children, our planet, and the Girl Scouts. It would be a win for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I want to note that we've been joined here in the Committee on Business and Economic Development by Ward 5 Council Member Zachary Parker. I will turn to you for a round after our colleagues. I'm going to turn now to Charles Allen for a round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everybody, for your testimony. Mr. Palmer, I was trying to figure out what's the Hospital Association doing here. All right, let's see what we got. So help me understand the issue. You cited a number of bottles and cans. Are these aren't medical containers? You're talking about beverages, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
At least that was what was asked. Yes. It is
Okay.
beverages. Yeah, beverages.
There's no deposit on a medical container. So
It was beverages.
Got it. Okay.
That I understand.
So the numbers you were citing were
beverages.
Make sure I understand correctly. I'm assuming beverages that the hospital is purchasing in the course of its providing beverages for staff, patients, things like that.
And then, yes, and then the other retail side. So we broke it up into two sides.
Okay.
One question was for internal, one was for the retail side, just to break up what that means for the different populations. And I use the exemption in the legislation as the caveat of do not include those things that are excluded.
I would assume, but again, that's why we have the hearing and work on things, because I'm assuming if I'm in a hospital, I'm going to the cafeteria, I am doing on-site consumption, that you would be exempted for those purposes. But again, that's why we have the hearing to kind of understand that. And then if I understood correctly, the concerns you cited were that you believe the cost of the item would go up. And so that's what you were citing?
Yeah, so what I haven't, I'm still working through and using experiences from other states. We currently recycle, we currently pay a hauler to do those services. The question is, at what point, like, does the hauler participate as a redemption or use a redemption for the credits? If it isn't, if those products aren't redeemed at some point in the recycling stream, that's where the increased cost would be, because it would not be recovered. Now, it potentially would be if the waste hauler was redeeming them.
Plus the handling fee that you get.
Plus the handling fee.
All right. Okay.
And that's what I'm still trying to,
many more layers that onion to peel back, but that's helpful to understand where you're coming from. Thank you. Mr. Barnhart, so Southern Glazers has locations in California. So has California become, I'm trying to follow your district of containers. Is it Containeria? I don't know. You're still doing business in California. So why are you still in California if they have a deposit program?
We're in California because that's where we're licensed to do business at and to sell beverage alcohol in that state.
But you've been able to manage how to have a bottle deposit in California and be a successful business, I'm assuming, in those locations.
Yes, we are in California, and certainly we are complying with the bottle deposit program as required by law. And my testimony focused on the issue of fraudulent redemptions coming across the border. And I mentioned, and if you type in that search criteria that I referred to, you'll see an article appearing from the Attorney General of Arizona about a massive case of redemption fraud. I think it was $10 million if you dig into the whole story. So obviously we're doing business in the state of California, and we're doing business wherever we can obtain a license.
They were able to expose the fraud. That's good to hear. Okay, so I am, as I've talked to a lot of different businesses, I do agree, as I've heard a couple of different folks talk about, that UPC codes are not the thing that will track something sold in the district or not. I've talked with enough people to understand UPC codes now more than I ever thought I would. And I am convinced UPC codes are not the way that you would be able to track that. So I think that as we do our job to hear the feedback from a hearing like today and try to understand the different aspects of this, I think that's one of the things we do have to wrestle with, because I was meeting with one of our local brewers, for example, and they were saying, not only would it be bad from the standpoint of being compliant with Virginia law, for example, of having the same product with two different UPCs, which would run afoul of some Virginia laws, they would have to literally can and store completely separate inventory that only be able to sell them in certain places. I'm convinced on that one. I do think we have to think about, from a fraud perspective, how real a risk is that. I don't know how many Seinfeld episode versions we will see in reality of the mail truck and all the good stuff with Kramer, but I do think that is one of the things that as policymakers, as we hear the feedback through the hearings, we have to work on that, because I do think that is a concern that we've got to work our way through. That's also why I think we benefit from hearing where we hear the feedback to help think through those different elements. And that again is why the testimony where people come in and give us constructive feedback and operational concerns is so much more helpful than someone coming in just saying, we don't like this idea, so don't do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Rao.
Respond?
No, actually, his time has expired, but I'll have some time and I'll let you respond on my time. But I'm going to turn to Councilmember Trayon White for a round. Okay, and I'm going to turn to Councilmember Zachary Parker. Actually, oh no. Yeah, I'm going to turn to Councilmember Zachary Parker for a round.
Thank you. I came in halfway through this panel, so I'm going to bypass. I have no questions this round, but I'm happy to lend time or yield back time so the gentleman can answer the question.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. You want to go ahead and respond? You may want to repeat the question just for folks at home listening.
Sure, I'd like to respond. And by the way, I really appreciate the discussion about the UPC code and just some of the operational issues. I managed our operation up in New England for 15 years from a commercial side. And in my territory was Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire. So I have a lot of experience dealing with the supply chain issues of those three states. And Maine, as we all have heard today, is a bottle deposit market. And oftentimes, when we would be working out our orders for the state of Maine, say, for instance, there's a big sale promotion or we get people coming into the state for whatever reason, and the business increases and we sell a lot of product A, all of a sudden our warehouse is low in inventory. So we call the production facility up and we said, hey, we're going to need half a truckload of this particular wine or spirits because it's in demand and we're running low. We're not going to make it to the end of the month. And oftentimes the response I would get is, we'd love to help you, but we don't have any of the product that has the Maine bottle deposit label on that label. All we have right now is universal goods, which means the standard non-bottle deposit products. So then what we would do is we would take the universal goods, sticker them by hand, okay, then put them back in the distribution channel and then ship them in to Maine. All that adds additional days of the supply chain. So I lived and breathed it, and I just wanted to answer your question about that whole issue with UPCs. Also, with the reverse vending machines, if you get on the internet and do some searching like I have, I've seen some people do some scams where they will have a cartload of bottles in their shopping cart, and then what they do is they have one bottle that has the UPC code, and they will scan it in the machine, okay? And then they won't put that one into the machine. They'll reach into their machine or their shopping cart and put that one into the machine itself. So there's folks staying up nights thinking of ways to beat the system, and that's one way to beat the reverse vending machine. So I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about the UPC codes. I hope that additional clarification helps.
Appreciate it. It's my round at this point, but I do appreciate the clarification.
Sorry.
Yeah, and any additional clarification that you'd like to provide subsequent to the adjournment of this hearing, the record will remain open for you to be able to do so. So this is all helpful, and I do
Beautiful.
appreciate
Thank
you offering to provide that clarity. We did take you up on the suggestion that we Google certain terms. My staff would Google, what's the term that we Google here? Redemption fraud in Arizona was the search term, and it returned an article titled "Family Charged in $7.6 million Bottle and Can Recycling Scheme."
Yes.
So there are, there was some suggestion that there's perhaps no fraud when it comes to these types of operations. It seems like there is. And again, this is just anecdotal, and obviously I think we'd have to dig a little deeper, but it is worth noting because there should be some component of consideration of measures like this around enforcement as well. So I appreciate you mentioning that. I'm gonna thank the witnesses for their testimony and time. I really do appreciate it. We're gonna move to our next panel of witnesses. Mark Rotifer, Malcolm Fox, Rebecca Thomas, Thor Cheston. Are you Rebecca? Thor?
Yeah.
Okay. And don't see Malcolm Fox. How about Charles Waldman? Perfect. Good afternoon to you all. I really appreciate your patience. I know you've been here for a little while. We'll begin this panel with Mark Rotifer. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify today. And thank you to Councilmember Nadeau for introducing it and Councilmembers Parker and Allen for being here at this hearing. My name is Mark Rotifer, and I'm a 24-year resident of the District of Columbia. And for the last decade, I've lived in Southwest DC, where the Anacostia and Potomac rivers meet. I'm testifying in favor of the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Act of 2025, which would establish the 10-cent bottle deposit program. I want to thank 11 of these 13 council members, Councilmembers Brian Nadeau, Brooke Pinto, Matt Fruman, Janice Lewis-George, Zachary Parker, Charles Allen, Wendell Felder, Anita Bonds, Robert White, Christina Henderson, and Chairman Mendelson for co-introducing this legislation. I've testified about many bills before the DC Council, but this is the first that had 11 of 13 council members as co-introducers. The breadth of support for this legislation is a testament to how much what a common sense measure it is to reduce trash in our streets and rivers in DC with a bottle bill. Since 2010, when President Obama called on Americans to treat Martin Luther King Jr. Day as a day on, not a day off, by serving their communities to honor Dr. King's legacy, I have participated in many cleanups along the banks of the Anacostia River and its tributaries. I've seen a lot of trash in these waterways, including diapers, tires, and even household appliances. But far and away, the biggest source of pollution I found during these cleanups was plastic bottles. I have removed hundreds, perhaps thousands of plastic bottles from the banks of the Anacostia River and its tributaries. I'm proud to have removed this trash from our waterways, but I know that reducing this onslaught of plastic pollution in our rivers will require more than volunteers inspired by President Obama and Dr. King. There is a simple solution to the scourge of plastic pollution in our rivers, waterways, streets, and across the district. Beverage container deposit programs that increase recycling rates and reduce litters. 10 states have similar laws and also major reductions in the waste stream because people are incentivized to redeem bottles and cans. In Michigan, the return rate is 73%. In Maine, it's 77%. I think DC can top those states. I look forward to the day when I can go to the Anacostia River on MLK Day or any other day and see a river that is free of plastic bottles because DC has joined other states in adopting a bottle deposit law.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and committee members. My name is Rebecca Thomas, and I'm here to provide comments on Bill B 2658 on behalf of the Glass Packaging Institute, the trade association for glass bottle and jar manufacturers and end markets. GPI is also a member of the Coalition for High Performance Recycling, a diverse group of consumer brands, environmental nonprofits, material manufacturers, packaging suppliers, and trade associations united in our mission to improve recycling systems across the country through recycling refund programs for glass and other containers. Glass is an inert, 100% recyclable packaging material recovered at very high rates in states with beverage deposit return systems. The biggest obstacle to glass recycling is not a lack of end markets, but rather high contamination rates. When glass is collected curbside in a single stream system, it is broken down into small pieces and often contaminated by other small recyclables. As glass is sorted through the recovery facility, the recycled glass stream often has levels of contamination above 50%. Because of the contamination, this stream of material is often described as having a negative value on the commodity market. Many states also allow glass to be sent to landfill as alternative daily cover. Source-separated glass, however, is marketable. For example, unlike the earlier claim that Arlington has stopped recycling glass, Arlington has actually switched to community glass drop-off locations and now benefits from the positive commodity value of clean glass. There are 7 end markets for glass containers in 3 nearby states, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. In addition, Cap Glass has added a glass pre-cleaning location in Baltimore that can accept more glass than it is currently receiving. Using generous calculations, the district overall diversion rate is 25 to 30%, with the glass container diversion rate even lower. With a deposit return system in place, DC could ensure that nearly 90% of covered glass bottles would be recycled into new bottles again. GPI would like to see the following changes made to the bill. We'd like to see the creation of an advisory council. This would allow additional stakeholders to assist in keeping the program balanced and add transparency and accountability. DRS programs are aided by active involvement of local governments, so we would support the concept that the city could create their own redemption centers and participate in the benefits of the program, for example, sharing in the revenue of sold recyclable commodities. And we'd also like to see the inclusion of all beverages, including wine and spirits, in the program. This is increasingly common in DRS states across the country. We do support the nonprofit stewardship organization. This is consistent with best practices for modern management of deposit return systems. And thank you again for considering our input. We look forward to working and collaborating with you and the full committee in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next. We'll go.
Oh,
Thor,
I'm so
yep.
sorry.
No
Hi,
worries.
my name is Thor Cheston. I'm the co-founder of Right Proper Brewing Company. Thank you very much for having me here. We are a 12-year-old beer manufacturing brand here in Washington, D.C. D.C. is our home. I actually brought one of our cans here. I just want to, a lot of what I had prepared has already been said, so I'm not going to regurgitate it. So I just want to demonstrate how exactly small we are. So we manufacture and distribute about 1 million cans of beer a year out of our manufacturing plant in Brookland in Northeast DC, just right by Catholic University. Our current projected EBITDA profit, so that's earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, which is not a reflection of cash. It is a key performance indicator that we pay attention to. Our EBITDA profit for 2025 is just over $200,000 a year. Our principal and interest payments for the year are going to be $145,763. That leaves us an available cash of $54,743. Our revenue to produce $54,000 is $1.8 million. So that means that of the $1.8 million in total revenue we have, we are able to retain 3% in cash, just 3%. Profit is not the purpose of my business, obviously. The purpose of my business is to build an iconic hometown brand that inspires pride and embodies the spirit and heritage of the District of Columbia. We strive to be a symbol of quality and authenticity, representing the District of Columbia in everything we do. Anchored in hope for the future, we are committed to contributing positively to our community and ensuring a vibrant legacy for generations to come. I am making decisions today for my business to ensure that it will outlast me, that Right Proper is a 100-year brand. So when I make a business decision today, it is what is that decision going to do 10 years from now? Profit is not the purpose of my business. What I just read to you is the purpose of my business. However, the purpose of my business is not possible without profit. If I do not have profit, I do not have the purpose of my business. I do not have a business. Small business, entrepreneurial small business is the only self-sustaining, mission-based organization in the world. We are not throwing a symbol of quality and authenticity gala. I can go on, but I'll yield my time.
Yeah, unfortunately, your time has expired, but I'm sure there'll be some questions, or maybe you'll have an opportunity to expand if you left some things out. I'm going to turn to the last witness on this panel. That's Charles Waldman.
Good morning. My name is Charles Waldman, and I'm a resident of Ward 1, as well as the owner of Cordial Craft Wine Beer and Spirits in Ward 6 at the District Wharf. This is the wrong time to impose new costs on district residents and businesses. DC is on track towards a recession. Ask any business owner about consumer spending, and we will tell you customers are pulling back. The Washington Post recently reported that food insecurity is on the rise in the capital area. Unemployment in the city is up, and business owners are trying to do more with less, ensuring that our staff have hours, bills are paid, and we are able to cover our own expenses, all while seeing our sales stagnate or decline. Meanwhile, our costs continue to rise due to tariffs, dry goods costs, and inflation. Consumers across DC already separate out recycling from trash, and this bill would force us to set aside another container or space in our homes to keep deposit items. In many places, it will also effectively invite scavengers to go through trash and recycling bins, looking for cans and bottles to return, resulting in increased trash in our alleys. I invite you to come to Parkview and see the rat problem we already have. We don't need more reason for them to proliferate. This is not cost neutral for consumers.
Assuming a 60% return rate, which is higher than that noted in Councilmember Nadeau's bill introduction, this will increase the overall cost of a 6-pack of beer by 24 cents and the cost of a 24-pack of water an additional 96 cents. If a consumer returns at 60% rate, a consumer buying 1 case of water per week will spend an additional $50 more for water in a city still struggling with lead water lines. Other areas that have a bottle deposit law are geographically isolated, such as Hawaii and Michigan, and are vastly larger than DC's 61 square miles, all of which are easily accessible to Maryland or Virginia, and neither one of which has a bottle deposit law. Consumers talk with their dollars. If it's going to cost me an extra $3.50 a week for my husband's Diet Coke habit, I'm shopping in Virginia. Harris Teeter and Costco may still get my sales, but the district will lose out on any sales taxes that I would incur. This bill will most impact those who rely on public transit to do their shopping, as they will not easily be able to head to the suburbs. Finally, this represents a significant taking of resources for area businesses. If I allocate 100 square feet of my 1,600 square foot store, that would result in me paying over $11,000 this year of my triple net lease annually for space that I can't use for my own business affairs, whether storage, gift assembly, or the opportunity to purchase on deals. In addition, storage of dirty bottles and cans will provide sanitary and safety challenges. Glass bottles, particularly spirits, are not uniform. While I appreciate the handling fee of 4 cents per unit in the bill, that doesn't come close to the expenses involved in managing and supporting this program, effectively resulting as an underfunded mandate from the district government.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to turn to my colleagues for rounds. I'm going to start with Councilmember Charles Allen.
Got it. Thank you. And again, thank you everybody for your testimony. 5 minutes goes by fast, so I'm going to try to get through a couple of questions. To Mr. Wallman, I know you and I have sat down and kind of talked through this a couple of times too, and I appreciate that. In particular, we've talked through, again, as I've kind of tried to hit this theme throughout the day, is kind of identifying what are the operational, administrative type of concerns, so that as we look at legislation where it could be changed or where it could be altered. I remember in one of our conversations, you brought up an interesting thing that I had not thought through, which was that for some consumers, there will be a habit of, if they have an empty container, they're bringing it back to a store and they're going to both return that empty at the same time they're purchasing a new one. And we were talking about wine in this example. And you had talked about how there could be a carve out to where you're exempted from being a redemption center, but a Safeway, for example, a few blocks away might be a place where some consumers say, rather than go to a cordial, I'm just going to take that empty to a Safeway, return it, and that would have an adverse impact on customer base. So what I have been trying to think about that around how would you be able to choose to be, if you wanted to be, a redemption center. And one of the things that I want us to take a look at, and we'll have to dig more into this after the hearing, is the handling rate. I think is something we need to really look at, because if the handling rate is just a neutral, why in the world would you dedicate real estate space for it? Why would you change up your business model? But if the handling rate becomes a rate at which it actually becomes a financial line coming into your business, maybe that changes the dynamics. So as you've looked at it, my recollection from our conversation was that you would be exempt because you're less than 2,000 square feet of display space, if I understand correctly.
I'm actually less than 2,000 square feet in my entire store. I'm 1,200 square foot space on display with an additional 400 square foot of storage, restroom, space for people to sit down and have a break. That being said, if I choose not to be a redemption center, there's a streets market that's opening up literally 1 block from me. There's a Safeway that is 5 blocks from me. So why are my customers going to pack up their 6 packs of beer or bottles of wine, bring them to Safeway or to Streets Market when they open, and not buy their beverage alcohol at those locations?
I agree with you. I thought that was a really good point you raised.
That's why, yes, I will be a redemption center. However, if this bill passes. However, the struggle that I have is, for example, if we're talking about a redemption machine of some sort, that's going to involve significant expense in terms of realigning build outs, running electrical lines. I don't have a ton of electrical stuff because literally I'm a bottle shop. I have shelves.
Yeah.
So we're talking a significant run of electrical work. We're talking realigning space, trying to figure out where, say I put it in the front door. Well, that's not exactly the most attractive thing to put in the front door, but it's a reality.
And my time is going to run out here, and I need to get one more question in. But all that to say, I appreciate our conversations because I think you've brought real world, realistic operational concerns and challenges. And at least for me, I want that feedback because it helps us try to think through what has to change as we go. I only have a minute and a half left. So Thor, I was going to turn to you if I could real fast.
Thank you.
Not talked about a lot in this, but I wanted to zero in on one thing. And I talked about it with one of your contemporaries at a different brewery, but I don't know if you have the same issue. And that's what I want to pull this thread on. And that is within the legislation as proposed, it creates a process by which the bottle deposit amount, whatever that amount should be, has the ability to actually vary over time. It can be recalculated. And what this person was telling me is the way that you simply purchase your cans or your aluminum is you're buying 6 months, you're being way out in advance.
So we purchased 204,000 cans at a time.
Right. So I think that's a lie.
One brand.
And that's a risk. I see that as if I'm running a business, that's a potential risk of the variability of, did I just purchase a product that has to be labeled in a certain way that could change? So you kind of answered the question, I guess, is that would be something that variability introduces a risk to your purchasing of.
Yeah, and it's an absolutely excellent point. I don't know what the solution is for the UPC, but if we have anytime we have to change our packaging, it costs us thousands of dollars for just a minor change. And then if we were to lose any inventory, it would be absolutely crippling. If we had to have separate inventory of packaging material for the DC market alone, the cost of that would incur from storing that material. I mean, we only have 6,000 square feet. So anytime I order these cans, which are painted cans, I have to order 205,000 at a time, which is a tractor trailer load of cans. The square footage just doesn't exist. So I have to pay for that square footage. And so the costs that we would incur are, I mean, just very, very quickly, I mean, it's well over $12,000 a year. And
I know I'm over time, so I'll say I agree with that concern. I think there actually is a solution for that that's pretty straightforward. Happy to talk to you more.
I would love to hear a solution.
I know I'm over time, so I'll turn back to the chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Cheston, I'll just pick up with that. So super helpful.
Cheston.
That's what I said. Yeah. I appreciate your testimony and the questions. How long does it take to go through that amount of material for you?
It depends on the brand. For Raised by Wolves, about 4 months. Okay. For our wit beer, about 18 months.
Okay. So you would, I mean, having like a date certain and enough lead time would be helpful then at least. If we're changing something, yeah.
I mean, I don't think it, I mean, we would lose, I don't see how we would not lose packaging material.
Okay.
That I don't see, and how we would have to maintain 2 separate inventories, which would be incredibly difficult.
But you have to maintain 2 separate inventories.
If I don't know, you guys tell me, are you proposing packaging material that has labeling, especially for DC? Is that what's being proposed?
TBD, because I think the distributors are going to help make that decision together.
How did the distributors make that decision?
Because there's an organization being formed that you would be a member of. That would be controlling the whole program. But I think what has been discussed a lot today is putting that information in a barcode.
Well, the barcode is printed on the cans. So anytime if the barcode is unique for DC.
I'm going to ask folks not to walk behind the witnesses when they're talking. I know that there's a lot of folks who are here, and I hate to make sure you get your time back, Councilmember Nadeau. I apologize, but there is a lot of movement, and I want to make sure people understand you cannot stand in the chamber. You have to have a seat, and you also cannot walk behind witnesses while they're talking. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
The barcode is printed on the cans, and so if the barcode is unique to DC, we would have to have specific cans specifically for DC. So every time I have to order cans for sale in DC, I have to order 205,000 at a time. If it's a brand that takes 18 months to go through, I'm in jeopardy.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I think the thinking was that the information would be contained inside the barcode, like when you scan it, that would tell you.
That is exactly the function of the barcode. And so
That's where all the information is kept. If you need different information from the barcode itself has to change.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. And also, thank you for the, I feel like we've spent a lot of time over the past several months talking about how this would impact your business and others like it, and it's very much helped inform the legislation. Before introduction last year, you very kindly welcomed me to your facility so you could show me how it all works. And that was why I updated the legislation to exempt businesses of your size from paying the handling fee. So thank you for helping us figure that out.
That's just the handling fee.
Yeah.
All the other incurred costs that I may have to by maintaining inventories and things like that, that's not addressed. The fact, if you wouldn't mind, I don't know what other product that's made in DC that is exported out of the city that you can go to a store in Virginia or Maryland and see made in DC on a product and take it home. That is an icon of something that's really cool and creative and part of the culture that's on a store shelf. This can, it says Washington, DC, Washington, DC, 51st state, Washington, DC, and then it says made in the Douglas Commonwealth. Why? Because if you know, you know. We love this city. And we want everyone, anywhere you see our product, everyone to know how much we love this city. We make 3 cents on every dollar. There's no room for error. There's no room for another warehouse full of cans. There's no room for cost overruns. This $54,000 is the cost of a glycol chiller, which I desperately need and cannot afford to pay. This $54,000 is not in my bank account. My cash flow is anywhere from $600 to $10,000. It fluctuates every week.
Mr. Keston?
I have to pay $6,500 right now on my phone with a credit card for my ABCA license today.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I did want to ask questions of some other people before my time runs out.
Can I just tell you how much extra beer I have to sell?
I would be happy to step out with you after the panel because I do want
$67,000 to cover $2,000 in extra things. You say $2,000, it cost me $67,000. That's what I have to do in revenue.
Okay. Well, I would love to go over that with you later as well. Since I only have 30 seconds left, I did want to ask Mr. Waldman as well. And of course, we talk regularly. My Ward 1 neighbor, one of the things that, well, I appreciated your dialogue with Councilmember Allen as well. And I think that actually we can work together on some of the issues you raised for sure. But I do see this as an opportunity for creating new jobs and income streams for a lot of the people that you mentioned are struggling in the city.
I don't deny that.
Okay.
However, you've walked through the alleys of Parkview. You know what they're like. I don't need more trash when I already have rats burrowing through my parking pad underneath my neighbor's parking pad. The rat problem that we're dealing with right now is out of control. And if somebody goes through digging through my recycling bin because I went over to Costco in Virginia and bought a 35-pack of Diet Coke to try and get those cans, they're not going to leave stuff tidily put back into cans. They're going to be tossing it.
I think that we share this concern about litter and writ large, this is going to address that litter concern and help with the rat problem, which you know is also top of mind for me. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. I know I'm over time.
May your fast be easy tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember
May your
Nadeau.
fast be easy.
I will turn next to Councilmember Parker for a round.
Thank you. And thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Cheston, I wanted to come to you. Really compelling testimony. And as a Ward 5 business, I will tell you, I am moved that we have to figure it out because there are a lot of businesses like yours that are operating on the margins and we should not be adding one more thing to it. So I'm committed to working with my colleagues. In fact, I've chatted with Councilmember Nadeau about your business in particular because I think it's unique. You are part manufacturer, part restaurant or cafe, yet you are doing sales. And so a question I've had for my team is how different aspects of this bill would apply to a hybrid business like yours. Two simple questions. Do you have the square footage of the restaurant portion or the non-manufacturing portion of your business?
The tap room at Brookland?
Yes.
Yeah, it's roughly 900 square feet. So
Got it.
we would be, exempt from that part.
You would be exempt
Yeah.
from that part. And then when you were talking about having to order, I think the 200 or some odd,
205,000.
how often are you making those purchases? How far out?
It depends on the brand. So Raised by Wolves, it's our best-selling brand. It's the best-selling pale ale in the city. We order these cans, depending on, it's roughly every 4 to 5 months, I would say.
4 to 5 months. Okay.
But then we have other brands that are much slower moving and that take, well over a year, 18 months.
Understood. Thank you. So my commitment here is to continue working. I know Councilmember Nadeau went out of her way, I think, to think about
did.
businesses like yours.
Yep, she did.
But I think there's still work that we can do to tweak things as the bill moves forward. I wanted to come, Ms. Thomas, you had mentioned creating an advisory committee to provide a level of transparency and accountability. Can you elaborate on that and how such an advisory committee might support the functions of this legislation?
So the advisory council, and this will be all in my written testimony in more detail as well, but it would assist the the nonprofit stewardship organization by having additional stakeholders like trade associations, small businesses, things like that, and they're able to oversee what the PRO or the nonprofit stewardship organization, the decisions that they're making.
Got it. And I'm assuming those would be made up of businesses and folks that would be subject to the bottle bill.
Yes.
Understood.
And this is common in other states that are looking at adding a bottle bill or already have a bottle bill as well.
Got it. Mr. Rutherford, I will come to you. I know, do you have insight to the legislation that Maryland is thinking about as it relates to the bottle bill?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay, all right. One of the things I have here that I want to get clarity on are the redemption targets. I know, there is a range where we say in Michigan, the return rate is 73%. In Maine, it's 77%. Across 5 of the 6 states, the redemption rate is over 50%. I know you're a big proponent of this bill. How do we ensure locally that we meet the ambitious targets embedded in a bill, that it delivers given such significant investment in what we're promising?
Yeah, as we heard from witnesses earlier, the fee starts at 10% and potentially could go higher if you're not hitting those targets, right? I mean, the more valuable the refund is when you return it, the more likely people are to do it. So if you're underperforming, you would change it.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to give back time. So that ends my round of questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Just to be clear, so you were saying, Mr. Rutherford, the more valuable the refund is, the more likely people are to return it. So if 10 cents is not enough, then what happens? It increases?
Yeah, that's my understanding. You could increase it. I think the next one would be 15%, right? If not 15%, sorry, 15 cents.
Okay. And what's your understanding of who actually pays for it?
Who pays the 15 cents?
Yes.
The person who pays the 15 cents is the person who buys the beverage, and the person who gets the 15 cents back is the person who returns the container, which may or may not be the buyer. If it's worth it to them, they'll do it, and if it's not, they won't. And the beauty of this is other people, as has been testified, other people, if I throw it out the car window and it's sitting there and it's got value, other people will redeem it because to them the 15 cents is worth it. I mean, and I want to be clear, it's as you know, 10 cents now, but whatever the fee ends up being.
Right. And in terms of the redemption rates that Councilmember Parker was asking about, what's your thought on where this bill lands at 75% out the gate?
Yeah, to be honest with you, Councilor McDuffie, I don't know. I'm not an expert on bottle bills, but as I said, I think adjusting the fee is how you assure that you're hitting the targets.
Got it. Okay. I think that's all the questions I have this panel. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. If you haven't already provided your testimony in writing, I'd love to that you've submitted to the committee for the record. Thank you. Our next panel, John Guggenmoos, David Whitehead, Amina Tariq Sidibe, Damian Bascom. Good afternoon to each of you. Thank you for joining us in person. I appreciate your patience. We'll begin this panel with John Guggenmoos. You have 3 minutes. There's a button at the base of your microphone. You see it.
You would think I know this after all this time, but good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the committee, and thank you to you and your staff for holding the hearing. My name is John Guggenmoos, and I serve as the chair of the DC Nightlife Council. In my limited time, I wanted to highlight a few concerns with the bill as drafted. The treatment of nightlife operators, restaurants, and the impact on the local brewers and distributors, and the mismatched benefit versus the cost. First, from the treatment of on-premise establishments. The bill defines retailers as those who collect deposits from consumers, provide refunds, and the containers are returned. It also states that hotels, restaurants, and bars that serve beverages on-premise consumption are not retailers. That distinction is critical, that nightlife operators are not retailers. We don't collect deposits, and we do not serve redemption sites. But the problem is that the statute language also directs distributors to place a deposit on every beverage container sold in the district. So without precise wording, the distributors will charge on the wholesaler invoice for bars, restaurants, and nightclubs, leaving us to chase undefined credits or refunds on the invoice. This can be resolved simply with clear amendment language stating that distributors will not charge deposits on beverage containers sold to hotels, restaurants, or bars for on-premise consumption. And such sales should not create any redemption obligation. The second is the treatment of the local brewers. Small independent breweries are part of the district's nightlife and hospitality community. These bills treat them the same as global beverage giants like Coca-Cola, which can absorb the crushing costs that the small independent brewers cannot. The legislation should include a carve-out. Just like Maine does for the cider industry, we have to do it to protect our local independent brewers. The third, and this is really just a frustration of mine as a district resident, that the Anacostia River is used as an example of pollution, and it's horrible. It is. It's tragic. Yet 2/3 of the Anacostia watershed lies in Maryland. So unless Maryland adopts a parallel program, most of the trash enters from Maryland, yet the district residents and businesses will be paying a deposit without seeing a proportional benefit. I don't know how we solve that. But the bill also doesn't specify that the funds clearly go to cleanup or environmental projects. It suggests a fund that may mandate it, but not clear oversight.
Thank you for your testimony. David Whitehead.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the committee. My name is David Whitehead. I'm the chapter director for the DC chapter of the Sierra Club. I've lived in the district for over 10 years, currently on the 8th Street corridor. Living on 8th Street, we are in a constant battle with bottles and cans. My neighbors have organized a weekly cleanup effort, and although we fill dozens of bags a week from just a few blocks, we barely make a dent. I think we'll hear a lot about costs today. We've heard it, so I want to be clear.
There is a cost to the status quo. Our city is full of litter and people are trying to clean it up by hand, some paid by the city and many unpaid like my neighbors. The council has an opportunity to pass a proven solution, a district bottle bill. The incentives this law will set up work. Studies prove it time and time again in cities and states both here in America and abroad. More people will recycle, fewer bottles and cans will be in our neighborhoods, parks, rivers, and landfills. This is simple and this is not new. States have had working bottle bills for over 50 years. We know it works and it's popular. We've had a bottle bill video out for less than 7 days and it already has over 40,000 views. The main comment on it, why does DC not have this already? I agree, and so do nearly 1,500 DC residents and neighbors from across all wards and neighborhoods who signed the 3RTC petition to bring a bottle bill to the District of Columbia. I've attached those signatures and there are many, many comments to this testimony and I encourage you to review them. So why don't we have a bottle return deposit system in DC? DC tried in the 80s and the bill was defeated by enormous spending by big business bottlers. They are here again in the form of the American Beverage Association, and they're using the same playbook and arguments that have defeated other bottle bills since the 70s. They spend tons of money carpeting the city with text messages, flyers, and canvassers, and have been spreading disinformation, misinformation, and cynically one-sided views. Today, I'm sure you will hear from opponents who are mobilized by the ABA, including local businesses. But this bill has been designed with direct input from local businesses, DC businesses, including provisions for small business. Here's what you need to know. Large multi-billion-dollar companies will pay the bulk of the costs of this bill, and any retailer under 2,000 square feet is exempt from handling bottles, unless, of course, that business opts in, which we hope that many do, because they can help us fight litter and they can collect the generous handling fees this bill provides. In looking at the testimony submitted online, I can identify multiple liquor stores, some of which I think we heard of today, that appear to have a smaller footprint than 2,000 square feet. If they are here testifying about the burdens to their businesses, they don't have to worry. I worry that ABA has misled a lot of the witnesses that are here today, and I, for one, am not happy about a large lobbying firm coming into my city, throwing its money around, misguiding and misleading local businesses and community leaders. Also, big bottling companies don't have to pay. We in DC have a lot of pride, but no one is proud of the litter in our rivers, parks, and neighborhoods. Let's create a bottle return system in DC. People are hungry for it. Bottle bills work, and the ABA knows it. That's why they're fighting so hard against it. Please cut through the noise and let's pass a bottle bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council members. My name is Amina Tariq City Bay. I'm a manager at earthday.org, an environmental nonprofit based in DC, and I live in Ward 1 in the Shaw neighborhood. I'm here today to show my support for the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Act. As a resident, I see firsthand how much waste can pile up in our neighborhoods, parks, and waterways. But this bill is not just about cleaning up bottles and cans. It's also about protecting our health, creating economic opportunity, and making our cities stronger. When bottles and cans are thrown away instead of recycled, they break down into harmful microplastics and chemicals that pollute our soil and water. By giving people a reason to return their bottles and cans, this bill will cut down on pollution and help prevent health risks for families across the district. Cleaner air and water will mean healthier, safer neighborhoods and less strain on our healthcare system. The bottle bill also brings economic benefits. Every return container puts a little bit of money back into people's pockets, which is especially helpful for lower income households. The system will also create local jobs in collection, sorting, and recycling. At the same time, it will save taxpayer money by lowering the cost of street cleaning and stormwater management. And the bill will also help keep storefronts clean and create opportunities for businesses to earn from recycling returns. But let's make one thing clear. Contrary to opponents' claims that the bill will result in increased costs for consumers, studies have shown no significant long-term increase in retail beverage prices in states where bottle bills have been passed. However, as long as the industry avoids paying for the downstream impacts of their products, taxpayers will. We need a system that will clean up the environment, and it should be paid for by the industry creating the pollution, not the residents forced to live with it. This should be especially true for the businesses that earn millions or billions in profits, not small businesses. This is why I urge you to pass the bottle bill. It is a common sense solution that will make DC cleaner, healthier, and fairer for all of us. DC should not prioritize businesses' operation costs over the well-being of citizens. This is something that every resident, no matter their background, can support. Passing this bill can be proof that our policymakers still listen to the people and not just the industry. Thank you for your time and your leadership on this important issue.
And thank you for your time and your testimony. Our final witness on this panel is Damian Boscom.
Good day, Councilman McDuffie.
If you can hit the button on the base of your microphone.
Thank you.
There go.
Good day, Councilman McDuffie, and all the rest of the esteemed council members that are here today. Especially to Councilman Nadeau, thank you also for leading the development on this bill and our 3RC for DC coalition. I'm a DC resident of Ward 8. My name is Damian Bascom, the founder of Beautify DC and Black Led Zero Waste. And I run a waste management and recycling service. 15 years of building here in DC since I've moved. I'm from Guyana. I'm from South America. So I have a lot of family members in Canada and Toronto. So I spent most of my time traveling there in the summertime collecting bottles and soda cans, and I found really value. But I've heard a lot of great concerns today that are very important, and I'm glad that I'm here to hear these concerns and also share my voice to it. My voice to this opportunity, and like we have spoken about, there's 60% of the waste in the Anacostia River is due to plastic bottles. This waste can generate revenue for individuals and can create business opportunities. Well, let's talk about one when it talks about the logistics, when we're dealing with the handling of the bottles in the stores. That can create an opportunity for another business to be blossomed in our community. We're dealing with logistics. We're dealing with collecting the bottles and having locations where we can transport these bottles to another location that is more safer to be able to store until it's recycled. We have recycling centers right outside of DC currently right now. And so I think that we can develop something that can be supportive of that possibly. And so with inside this, I really look at it as the nation's capital, and it's something really great that we're here at this development, and where other 10 states have already initiated the bottle bill in their states. And I think that is very important for us to go through this dialogue and find out how we can be able to connect, but we need to be able to be a leader in setting the standard. As Washington, DC, I think we have the capabilities of implementing this bill where everybody can win. This vision that we have brought forth to be able to spark, generate revenue, I think is something significant. I want to speak to that. This opportunity can generate entrepreneurship opportunities for small businesses where, like I said, that logistics, it also could deal with technology as we have AI and increase of security with AI and being able to monitor things better. We can utilize AI to be able to deal with the conversion rate and the fraud, I believe. But with inside this, okay.
Your time has expired. We appreciate each of the witnesses for providing testimony. I'm going to turn to my colleagues for rounds. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody on this panel. Mr. Ugamos, I think your testimony reflected a little bit what we heard earlier. So just to kind of make sure I quickly respond to this, I think that it seems like two different interpretations of the exact same words on the piece of paper. But from what I've heard, there's actually only one intention, that everyone is on the same page, which is a business such as yours with on-site consumption is exempt. So I think that there will be tweaks or revisions or cleanup to the language if that's what's necessary. But I know that's a concern of yours and others as well. So I just feel like that was a pretty clear intention that I heard, even with people who read it differently.
Real quick, I think that is true, but the issue is that it doesn't say specifically that the distributors will not charge that, because it says they must charge a deposit on every bottle sold. So that interpretation gets worrisome. If we can just define that, the problem.
And that's why we have the hearing, so that we're able to hear that type of concern. And I trust the process that we work with people in good faith to help figure out exactly where we land on that. But I appreciate it. I wanted to, Mr. Bascom, I appreciate you talking about kind of the entrepreneur opportunity here for folks. I think we've heard over the course of the day, some people who say, I don't want to have any part of this actually within my business. Others who may say, maybe there is something here. I personally think we need to spend some time following the hearing looking at what the handling rate is, because I think if we can figure out the handling rate, we actually can help incentivize and spur that type of entrepreneurship that might play out in a positive way that achieves our goals, and also see some entrepreneurs that help figure out how to create new businesses. And so I think that's kind of consistent with what you were laying out. I was going to touch on one, and Mr. Whitehead, maybe I'll turn to you if you had any thoughts on this. I've heard every now and then, of course, during the day here, I mean, I've heard a lot of things from hypodermic needles stuffed into cans and bottles to massive amounts of fraud. So there's an article about the fact that but apparently Arizona discovered, found, prosecuted a pretty crazy fraud scheme there. Have you ever heard of fraud in DC around residency for DCPS?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to
okay.
be a teacher when we dealt with that directly.
All right. Have you ever heard of fraud taking place with grants or with administration of contracts?
I've heard that many times with recently in the DC government, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that someone said, well, someone's going to always try to find a way around a system, right? I think that that is true, and that we always run the risk of somebody who's trying to figure out how to game a system. But I also know that we still believe in grants and contracts in the city. We still believe in kids going to school at DCPS. So part of our job is to make sure that we have the right type of systems in place to catch fraud when someone is trying to commit it. So I don't think we should ever say we're not going to try to take an action because somebody somewhere might try to game a system. I want to make sure we have the checks in place, the ability to catch fraud, to expose it and hold accountable somebody who's trying to cheat the system. And that to me is an important part of anything we do, be it city contracts, be it DC residency for school, or be it something like this. And so I think those are just important elements for us to be able to look at. So again, I know we're tight on time, so actually I'm just going to stop here and give a minute back. I really appreciate everybody's testimony today. Unless Mr. Whitehead, you want to jump in on something?
Very briefly, I mean, I think what I draw comfort from is how long bottle bills have been operating in the world. Like if we were the first one ever to do a bottle bill, I would listen more carefully to the fraud claims. But these have been happening in America for 50 years. They're operating very successfully everywhere else. Technology is improving. Like I agree with your spirit of what you said earlier. Like I'm glad we're having hearings like this to sort out the problems. I haven't heard an opponent saying that we don't like, we want more litter. You know, like there's a clear benefit to doing this bill. And I think it's easy I think it's maybe not easy, but I think we might still disagree on some of the details. But like, let's work through the details and pass the bill and figure out how to do this. Other places have before. This is not rocket science, right?
Yeah.
We can get this done.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you all very much. And Mr. Chairman, I know it was over an earlier round, so I'll give 30 seconds back.
All right, appreciate it, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Nadeau?
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your testimony. It's great to see some folks here who've been working in the trenches on this bill. And Mr. Guggenmoss, always good to see you as well. You had raised a couple points that I want to clarify for you because I think it's really important and they seem like big concerns for you. First of all, the bulk of this program is funded by out-of-state distributors. So the whole point is that we want the biggest polluters of our city to be the ones who pay for this program: Coke, Pepsi, Anheuser-Busch, Gatorade, et cetera. So the way it's structured is your membership in the stewardship organization is a percentage of how much you sell in the district. So of the 617 million containers sold in the district, most of it will be those big guys. Does that make sense?
It does. On my point, and I'm not a local brewer, but we hear them and we hear the impassion, just like what Thor was saying.
Totally.
And we just want to make sure that in
Just
this
wanted
process.
to make that point of fact.
Thank you.
Because I think that was just misunderstood. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And then you had a question about where the funding goes to help the community, which is also important. And this was something people gave a lot of input into in the drafting of the bill. So, okay, so 75%, this is just the unredeemed deposits. So like the money left on the table that people don't return. We hope there's not a lot of that because we want things to be redeemed. 75% goes to the Department of the Environment here in DC. And 25% goes to the stewardship organization to cover their costs. Of the 75% going to DOE, anything that doesn't need to cover their operation, which is just a couple FTEs, goes to the district recycling fund. And here are the things that can come from there. Providing water filters to low-income residents whose lead service lines have not been replaced, the installation of reverse vending machines, the installation of water bottle refill stations in public spaces in the district, and then other programs to increase beverage container reuse and refill in the district. I know some of your constituents actually do a really cool refill program. Do you know much about the one that IMP does?
I'm going to be embarrassed, no.
Let me tell you about it with my time because I love it and I would love every venue and sports venue to do this. They work with a company that provides them with glassware, and then the company, after it's used, picks it up and washes it and brings it back. It's amazing.
That's great. My point when I was going through that was, are the funds mandated to go to help clean up the river? If they just go to DOEE and, we aren't a state and we've come, found out, well, how much the House Oversight Committee can really take funds back that we've already paid. That was just a concern. And if it is mandated, if there is an area that says it must go to cleanup and that, great. When
Yeah.
I read it, I didn't see it. So that
I
was
hear
the
that.
question.
So yeah, I mean, that's just the way other funds work too, is it says it goes to DOE. But I will say, like, keep in mind, DOE is the one that manages the bag fee and uses that to clean up the river. And DOE is the one that manages the straw ban and, all of these things. And so we had a choice when we crafted the bill. And I think my committee has DPW. So it would have been a lot simpler for me to craft it, that this went under DPW. But it felt right to do it this way because it is about litter and cleaning up and keeping the community clean. So when we keep that conversation alive as we go the rest of the day about what the funds could be used for. But at the end of the day, I want people to get their money back. So we hope there aren't a ton of unredeemed deposits. So we'll see. Thank you. Thanks everybody for your testimony. I will also give a minute back.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. Now the pressure is on that I have to give some time back. Good to see you all, and thank you for your testimony. I wanted to pick up on the unclaimed deposits and follow the conversation that you were just having. I think what you're putting forth is a good point of feedback, that if we're talking about the river, maybe that's where the funds should go. Are there other ideas of how those unclaimed deposits could or should be used? Yep.
So I'll just say, the whole purpose of the bill is that we don't have to clean up the river, right? And so if the bill is being successful and where like the higher those recycling rates go, right? Less and less bottles are going in the river, more and more bottles are getting back into recycling. And the unclaimed recycling deposit amount will go down and down and down, right? Like as Councilmember just said, it should be like, we would like that to be zero. If the bill is we're operating at 100%.
I get that over time, but as of today, we do need to.
And there will be and I think that deciding that it goes to lead filters I think that's a critical issue for the district right now. People are literally drinking lead out of their homes, and being able to use the money to address that, I think is really smart. We have other funds in the district that go directly to river cleanup. We would like to see more of those funds. We also I'll thank this council for stopping the steal of those funds in the last budget cycle. If you remember, the bag fee fund was swiped and you all put it back.
And a lot of other
we have to
fees.
protect those. So I think that I think that the current use of the funds is a good mix. And I would worry about putting too many things in, like new things into that, because we do want that to go down over time, right? The whole purpose is that we'll have a cleaner river.
I'm looking at this, just how other states are using unclaimed deposits. So Maine is sending 50% of their unclaimed revenue to fund their solid waste management agency. Massachusetts is sending, it looks like 10% towards a different fund, and then another 10% into their general fund for their budget. And so I hear you 1000%, and I didn't mean that necessarily as a criticism, but there are other ideas how this unclaimed money could be used. I also think the sheer amount of bottles that exist in the district matters when we're thinking about this. One other thing I wanted to flag, and I am going to give some time back, is just what type of community education is necessary both for the public, but also for business owners as they are trying to adhere to this type of policy. Anything that folks would throw out? Yep.
One thing I really want to flag is the amount of misinformation that's being spread by the industry. And I think that a lot of effort should be made to kind of counteract that misinformation. What we're doing at earth.org is to, for example, engage students in early education to help them build that critical thinking skills with material related to environment, but obviously that those skills will help them in their professional and like personal life throughout their careers. But we really feel like entering the schools early, educating students on critical thinking skills when it comes to misinformation is key. And also teaching students and young people how to be advocates for policy as well, and creating a pipeline for them to then use that knowledge to advocate for policy at a local level is really important. So we see engaging youth as really key to this as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I'll just jump, like, the way this works best is if it's very easy to return your bottles. And as we know, there's a lot of disparities in the city. Like, we need it to be equally easy to return the bottles in every part of the city. So that's an education effort. That's a infrastructure effort. Like, we should be talking to places where people gather, and can we set up a reverse vending machine in your place, right? And what are the incentives or what are the right systems that need to happen to make that happen, right? If it's hard to return my bottles in my neighborhood, I'm not going to do it. And then we won't meet the goals of this legislation. So I think a really big effort, both for the sake of the legislation and for the sake of our rivers and everything, is we should think about critically how we get the most access to return places. That means working with businesses, because we want more, like I said in my testimony, we've tried to design this bill, the councilman's trying to design this bill to invite smaller businesses who are currently exempt to actually participate, because we need more of them to participate for this to work, right? And if there's some tweaks to do that, let's keep talking about that. We can also talk to churches. We should also, like any other place where people are gathering on a weekly basis, like wherever you go weekly, we should try to find a way to put a reverse vending machine there to make it as easy as possible to get your money back.
I just also want to flag that if education is something that we're using our funds to invest in, that Connecticut had received over $40 million from the money left on the table from the bottle bills. And that was in addition to a 77% increase in recycling rates. So that those millions of dollars could be invested towards education as well.
As a district president, I'd love to take part of the funds and try to force Maryland to help solve this problem as well.
Awesome. So I didn't yield back any extra time. Sorry about that, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. And thank you to this panel for your time. Our next panel is going to be Nathan Harrington, Keith Jones Jr., Claire Mills, and Marchant Wentworth. Marchant Wentworth, I do not see. How about Marion Dombrowski? That person present? Yeah, okay, thank you. Good afternoon to you. Thank you all for joining us in person. We're going to begin this panel with Nathan Harrington. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathan Harrington. I was born in DC and I've lived for 16 years in Congress Heights in Ward 8. I am also a small business owner, an entrepreneur of sorts. I'm founder and director of Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. We're a nonprofit organization that really acts as some sort of the de facto caretaker for a lot of the wonderful forested areas that we have east of the river. And the number one thing that we have to do to make those forests healthy and beautiful is remove trash. And the number one type of trash are plastic bottles, followed closely by glass bottles and aluminum cans. We have removed more than 1.5 million pounds of trash in the last 7 years. That includes over 45,000 trash bags that we have filled. By a very conservative estimate, we've removed at least 1 million of these bottles in the last 7 years, which under the bottle bill would be worth well over $100,000. Now, we're proud of the work that we do, but Lord knows we do not want to be doing it forever. We want structural solutions, and the bottle bill is a structural solution that is proven. Like so many of you, I have friends and family in New York City and in Maine and California, and when I go to those states, I see so much less litter, and I see collectors and redemption center operators making a good living off of keeping the streets clean and making sure that those things are recycled instead of depending on people out of their goodness of their hearts to clean it up because they care. But then in DC and the 40 other non-deposit states, you have a bottlings and plastics industry that has succeeded in making a fortune while pushing the cost of dealing with their product off onto other people. Through our taxes, we pay for DC Public Works to haul away millions of bottles that go to the incinerator. If you are a renter, you are paying for your landlord to pay a private waste hauler to haul away millions of bottles. And with a bottle bill, we would be shifting that onto those bottling companies, and we would allow those deposits to go back to the consumers. And then for the hundreds of thousands of bottles that end up as trash, we're relying on nonprofit organizations, environmentalists like us, who are then relying on donations and government grants and foundation grants to clean up the mess that was made by the industry itself. I know this is going to be an adjustment for some of these businesses, but I have a lot of respect for those who do business in this city. I know that they are going to adjust. They're going to find the opportunities in this. I was so proud last January when 11 of the council members came on as co-sponsors of this bill. What I'm asking them today is to honor that commitment, stand strong, ignore the pressure from the lobbyists and the PR flacks and the disinformation. DC used to lead on environmental issues. It's time for us to lead again. If we do it, Maryland will do it. We have allies who are working to make that happen. Please put people and planet over profit. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Keith Jones Jr.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson McDuffie and members of the Business and Economic Development Committee. Thank you for holding this hearing on the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025, known as the Bottle Bill. My name is Keith Jones Jr., Community Outreach Advisor for the Ward 8 Woods Conservancy, a lifelong Washingtonian and a Ward 8 resident. I want you to imagine this. You're walking through one of the few wooded trails in Southeast DC, but instead of leaves and wildflowers, the ground is blanketed with bottles and cans. Families in wards 7 and 8 live with this reality every single day. And wildlife suffers too, mistaking bottles for food or becoming trapped in them. I see it up close in my Fairlawn neighborhood in Ward 8. As outreach coordinator and now advisor with Ward 8 Woods, I've led cleanups where we've poured hundreds of bags of bottles and cans from Shepherd Parkway, Oxen Run, and small forest patches. Before that, I spent 5 years with the DC Office of the Clean City, where I witnessed cost, not just in taxpayer dollars, but in community dignity of cleaning up a problem that could have been prevented. Now picture New York City, a 5-cent deposit law in the state with a redemption rate of 65 to 70% and container litter cut by 40%. The program supports thousands of jobs and saves millions of costs and cleanup costs. And tourists pay too. Their unclaimed costs, which we discussed earlier, not just in taxpayer dollars, but in community dignity, funds environmental programs. With more than 20 million visitors here in DC, we could see the same benefits. The bottle bill, as you heard earlier, is simple. You pay a small deposit when you buy a beverage, you get it back when you return the container. It's a tax, it's not a tax, it's a refund. And it creates opportunity. Seniors, students, unhoused neighbors, and families can all earn by collecting and returning containers. And most importantly, this is about environmental justice. Wards 7 and 8 bear the heaviest burden of litter and illegal dumping. We deserve safe, clean parks, not dumping grounds. We can keep spending millions cleaning up after the fact, or we can put a system in place that prevents the mess in the first place. The bottle bill works in 10 states, and it will work here in the district. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Claire Mills.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for convening this hearing today. My name is Claire Mills. I'm the DC Campaigns Manager at the CCAN Action Fund. I represent about 8,000 members here in DC, and we're also a regional organization with teams working in Virginia and Maryland and at the federal level. I know some folks today have talked about the issues of going in between Maryland and DC with purchasing and returning beverage containers and them ending up in the river. And some folks mentioned the bottle bill presented in Maryland. I just want to be very clear that the bottle bill moving forward in Maryland has more momentum than ever before. It's going to be reintroduced in the next Maryland session. And for folks concerned about that, the number one thing that we can do to solve that problem as folks in DC is pass our own bottle bill. It will make it easier for that to happen in Maryland. And I'm really not as concerned about this sort of cross-state issue because I know the best thing that we can do to solve that is for all of us to move forward with passing this legislation. Also, folks here have talked a lot about, all of the cost concerns that come with implementing this new program. Obviously, it is a challenge to implement anything new, but that alone is not a reason not to do it. The litter problem is severe here in DC, really does impact our communities and our environment. And we have a solution this is not a revolutionary solution. This has been implemented in states across the country for decades, since far before I was born. And it's been functioning in countries all around the world. This is a solution that we know works. It improves recycling rates, it reduces litter in our community, and we are able to do it here in the district. And those who will pay the highest amount for this, who will shoulder the responsibility of cost, are ultimately the largest producers of plastic. These beverage companies, they don't sell beverages, they sell plastic containers, and they need to be held responsible for the waste that they produce. Ultimately, they are the ones who are will be held the most financially responsible by this legislation, as they should be, because they are the ones who are financially able to handle the cost of it. It's a very small amount of cost to those companies, and the return that a resident is going to get can be really beneficial. Just to speak from my personal experience, before I moved to DC about 7 years ago, I lived in Denmark, and they have a beverage return system. I used to pay for my morning coffee every morning with my return bottles, collecting them along the street. They have little places where people who don't care to return their bottles drop it by the recycling bins. I would pick them up, return them, go get coffee for the morning. We can have that here in DC, and the cost will be shouldered by those who are already responsible for plastic pollution in our river. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thanks for the opportunity to express our support for B260058. We are grateful for your effort, which to make the district the first state in the region and the 11th in the union to adopt such a legislation. The Community Advisory Committee, on whose behalf I speak, is the community arm of the Anacostia Watershed Restoration Partnership. With the support of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, the partnership monitors the work required under the Clean Water Act. The district's considerable investments in efforts to restore the Anacostia are paying off with dramatic improvements, particularly in reduction of bacteria. DC was the first jurisdiction to develop a strong MS4 permit. This quickly became a model for the neighboring jurisdictions. The district also led in enacting legislation to ban polystyrene and plastic bags. Stormwater projects undertaken by the District Department of Energy and Environment are outstanding and have improved the safety and comfort and appearance of many of the district's neighborhoods and parks. Unfortunately, no Anacostia jurisdiction currently meets the regulations for trash reduction. This will result in fines from the EPA and probably lawsuits. Our tributaries are being overwhelmed by an increase in the number of single-use containers finding their way to these water bodies. The value of these resources is inestimable. DC and Maryland are two of only 7 states which share a river designated as impaired for trash. This is an urgent problem with the proven solution. Maryland is expected to follow the lead of the District of Columbia and pass similar legislation. They did so with the highly effective stormwater regulations, styrofoam, and bag bill. I have seen the results of these things personally. Our neighborhoods are degraded, our streams are unusable, our parks are hideous and unsafe due to the accumulation of trash. We ask the council to again assert your leadership and enact this important legislation. Oh, a few seconds to do my drama. I was 18 years old when the Clean Water Act was passed. When I was 30, I should have been swimming in the rivers. Instead, at 71, I'm rowing with and teaching little kids how to row through islands of trash on the Anacostia River. This is not a hard decision. It's a mandate. Please make DC the first state in the region and the 11th in the union to adopt 3R legislation. Wow, I have 10 more seconds. I yield to the next person who can't talk as fast.
There's no next person on this panel. But thank you for that courtesy. I'm going to turn to my colleagues for questions. Councilman Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't get the extra 10 seconds. I appreciate everybody for your testimony. Listening to all of you, it makes me kind of think back. 15 years ago, the Anacostia River, when we went and pulled trash out of the river, when we went through communities, neighborhoods, the absolute number one trash item that we had were plastic bags. Single-use plastic bags that were all over the river, clogging everything and absolutely everywhere. And we decided as a law and a policy to take a different approach. What we did essentially was we assigned a value to this thing that otherwise was this just discarded piece of trash. And so we passed the bag law, and plastic and paper bags, single-use bags now have a 5-cent fee associated with it. Almost overnight, behavior changed. Over a nickel, behavior changed, and people started bringing reusable bags, using less bags, and we made a huge difference. Now the trash is pulled out of the river and out of our community. You'll still see a bag every now and then, but it is vastly different. Now, the absolute number one item that you will find bobbing along in the river, clogging up storm drains, or in your gutter is what? Bottles. So I was going to ask, I guess, Ms. Dombrowski from the Anacostia Watershed perspective, Mr. Harrington, and Mr. Jones, kind of from the parks perspective that you're in, if there was all of a sudden a value now attached, just the economics of this, a value attached to that single-use plastic bottle or that aluminum can, and now there's 5 cents, there's 10 cents associated with it, what do you think happens? Do I throw it on the ground as easily and just create the litter and trash? Do I create an economic incentive to remove it? I mean, you're helping clean up these spaces day in and day out. What do you think happens based on our own lived experience 15 years ago? What happens?
Who do you want to answer first?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I have been doing cleanup since I was 16 years old, the first Earth Day. And I take care of some of the most degraded streams in the watershed. And when we do cleanups, I believe what's going to happen is we're going to have a cottage industry. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the film Redemption, but it is remarkable. In any case, during our cleanup events, we pull car parts, everything, you've done it before, and there are people who they know when we're doing the cleanups, they show up, they take the metal right down to the recycler that's right down the street. I think, when you pull a bottle out of the river or a stream, unfortunately, you can't, recycle it because it's considered hazmat. Even though, we're not allowed to pick up mattresses anymore because they're hazmat, and I'm not sure why we can pick up bottles, but I'm glad we do. In any case, I think we'll have some cottage industries. I know Lee Nance, who used to run Recycle World down on Kenilworth Avenue. He hired people that had a difficult time finding a job to sort things in his recycle yard. People were breaking in and spilling. Anyway, sorry.
No, I only have a minute and a half left. So to Mr. Harrington and Mr. Jones, I love the recycling, but do you think you actually see fewer things being discarded and littered in the first place? Do you have less to clean up and pick up? Because if a thing has a value, I'm probably less likely just to throw it on the ground.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
One word answer, absolutely. I think that's why we're here, because we know that that's what's happened in the 10 bottle bill states. A lot less litter and money-making opportunities for created by those who do choose to litter anyway.
Yeah, I'll just add on one thing, job opportunities, redemption centers, there's employment there. A lot of our park stewards who clean out the woods every day could possibly transfer their skills to lead those redemption centers. They already know the skills behind the scenes, so there's funding unclaimed possibly for that. I think it's also an idea, but we will see less bottles in the woods, and our next target will be probably tires.
Well, I appreciate it. I will say, just as I got 30 seconds left, I agree with you. Listen, I think over the course of today's hearing, we're going to hear 100 kind of operational and administrative issues that we really do need to wrestle with and think about, right? But I think that I don't need to look to the 10 bottle states to say that's what's going to happen. I can look to my own experience here in the district that when we put value on a thing that was otherwise just a disposable piece of trash littering our community, we made a difference. We made an impact for the better. So we can look to those 10 states. Let's also not forget to just look right here in DC. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Allen. You kind of took the words right out of my mouth, and I don't want to keep you people any longer than you have to, but I want to thank you so much for your testimony and the work that you've done over the years to bring us here. Oh, go ahead. Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm not a professional. I do all this stuff voluntarily, but I do, work with a lot of people, write grants, endorse other people's grants. And it occurred to me during this time that you all were talking was that if you do have some of those unredeemed, dollars left, providing grants for innovations related to the program, I think would be a really good application.
I would say if we're, joyfully having a conversation about how to spend those unredeemed deposits, then we are definitely on the right side of getting this bill done. So excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. And shout out to the Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. I really appreciate the work that you all do. I don't really have questions either. I would just say from the last panel, what strikes me is that in addition to the importance of the underlying bill, the focus needs to be how do we equitably implement this, equitably outreach to folk, equitably educate folk to bring them along. And I think David Whitehead on the previous panel was talking about ensuring that businesses and others have the supports so that this isn't something happening to folk, but that we're bringing them along. So as much as you all have ideas for how we can do that once this nonprofit entity is stood up or as DOEE is executing, should this policy pass, executing this matter, I would love to hear it now or later. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. And thanks again to this panel for the testimony. If you haven't had the opportunity to do so as of yet, I would love it if you could submit your testimony in writing for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Annie Acosta, James Doherty, Max Bachman, Alex Clark. What's your name? What's your name?
Annie.
Annie and Max. Annie and Max are here. No Alex Clark or James Doherty, so we're going to go to Hermes Stefanos. Hermas Stefanos. About first name Nebiyou. Hattis is the last name. Okay, person's not present. How about Dipin Patel? Capital Wine and Liquor. Dipin Patel. Haben Berhain, Manhattan Market. Jim Doherty is here. Okay. How about Ash Panwar, Universal Wine and Liquors? No. Victoria Wheatley, DMV Liquors, Wines and Beers. Rajender Hundal, Bowen Discount Liquor. No. Dennis Alloy, Anacostia Shell. Are you Dennis? It's fine. It's fine. If anybody is namely called and they're not present, fortunately, we're gonna have to keep moving because we've got, again, 222 people signed up. So what's your name, sir? Perfect, got it. All righty. So we have our panel. We'll begin with Annie Acosta. Good afternoon to you all. You can begin your testimony. You each have 3 minutes. If you can hit the button on the base of your microphone, you see a red light come on. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. Thank you for the chance to speak on the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act, or Bottle Bill. My name is Annie Acosta, and I've lived in Ward 3 for many years, and I'm part of the growing community of residents who care deeply about the environment. I completed the UDC Master Naturalist Program, and most weekends you'll find me volunteering with groups like the Rock Creek Conservancy. That work is rewarding. We get to protect and restore our city's natural spaces by removing invasive species and planting native ones. But one thing we always run into is trash, and it's mostly beverage containers. Piles of bottles and cans, mostly plastic. I'll include photos with my written testimony of what we haul out. We pick them up year-round, but it feels like bailing water out of a sinking boat. This isn't just about a bad look. It's about real harm. Plastics leach into the soil, wildlife eating fragments that they can't digest, microplastics washing into our rivers and contaminating fish. With heavier storms and a growing population, the problem only promises to get worse. The bottle bill finally put some responsibility where it belongs, on the producers and distributors instead of just volunteers and DC taxpayers. It's a fair, proven way to keep bottles and cans out of our parks and waterways. So I want to thank sponsor Nadeau and the 10 council members who have already co-sponsored this bill. I hope we can pass this no-cost common sense legislation this year. Thank you for listening and supporting the many dedicated volunteers who are out there picking up this stuff every week. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next is James Doherty.
Mr. Chairman, council members and staff, Jim Doherty for the Committee of 100. I plan to submit written testimony for the record. First thing I'd like to do is to sketch out history of the DC government's sorry mismanagement of solid waste going back 40 years. In 1985, we threw away everything. It all went in the trash and went down the highway to Lorton to be landfilled or incinerated. So we came to the council and met with Public Works Committee Chair Nadine Winter and said, the most effective thing we can do to deal with our solid waste problem is to adopt a bottle bill. It's been a huge success in New England and across the country and around the world. We gave her a bill, we made the arguments, and she said, thanks, but no thanks. So we said, okay, we'll take it to the people. So in '86, we initiated the Bottle Bill Initiative campaign to put it on the ballot. And we raised some money, we hired some staff, we made t-shirts. And as you've been told already today, thanks to the investment of millions by the beverage industry, the bottle bill was defeated. So the next year in '87, we went back to the council and said, well, if you want to do a bottle bill, how about recycling? Mandatory source separation and curbside collections. And the council said, great, and it passed. The problem was Mayor Barry hated it and refused to even initiate the collections. So we had no choice but to go to court. And in February of '92, we got an injunction from the Superior Court requiring the mayor to begin the collections. But they did a terrible job. It only lasted 3 years before they canceled it. And fast forward 37 years, it's still a mess. It's still not happening. The current diversion rate is estimated to be 20%, which is an embarrassment for the city. And we learned last year that in government buildings, you know, the 4 big office buildings and the libraries and the fire stations, the recycling rate by DC government employees is 2%. They throw 98% of their stuff in the trash. And it just says a lot about the ethic. That's the beauty and the power of a bottle bill, because it's not regulatory. It's not really governmental. It's carried out by the private sector and by citizens. And what it'll do is it'll cultivate an ethic among our public to think about the things we're buying and the things we're throwing away. It'll cultivate respect for our neighborhoods, for our parks, our rivers, and the environment. And, you know, if the predictions of doom and gloom that we've heard from the industry are borne out, we can cancel it. Let's do it for 2 or 3 years, right? I mean, we should be nothing if not innovative. So I think we should just give this a shot. That's it. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Hey, guys. Thank you for spending the time on this because I think it is very important. Everybody wants a cleaner environment. I love DC myself. You know, I was born in Austria, Vienna, where something like this is something that people experience every day, but it is something that, of course, is taught from when you're born. It's educated. It's not just people coming into DC and they're just automatically expected to know that this is something that we have and have been implementing or are going to implement. It's going to take a long time for any of this to actually hit home for most people. I feel like although everybody has their smart aspects to them, not a lot of people in DC have that care. A lot of people from DC or that go to DC every single day are actually from DC. We got a lot of traffic that comes from surrounding states. A lot of stuff has been talked about how, you know, we are going to experience that fraud and everything else. I do think that is huge. I think that people will do that. I think about it myself. It's like, hey, I can make all this money. Why not just go out of my way, hire 2, 3 people. Let's go collect all the stuff and just come here and just take money from DC that has never actually, with the 10 cents has never actually been implemented or not. I myself am a very small store. I own a liquor store in Tenleytown called Verify Wines. My landlord itself, although triple net, does not help me pay for any type of trash removal. It is something that I incur myself. Now, that's of course something that I still pay, probably something that's gonna get a little bit more expensive, but I also have zero room whatsoever to put it in my shop or on the outside area because everything else that I have for free space is all parking space that I've got to, of course, share with the rest of the building. My landlord's not going to give 2 ticks about what I need to do to help the city. I guarantee it. I've asked many times for increased trash just for ourselves in general. Nothing came about it. They just laughed. They told me to go figure it out myself. Now, the actual thing that I do have a big concern about is actually the systems, of course. I think they're great, but how many times a week or a day does that actually get emptied? You know, is there a sensor on there that for the most part will say, hey, this is full, somebody needs to come and pick it up, or is it something that just needs to overflow? There's no real integration with that. Also touching base on the barcodes. GS1 barcodes are generally the barcodes for UPC that will hold all the information that everybody's kind of looking to try and overcome. But even so, if I pay for GS1, because it costs money, it's not free, so I've got to get those new barcodes done. They don't, in my system, if I scan it, it doesn't say anything about DC whatsoever or where that product was made. And it only generally works for the big retail chains. Cola registration being for all the wines that are imported, costs thousands of dollars sometimes, you know, unless of course you have an importer that is going to just help you out and do it for free because they know they're getting a good product. It's going to cost everybody thousands of dollars to change that one little label to reflect DC.
And thank you for your testimony. We got one additional witness on this panel. If you could, sir, you'll have 3 minutes. Dennis Alloy.
Thank you. I'm Dennis Alloy. I own 3 gas station convenience stores in Southeast DC. Trash is a problem. Illegal dumping is a problem. Someone mentioned that, you know, somehow this bill is going to stop illegal dumping. I don't see how. This bill is a burden on retailers like me. Where I am, there is very little disposable income, and 10 cents means a lot. When the 8% beverage tax went in, I'm still hearing it today. One is, it was never advertised that this is the new law. And they're never going to know that now they have to pay 10 cents. There's very little education out there. And the person that goes out in the woods, in the park, and throws a bottle down, they're going to throw a bottle down because they don't know any better. Someone may come up and pick it up now because it's worth 10 cents. But I don't know. The additional cost for me, I got to find a place to store all these things. That's valuable real estate. I got to secure it because now it's a commodity. I got to pay someone to sift through it. And then I got the accounting of the deposit money. One more cash thing that I got to deal with. I don't know what happens to the bottles and cans I collect. Is someone picking them up or I have to take them to a recycling center? I'm not sure. I can get a reverse machine that we talked about, but I figure I got to collect 250,000 bottles to pay for that with the 4 cents. 4 cents sounds like a lot relative to 10, but it doesn't add up to a lot when you have all these increased costs. Now, bottom line, consumer's going to eat it. I have no other way. And maybe you have evidence that the distributors don't raise prices. I promise distributors are raising prices. If it costs them, it's going to cost me. It may not be right on the line item, but there will be fees or surcharges. They will change their contract tiers. They will lower their rebates. There are all kinds of ways for them to make more money off of me. And unfortunately, with all the additional expenses, I got to pass it along. I hate it. I'm in an area, like I said, very little disposable income. 10 cents is a lot. And, and I've learned that because 10 cents isn't a lot to me, but I understand now what people are going through near me, my customer base. And it's rough, but there will be entrepreneurial homeless guys that hang out around my store because they always want to work, do something. And they will be hauling cans and bottles. But it wouldn't surprise me if they go just 3 miles up the road and start collecting up there also. So for me, I would love to have no bottles in the Anacostia, but I just want to make sure everyone knows there's a cost to it, and it's going to go down to the customer.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony this afternoon. I'm going to turn to my colleagues to see if they have any questions. Councilmember Allen?
I appreciate it. Just maybe 1 or 2 quick questions. Mr. Bachman, appreciate your testimony and the perspective, right? I think for states that did this decades ago, I'm going to wager they were probably having a lot of the similar debates at that time. My wife grew up in New York, and when I asked her about this, she was like, I don't understand. Like, we just always had a container where we just put our bottles and we just returned them. Like, I don't understand what's hard about that. But also, it's what you grew up with. So for her, there was no change. I would imagine that very similarly, they had very similar debates about what does change mean, how hard is that? I want to focus on your store though, because I think we do, from an operational perspective, I've tried to talk to a lot of our local businesses to help understand what would they be facing and what are the barriers there. So while we were sitting here, I just pulled up your store on Google Maps so I can take a look at it. So if I'm looking at the right place, it looks like you have a storefront and a couple other businesses that are kind of within one building, right? So my hunch is you're less than 2,000 square feet.
1,800.
Okay. So under the proposal, at least, you'd be exempt from being a redemption center, having the returns collected. But just for the sake of argument, let's say you're 2,100 square feet. I do think we have to think through how to work with these businesses. Like, that sidewalk space outside your building is not yours, it's public space. So if we were to say have an outdoor, a reverse kiosk, not really sure where you'd put it outside. Otherwise, you'd have to dedicate interior space to it. Haven't been in your store. I'm gonna wager you probably have planned out not just every square foot, but every square inch of exactly where you have product and how you do that. So those are real things I think we have to wrestle with and try to think through how we do this. So I didn't know if, as you've talked to other colleagues that are in this space, what they look at the physical constraints. But I feel like those are real things that we need to wrestle with. And it's valuable to have your feedback around what you think is workable, what's not workable, because I'm going to wager if I say we got to go take a certain amount of real estate inside your business, you're going to feel a certain kind of way about it because you probably maximize that 1,800 square feet.
Sure. Yeah, 100%. But something that I've thought about this year was one of my years for expansion, right? Because now right underneath me, based on that picture, you can see there's a staircase that goes down and there's the equal amount of square footage, but now for an open, empty space where I could, of course, hire more employees, get more stuff, do all that. But now if it's going to get to that point where I'm 1,800 square feet, but I'm now growing my business, now I have to be, I'm not excluded from it. So it now affects me 100%, but I still, unfortunately, have no space to put it whatsoever. I mean, I could plan for it, but then again, I'm losing money. And as much as I love cleaning up everything, without without money, we can't do anything ourselves.
Right.
So it's the same like the city wants to collect money for, picking up trash and making our world a better place. But it's the same thing. If we don't have money as a shop, then there's no way for us to really be a part of the programs or to incentivize other people to do the same thing.
Yeah. Well, that's, many hours ago when we started the hearing, in my opening comments, I said, I want people to bring like the constructive concerns they have around here. If somebody comes up and just says, is a horrible idea, no, I don't know what to do with that. But when a local business comes in and says, all right, here's my operational challenges to this. I want a clean environment too. Here's where I have challenges or problems with that. We can start working with that. So I appreciate the way you came in, the way you've tried to like lay out where you see problems or concerns. And that's helpful for us to think about because we're going to hear a lot of great testimony throughout the day. It's going to help inform us as to kind of what our next steps are.
So one last thing. So Total Wine just moved in 5 blocks away from my shop, right? And they're on Western. Like
Total Wine, tiny, small, local business.
Very
right?
small, right? So 20,000+ square feet. Now they're definitely going to be part of that program. Now, how big of a unit do you think they're going to need, and where are they going to put that? In the middle of the parking lot?
But wouldn't I rather like a Total Wine have to actually do a lot more than I would a local or small, right?
100% understand that, but we're all going to have to do it at the same time. And Total Wine now has a whole waste management system like that. They have trucks coming in and out. I mean, they're selling thousands of bottles a day for the most part. That's going to cause, again, like we've all discussed, rodents, people coming to sift through. In Brazil, if anybody's ever been to Brazil, they incentivize people to go and rummage through the trash, get their money, and live. That's how half the population lives. But they leave everything else scattered on the roads, scattered on the sidewalks. It's terrible, and that's also part of the problem why they have so many, dogs, cats that just don't have homes because they're just living among the filth.
Yeah. Well, again, I appreciate kind of identifying what those unique issues are. I know you have my commitment to keep working on this and hear those concerns. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you. Mr. Bachman, did you say you're 1,800 square feet?
Yes.
Okay, so you wouldn't have to be a redemption site, but you're trying to think it through as like an attraction?
Well, just no more so I'm trying to expand. So I'm growing into
Got it.
passing that 2,000 square feet space in the same building, right?
Got it. Okay, thank you for the clarification. And Mr. Loy, good to see you again. Thank you for taking the time earlier this year to meet with me. I appreciate it. Can you remind me how many square feet? You have multiple locations. How many square feet you are?
Well, when I talked to you, it was 1,000 feet.
Okay, now?
So now it's 2,000, which one of my stations will be right.
On the bubble.
We're going to have to reconfigure something out.
Yeah.
So it's a hair over, and we can deal with that. But to put a machine in, it's a parking space, or if it's around the side of the building, it's a high crime area.
Right.
People will break into that machine and take the bottles and then put them back in the machine and get a voucher. I mean, it's just those kind of
I hear
issues.
that. Okay, definitely something we'll keep talking about too. I appreciate it. And okay, so Ms. Costa, Mr. Doherty, thank you so much for your testimony, and Mr. Doherty for the history as well. I mean, that was really helpful. Love your shirt.
Oh, yes.
That was 1980.
Moth-eaten after 87. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. A little moth-eaten. Well, there you go. But I just want to thank you both for your advocacy on this. I think we got some good info today. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Doe. Thank you for your testimony. Next is PJ Fatag, spelled F-R-E-I-T-A-G, Fat Pete's Barbecue. Sounds great right about now. No. Lorraine Doherty. Lorraine Doherty. Okay, it's here. Michael Shamha. Come on up. Terry Byrne is here. Mike Kim is also here. Perfect. Good afternoon to each of you. Thanks for your patience. I know you have sat through a lot of witness testimony. We certainly want to hear yours. And I think we're going to begin with, how do you pronounce your last name? It's PJ Is that person, I know, actually, that person's not here, but Lorraine Doherty is. So we're going to begin with you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Chairman McDuffie, and in fact, it's afternoon. The time's gone in. Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie, council members. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to testify today. My name is Lorraine Doherty, and I'm the Executive Director of City Wildlife. I'm here to testify in strong support of the Recycling, Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025, focusing specifically on its benefits for wildlife and wildlife habitat. Most people think of trash that accumulates along the shorelines of our waterways as an unsightly mess, but is much worse than that. Seen from the point of view of the district's wildlife, the bottles and trash are an actual threat to life. As we see at City Wildlife, we know this very well. First, the islands of trash that build up along the banks of rivers and along submerged logs make the habitat unusable for wild aquatic animals. They cannot see to feed, they cannot bring their offspring to these areas to swim, and they cannot nest among the piles of debris. Secondly, city wildlife frequently sees animals that become entangled in plastics. Unless we remove it in time, this leads to an untimely death by starvation, predation, or other causes. Third, animals, especially the young ones, make the fatal mistake of ingesting plastic, thinking of it as food, only to die of a blocked digestive tract. Adult birds also make this mistake and have been known to feed plastic to their offspring unwittingly with disastrous results. And we also see that some birds incorporate the plastics into nests. Fourth, the buildup of plastic bottles creates stagnant pools where harmful bacteria multiplies and thrives, leading to disease and illness. And fifth, when bottles and other plastics break down, the microplastics, as we've heard before, fill the environment with toxic pollutants, which harm animals' endocrine systems, immune systems, and accumulate up the food chain because the particles never go away. In fact, a study published by the American Chemical Society of Environmental Science and Technology concludes that plastic pollution has exceeded a safe planetary boundary such that rainwater, especially anywhere in the world, is no longer safe to drink, as we already know. And they urge that it's vitally important that PFAS, certain plastics, uses and emissions are rapidly restricted. DC's bottle bill offers a proven solution. This bill will immediately reduce 337 million plastic bottles sold in DC annually that currently end up as litter. Instead of choking our waterways, these containers will be captured in a closed-loop system that keeps them out of wildlife habitat entirely. The benefits extend far beyond DC's borders, the Chesapeake Bay, North America's largest estuary as well. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity again to testify today.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Michael Smaha. I'm Vice President of Government Relations for the Can Manufacturers Institute. I'm also a Ward 5 resident. CMI is the trade association representing metal can manufacturers and our suppliers of aluminum can sheet. Our members are the end market. We make the beverage cans from aluminum can sheet that is produced through recycled used beverage cans. And the 10 bottle bill states in the United States provide the vast majority of those used cans. So we certainly support the policy of recycling refunds for beverage containers. But we have also offered some friendly amendments or suggestions that may helpfully address some of the concerns that you've heard from folks here earlier today. So for us, this is about smart domestic manufacturing policy. Aluminum is a critical material. There's strong demand for it. And because we don't recycle enough aluminum cans here in the United States, our current recycling rate is about 43% nationwide. So that means more than 60% are lost to landfill, are just missorted and not able to be captured and then remade into new product. So we do have to import aluminum can sheet from our trusted trading partners such as Canada. But unfortunately, now there's a tariff even on Canadian imports. So, for us, this is about securing a good, stable supply chain. Our industry has invested hundreds of billions of dollars here in the U.S. to increase can sheet manufacturing capacity, but we just can't get enough used beverage cans back. So that's why we're here in support of recycling refunds. We'd love to see DC take this unique opportunity to take some of the good parts and the bad parts of the 10 states that have these programs and try to figure out a solution for the 2025 and beyond, and really look at technology and maybe some new ways that we can run these programs. Perhaps we don't even have to mandate retailers take back these bottles and cans. Perhaps there's a way that the product stewardship organization can use the unclaimed deposits to invest in the infrastructure and make sure there's enough reverse vending machines or bag drop facilities around the entire district so everybody can participate in these programs and get their deposits back. So I think there's a great opportunity to think outside the box here. And I just want to thank Council Member Nadeau for your leadership.
Ma'am, you cannot stand behind the witnesses. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. I'll yield my time to my friends from the Wine Institute.
Thank you for that. Just an announcement, please do not walk behind witnesses when they're speaking. There's a camera running. I know some of you all are aware, so I just want to make that announcement. If you have to leave, if you can leave those doors and exit that way, that would be helpful to everybody. And you are next. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm Terry Byrne, Eastern Counsel for Wine Institute. I've submitted written comments, so I'm going to try and hit the highlights of them here. Wine Institute is a trade association of more than 1,000 California wineries. And while there are wineries in every state now, California is responsible for 80% of domestic production. We estimate that California wine has a significant impact on DC, providing products for stores and restaurants to sell. We believe that we support 3,000 jobs and $196 million in wages and $86 million in sales and excise taxes. Wine Institute is opposed to including glass bottles in a bottle deposit program for practical reasons, as other states have accepted. We've all heard that there are currently 10 states where bottle bills are allowed or are created. Only 3 of those states have wine bottles in their bottle deposit laws, and a 4th collects wine cans, but not wine bottles. We find that wine bottles are better suited for recovery where the wine is consumed, not at redemption centers. Nationwide, about 80% of all bottles are consumed at home, and we find that the curbside recycling programs are relatively effective in recapturing those bottles. That they're not generally found in litter streams or outside of these curbside programs. DC is remarkable for having a high number of, have the highest US per capita consumption of wine at 1.07 gallons per person. And we assume that that comes from DC's vibrant nightlife, many of whom are not residents drinking at home. We estimate that DC sells about $24 million worth, 24 million bottles annually, both on premises and off premises. And we think that the on-premise sales, while exempt from this bill, present a unique opportunity for creativity in collecting those bottles for recycling. There is a tremendous demand for cullet to recycle cullet and make new wine bottles. One of the challenges is those cullet and wine bottles cannot be, don't usually travel far to be recovered. It's a local industry where, for example, in California, there are many facilities that are producing bottles from recycled cullet. That's a challenge in a small place like DC. The pre-printed indicia would require the inclusion of the DC information on every label that the winery produces, not just on bottles that are destined for DC. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our final witness on this panel is Mike Kim.
Thank you for having me. I had a testimony today, but seems like both sides were talking about the same thing. But I do want to follow up on some of the testimony that I've been hearing all day today. Some of the facts that I want to share.
First of all, I was a manager for a liquor industry, beer industry here in DC for 15 years, prior to being a retail owner for 10 years now. As I working for the industry, one of the jobs I had was to hit numbers, weekly numbers, quarterly numbers, yearly numbers. And how we hit numbers was try to have a better promotions, better deals to sell extra products into the retailer store. But one of the most rejection problem I had was when I go to the store, Mike, I would love to help you out, but where am I going to put it? I just don't have the space. If there's a licensed Class A, Class B licensed retail store in DC with the 15 beer, I've been to every one of them, right? In DC, our retail stores are around $2,000 to $3,000 a square foot average. We're going to consider for this bill. We're not like the Montgomery County or PG counties that their average size over there is probably 5,000 square foot or more. Before I was looking for retail space, I went to a lot of these retail stores in PG County and noticed, wow, some of these stores are so much bigger. Montgomery County as well. That being said, that these retailers just don't have the space for this bill. First of all, I am all for recycling. We need to do something to clean up the city. The littering that happens to the city is just unreal. But it's got to be a better way, education and different programs or things like that to do it, but not putting it on the burden on the retailers. And these the bottles that we're trying to collect. So another part of my job was I would try to maintain relationship with the retailers. So I would take care of these things called breakage. Breakages are things like you break a six-pack of store from the customers or the employees, whatever. I would give them credit to get these to maintain relationship. But one of the things I hate about the job was that you had to go to this box in the corner of the store that, first of all, you smell it as you walk through it. Next thing.
Thank you for your testimony. Unfortunately, your time has expired. That means that everybody on this panel has had the opportunity to testify. I'm going to turn to my colleagues to see if they have any questions. Councilmember is not here. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you all very much for your testimony. And Mr. Smahat, thank you for your suggestions. You suggested including all beverage containers in the recycling refund program. Are you aware of any states that include the other beverage containers that we excluded? And would you be able to talk more about how it works there?
Yeah, so California recently added cartons into the program. But the challenging part with aseptic packaging or cartons is that there's not a strong end market for those products at this time.
Yeah.
So perhaps approach could be, you either put some sort of small advanced recycling fee on those kinds of products, and that money could then go to try to, support or upstand just some end market recycling for those difficult to recycle products. But the reason why they need to pay something into the system is because you've already got glass, PET, and metal, three commodities that are easy to recycle. Mm-hmm. So it's not fair that those three have the deposit on them while these more difficult to recycle packaging wouldn't. Right?
Yeah.
So just trying to create a little bit more uniformity, equity there.
Makes sense. Thank you for that.
Perhaps something you could also think about is if the market percentage of carton beverages, reaches a certain threshold for in terms of like sales sold here in the district, then they automatically enter the program. So that might be another way you could try to approach those materials.
Thank you. Appreciate the suggestions. Okay, and Ms. Barron, thank you for your testimony also. So one of the challenges that we have with class here is that I know it looks like the curbside thing is working, but when they get to the processing site, everything is so crushed up in the back of the truck that it just ends up as either landfill cover or road cover, which I guess, you know, it's a reuse. But it's a valuable raw material. And so I feel like that's just not, we're not recycling it, right? We're downcycling it. But I'm definitely interested in your, you know, your point about the demand for the glass. What did you call the glass that the wine bottles are made out of?
Cullet
Cullet?
is the little chunks of glass.
The little chunks of glass. Okay.
Mhm.
So, but it does seem to me like the bottle bill is kind of like, that's sort of the point for us, is to get it where the demand is through a collection program. Was there another way to do that, to get it to the people who want it? Because you're being really constructive, so I wanted to
Yeah.
ask to brainstorm with you a little.
I don't have any suggestions.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's totally fine. I'm just interested in the glass in particular. We talked a lot about plastic today.
Right.
But glass-
Plastic seems to be, I'm going off my notes, but I'm cowboying. It seems plastic seems to be the problem nationwide.
Yeah, but the
And
glass
that's why we were
bothers me a lot.
successful in-
The fact that we don't actually recycle glass really, really bothers me, because I think, again, I said this morning, but those of us who grew up in the recycling movement believe that we wash our containers and put them in the bin and then they go somewhere good.
I do the same thing.
Yeah.
I have a curbside recycling program. I live in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah.
Virginia has relatively healthy curbside.
It's kind of demoralizing to realize a lot of it's getting downcycled.
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, good ideas.
Thanks.
Happy to keep talking as the bill moves forward, and just thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Next is Amanda Wilson, Christine Powell, Joan Slate, Steve Coleman. Next four witnesses. What's your name, ma'am? What is your name, ma'am?
Chris Powell.
Got it. Thank you. And you are?
Joanne Slate.
Okay. Who's on the slide? Amanda Wilson. Steve Coleman. Dr. Jane Summers. Elena Paredes. Michael Warner. Michael Warner. Trey Sherrard. Right. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. Good afternoon to each of you. We will begin with Christine Powell.
Thank you. My name is Chris Powell. I'm a Ward 3 resident, and I'm a volunteer with the Sierra Club and the 3RC for DC Coalition. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for holding the hearing. Thank you, Councilwoman Nadeau, for introducing the legislation. I submitted testimony for the record, but a lot of it is repeat from what you've heard today, so I'll just go ahead and hit a couple points. The first is that I've spent quite a bit of time with colleagues here over the past year and a half out trying to educate the public on the bottle bill, going to community events, handing out flyers, getting people to sign petitions. The one thing that surprised me, and may or may not surprise you, is a lot of the people that I talked to came from other states with bottle bills. So they were not only understood how it works, but they were very supportive of it. And some of them were even surprised, didn't even realize we didn't have it in DC. So I think the general gist of a lot of the people I talked to was, yeah, let's get it done. The second point I wanted to leave you with is I'm one of those people who lived in 2 states with bottle return bills. I grew up in Michigan and then subsequently lived in California. It was, I think, as Councilmember Allen mentioned when he talked to somebody from New York, it was just something we did. And Councilmember Nadeau, you mentioned it too. It just becomes habit. You figure out the way to pay that deposit, get those containers back there, and you go on with your life. It really was not a hardship at all. As a matter of fact, I think that everyone had their own way they dealt with returning those. In my family, when I was younger, all my siblings and I got to collect all the cans and bottles in our house once a month. We returned them, and then we used that money for a family dinner. And Councilmember McDuffie, I think you asked someone earlier, is the deposit, getting the deposit back, enough incentive to return that container? My answer would be yes. We look forward to that monthly dinner with our family members. We weren't about to leave that money sitting on the table. I suspect it's the same for a lot of other people. The third point I wanted to leave you with, and maybe the most important point, is going back and thinking about why the bill was even introduced. It's to clean our environment up. And when I grew up in Michigan, thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next is Joanne Slate.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Slate, and I'm a board member and testifying on behalf of the Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the bill, commonly known as the Bottle Bill. I have lived in the District of Columbia for more than 40 years, including in Ward 5 for more than 30 years, and have been visiting the aquatic gardens as long as I have lived in DC. Residents of the District of Columbia and visitors from all over the world visit the aquatic gardens. The Anacostia River is central to the aquatic gardens, supplying our wetlands and ponds with water. Unfortunately, there are thousands and thousands of bottles in our river and wetlands. The Anacostia Watershed Society maintains a trash trap in the aquatic gardens to monitor and stop garbage from flowing into the Anacostia River. The trash trap is inundated with bottled trash. That is the bulk of the trash that is stopped by the trash trap. Bottled trash along the Anacostia especially impacts Wards 7, 5, 6, and 8, which all run adjacent to the river. I have participated for decades in many trash cleanups along the Anacostia River. City council actions have greatly reduced plastic bag and styrofoam litter along the river. I've seen that. Everyone has seen that, and it's undisputed. But bottles and cans are still a huge problem that City Council can rectify. The bottle bill will greatly reduce bottle garbage in all of the parks and along the river, helping to enhance this great natural resource, which is the Anacostia River. Attached to my testimony, written testimony, are photos taken within the past year of bottle and can trash on the Anacostia River in the Kenilworth Aquatic Gardens and along Kingman Island. And one of the pictures, and you probably can't see it, is a bird surrounded in the Anacostia River by bottle trash. And that's really a tragedy that can end. In addition to my work with the aquatic gardens, I have spoken about the bottle bill at ANC meetings in Wards 5, 7, 1, and 2. The ANCs have overwhelmingly supported the bottle bill. With the bottle bill, hundreds of millions more cans, and that's really a hard number to even conceive, hundreds of millions more cans will be recycled rather than ending up on the street, in waterways, and in city trash trucks that have to be hauled off at the cost of our citizens. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Dr. Jane Summers is next.
Yes, thank you, Chair McDuffie. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I'd like to thank the council members who co-introduced this bill. My name is Dr. Jane Summers. I'm a professional engineer and retired federal government scientist. I've lived in DC for 24 years. DC has a huge beverage container pollution problem, but it doesn't have to be this way. Bottle bills are a proven method to cut trash, reduce wasting resources, and they also bring other benefits such as a healthier city. I spend a lot of time outdoors, walking, biking, hiking, canoeing, kayaking, and I've witnessed firsthand the devastation to our environment by bottles and cans. It doesn't have to stay this way. I volunteered with the Anacostia Green Boats, and I've conducted citizen science by collecting trash floating on our rivers. Most of the waste we collected was bottles and cans. I live in Ward 7, and most of the trash in front of my house and around our neighborhood is also bottles and cans. The district bottle bill is a sensible solution to a serious problem. Deposits incentivize people to return bottles and cans to be recycled. Deposits are refunded in full upon return, and they are not a tax. We will get every penny back. The bill also offers protections for small businesses which are exempt. The bill will particularly help the residents of wards 5, 7, and 8, who are currently the most impacted by this pollution crisis. I'd like to especially commend Ward 8 Woods, whose tireless efforts to remove trash have greatly improved the natural areas east of the river. However, this is all of our problem to solve. No one group alone can solve it in the long term. The people of DC support this bill, and I can guarantee that a number of people who testified today against the bill don't live in DC. And if they had the same amount of trash in their neighborhoods and on their waterways, I can guarantee you they would be calling their town council outraged about the pollution. So I think there's overwhelming citizen support for this bill, which is a win-win-win for the city, the environment, and for our residents in a healthier city. We want this rational bottle bill, and I ask the council to pass this important legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for making the time to testify. Final witness on this panel.
Thank you for convening us. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for proposing this bill. Thank you all 11 council members who co-sponsored. We hope that you all stay strong on that commitment. I'm meeting neighbors from Ward 7. I didn't know I had. We are not all here together. As it turns out, there are a lot of people who are on the same side of this issue. Just to set up my life for work, the reason I'm here with 3 minutes, I am the river keeper for Anacostia River Keeper. My name is Trey Sherrod. As person Trey, I am a renter in Ward 7. I have been in Ward 7 for 8.5 years. I was 4 years in Ward 5 before that. My partner and I currently share a 650, and that's maybe a little stretch, square foot apartment wherein we recycle. I'm going to have a whole lot of written testimony to submit. I'm going to have a whole lot of environmental testimony at the environmental hearing, but this is the business hearing. And I heard a lot of disinformation about business today. First off, as far as recyclables go, I keep my recyclables in my apartment until my smaller bin fills, and then I walk them outdoors to my building bin. I don't know where these ideas of this massive crawling mouse and rat and roach infested recycling pile comes from. Most of our recyclables come with lids, which I usually put back on, right? That's not causing this hygienic problem for me inside my tiny apartment. I'm curious about these scaremongering that's going on. I was personally shocked by the amount of time wasted by the opposition today. This body's time, my time waiting for my turn to testify, the time of all the restaurants who signed on to letters, even though they are exempt, the time of all of the small business owners, physically small, who are exempt. Time and time again today, we have heard, actually, you're exempt, right? Even small producers, local breweries, right? A lot of those are actually exempt. Hours have been wasted today on this issue, right? Hours are being wasted, dollars are being wasted. People's time is being wasted by the scare tactics of opposition to this. They are sending robotexts to people all over Ward 7, right? And now to council, all of the wards. The amount of our time that's being wasted is shocking. The stats for the environment are really easy to share. You've heard them many times today. 60% of all of the litter floating on the Anacostia River or on its banks is a plastic bottle. There's even more past that is a glass bottle or aluminum can. Ward 8 has 1 of 8 trash traps. Ward 7 has 5 trash traps. Wards 6 and 5 also have 1 each. As a former Ward 5 council member, I hope that that hits for you. I hope that it hits for Felder. I hope that it hits for Parker, and I know it hits for Allen.
Thank
for
you
the time.
for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony on this panel. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Nadeau, see if she has any questions on this round.
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate the testimony. Ms. Slade, you were going to say something about growing up in Michigan, I think, and then you ran out of time. I'm a sucker for that, so go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, it was Ms. Powell. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Thank you. I think I'm the only one up here who grew up in Michigan, so thank you. The last point I was going to make, which I think is the most important point, is when I grew up in Michigan, we had the bottle bill. We had a very strong anti-littering campaign. Here, we don't have that, and we've got far more trash, but I think by passing this bill, this can be DC's anti-littering campaign.
So I was going to share my story from growing up in Michigan, which was that we were not allowed to take the cans back ourselves. That was my dad's thing. And if you damaged the cans, you were in big trouble because that 10 cents was very valuable to him. But I also grew up with the jingle, if you see a piece of litter, pick it up, pick it up. So, Michigan definitely taught me some good stuff that we're trying to bring here because as a ward council member, litter is one of the number one complaints that I deal with. And people are very upset about it. And as many clean teams as I've created to help with it, they can't pick it up fast enough. People have no remorse about throwing their trash on the ground. So let's change the way they think about that trash. Let's make it valuable to them. Mr. Sherrod, thank you for taking us out on the water yesterday so we could see the situation out there. There was some testimony earlier today that I thought you might be particularly well situated to help me with. So it was, someone had said, DC's portion of the Anacostia is only a teeny bit. So, why do we have to be the ones to pay to clean it up? But I was thinking, and we didn't have enough time in that round, all of the litter that we saw on the river yesterday, that was coming from DC storm drains, right?
It's a mix where we saw it.
Yeah.
A lot of it's DC storm drains. So you got to think about like the suburban areas in Maryland where people are not walking from a 7-Eleven home. They don't have a bottle, a chip bag, or whatever it is in their hand, right, to drop. That sort of concentration of the ability to litter is focused in DC, right? And especially in wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. Until the sewage tunnel came online, we were seeing trash from not just DC, but whoever was coming in to the mall. Those storm drains took it out to the Anacostia River. We're still seeing there's thousands of storm drains in the city. They're easy to overlook until it floods, right? Because it's clogged with bottles. But they're everywhere, and they are a consistent problem throughout the city, and they are how the trash gets into the creek. But the fact that it was on the ground in the first place to get into the storm drain means we failed. It means that curbside recycling is not working in DC. It means that all of the statements made by opposition earlier about how well the system is working, if you have your eyes open when you walk around the city, you can see that that's not true.
Yeah.
I believe the trash trap in the aquatic gardens is all DC trash because it's all storm water from DC.
There's two on Nash Run. There's another one upstream of that. And yes, they are both DC. And they catch literally tons of trash a year just on that one creek out of a lot that are in the city.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Nadeau. I would just caution Trey Sherrod, this notion that it's been a waste of time today to hear some of the testimony that you heard. I would disagree with that. I don't think we have to agree with this bill in every aspect, and that witnesses generally with any bill of the council are going to agree with 100% of every measure that comes before us. Just because you have not experienced rodents at your home, on your recycle bin, doesn't mean others haven't, right? I live in a neighborhood where it's a high traveled area, and the stuff that ends up in my recycle bin isn't always things that come out of my house, right? And so I don't want to dismiss what others have testified to because it represents their experience, and I don't pretend to know everybody's experience, and I hope you wouldn't either. I can see how you might disagree with some of the things or tactics that others have used to get people down here, even when it comes to, stores or restaurants, not understanding what an exemption means for them. I think is an important aspect of the legislative process. So I think it's important that we hear from everybody, whether or not we agree with them, and that we not dismiss concerns raised by business owners, whether or not they understand the full ramifications of the bill, whether or not they exempt it. I think it's all a learning process for some of these folks. So, and they take, I think, a lot of time away from actually running their business to come down here and testify, which is why I know some of the names I'm calling, they aren't here because they couldn't afford to stay as long as it took to hear their name get called. And I know that's a sacrifice for everybody, including the folks who are here, because you all have been patiently waiting. So I appreciate that. But I just, for those who might have been at home listening or others who have already come and testified, I wanted to not let the record perhaps reflect some notion that this body or the council or anybody would be dismissive of the concerns that they've raised, whether or not we can identify them with them. So I do appreciate everybody's testimony this afternoon. And if you haven't already provided your testimony in writing, I would urge everybody to do so. Thank you. Our next panel is going to be Joe Bishop Henchman, Marie Ellis Diamond. She's Commissioner Joe Bishop Henchman and Commissioner Marie Ellis Diamond. All right. Dr. Karen Wooten. Dr. Karen Wooten still here, maybe? Oh, perfect. All right. Dr. Enoch. And I don't want to mispronounce the name. The name spelled Adewuyi. Perfect. Is here. I think we have 4. Oh, 3. Okay. All right. Who are we missing? 1, 2. Joe. Got it. Okay. That person's not here. How about Keith Hyun? Keith Hyun. All right. Aiden Sharon or Sharon? Okay. Salima Dofo? Nope. Hakeem Brown Bay? Garvey Bridgers? Brenda Mormon? Brenda Mormon? Oh, perfect. All righty. For anybody who's keeping track, we're on witness 86. In case you're trying to plan your schedules. Good afternoon to you all. Thanks for your patience. We'll begin from my right and your left. You each have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Karen Wooten. I live in the H Street corridor in Ward 6. I want to thank everyone for this opportunity to testify, and I also want to thank everyone who has testified. I have learned a lot sitting here all day since this morning, and I have really heard the other side too, appreciated hearing things I didn't think about, and then also just educating myself about the issue. I'm not going to be here as with all the numbers and statistics that other people have talked about before, I'm just testifying as someone who does monthly trash pickup and has lived in Ward on the 8th Street corridor for about 8 years. I moved here from San Diego, and we have obviously a bottle return program there. As everyone knows, San Diego, well, maybe not everyone, but let me tell you, San Diego is a beautiful place, and our beaches are actually very clean. Sometimes it seems like they have their own self-cleaning mechanism until you see these guys walking around with these huge bags, and they're just collecting the bottles and taking them in for to get the 5 or 10 cents back. It works really well. I feel like this recycling program is such a no-brainer. The disposal of beverage containers are a burden on our communities, and beverage companies need to take responsibility for the litter and the pollution that they're putting out there. Like I said, for the last 8 years, my amazing neighbors have organized a cleanup every month. I think actually one of my neighbors was testifying earlier. I was like, oh, I recognize that. And I just want to say that this may not have been brought up, but it's really disgusting to have to go out there and pick up bottles off the street. It's really, they get dirty, they get contaminated by Taco Bell, and you have to bend over, clean them up. It's if somebody had the bottle to begin with and it was clean and they were saving it to recycling it, it would never have ended up in that situation and gotten so yucky. It's also sometimes dangerous because the bottles break and you're having to pick them up and it's glass. And kind of what makes it even worse for me is that these are things that I would never let my kids drink these things. I mean, to me, these are beverages that are just empty calories. They give my kid cavities and health problems. And it's not like I think that this litter is justified by the positive benefit that it's bringing. I don't really feel like we need to expand beverage companies. I know that maybe that is making money for some people, but to me, the harm that it causes to health and to litter in our communities is more of a burden than what people get out of it. So this year has just been like a punch in the gut for me, watching so many of our city's environmental and clean energy programs get sacrificed on the altar of the emergency budget cuts. This is a good program. It's super easy. I think you should do it.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Hi, I'm Maria Lee Diamond. I heard somebody say District of Containers. No, I live in the District of Community. The same person called my city that I love a District of Containers. I live in the District of Care. I'm a resident of Ward 1 in the Adams Morgan neighborhood, and I serve as the ANC Commissioner for 1CO4. Today, I'm speaking as a Ward 1 resident, parent, and community advocate. First, I want to thank the 11 council members who co-introduced the legislation with my own council member, Nadeau. I'm new to serving as an ANC commissioner, and what has surprised me most is how much of my time is consumed by one issue: trash. Being an ANC commissioner is trashy. Who knew? In just the past 6 months, ANC 1C has sponsored 4 community cleanups. At our most recent one in Calorama Park, we filled 7 large bags of garbage. Half of it was beverage containers. My neighbors, our children, and the many visitors who come to Adams Morgan deserve parks and streets that are clean and beautiful. When I thought about testifying today, I kept remembering my grandmother. She lived in Cincinnati, where I spent summers as a child. She had a wire shopping cart that she pushed down the hill to the grocery store, or maybe it was a food mart, because as I understand it now, she lived in what we would call a food desert. She loved her Orange Crush, and it always came in heavy glass bottles tucked into a cardboard 6-pack. Her milk came in glass bottles too. And when the glass bottles were empty, they went right back into the cart, right back to the store. And sometimes I would walk with her. That's just the way it was done. If my grandmother could make that simple routine part of her everyday life, raising kids, working, and managing a household, then we can do it too. We can relearn what past generations knew instinctively, that our responsibility to each other includes not trashing the world around us. We've already proven that behavior can change. I remember the uproar over the 5-cent bag fee. At first, I was constantly forgetting my reusable bags, but soon it became second nature. Now I rarely see plastic bags tangled in trees or floating in Rock Creek. That law worked. This one will too. So I'll close with that image of my grandmother pushing her cart home, bottles clinking without thinking twice about returning them. It wasn't a burden, it was just life. We've heard a lot today about the cost to businesses, which is not insignificant. We've heard much less about our values and what we believe in as citizens and as a city. Do we want and believe in a clean city? What sacrifices are we willing to make to achieve this? Pass the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Act of 2025. Let's give DC the cleaner, healthier, more beautiful city it deserves.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next.
Yeah, my name is Enoch Koladewi, and I'm the president of Fort Lincoln Pharmacy and Super Pharmacy on H Street. And everyone sitting here today will agree with me that we need to do something about the environmental situation of this city. It's the capital city of United States, and some people refer to it as the capital city of the world. But I think the big issue is that, are we really doing it the right way? Are we putting the pressure on the right people who is bearing the brunt of the responsibility? We fear on the retailers for them to take this burden. For pharmacists specifically, I think there are two issues that I want to raise here. The first one is health and the health of the people. As pharmacists, the main function of the pharmacy is to prevent diseases and promote health. I can imagine somebody who have open surgery coming to the pharmacy to pick up medication and then sitting beside a trash can, which might be contaminated. So this will be completely against the functions of a pharmacy to deal with. And I don't think we will be able to pass health inspection and even pharmacy inspection. So that is one important issue. The second issue is security and safety. We all know that in pharmacies, we are subject of attack for people who wants to rob the pharmacy for controlled drugs. And on the 11th of March, 2021, I was physically assaulted at the pharmacy. Somebody came looking for help at the pharmacy OTC. And when I came out, I had a gun at my side, and somebody just came in, the second person at the other side. And they matched me into the pharmacy and assaulted us, took controlled drugs and all those things. So at the end of the day, I mean, we are not trained to handle things like this, not mentioning the financial implication of this. So I want you to really, really look at it. Is it, are we really prepared to handle this? Are we equipped to handle this? Are we the right people to take care of this, the retailers? So that is the reason why I'm here to testify. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for letting us express our opinion about this bill, which I'm strongly in favor of. My name is Brenda Mormon. I've lived in the District of Columbia for 50 years. I raised my family here. I worked on trying to get the bottle bill passed in 1987. I've participated and organized in many cleanups in all parts of the city with the Sierra Club, the Garden Club, Citizens Association of Georgetown. I've been on rat patrol with Mr. Brown of the DC Department of Rodent Control. I know the city. I know the trash. I know what bottles and cans discarded means. It decreases the beauty of our city. It also causes a health problem. Our city attracts millions of visitors a year. They come here and they go through our neighborhoods, they see our monuments, and they when they see cans and bottles on our streets and in our parks, they get the impression that this is a community of people that don't care about their communities. Nothing could be further from the truth. Litter attracts more litter. We need to stop that cycle. The DC City Council has over the years had a great reputation for passing landmark environmental legislation. We have a chance to do that again with this bill, and I urged you to do it. I think there are economics benefits to this bill. In years when I've gone on my walks, I've carried bags to pick up cans and bottles to take them home to put in my own recycling. And one day a young man came up to me to talk to me about what I was doing. He said I explained what I was doing. He said he was from Iowa. He said he picked up cans and bottles. By the way, Iowa has a bottle bill. He said he picked up cans and bottles over the years, and he had made enough money to put himself through college. Now, that's a success story if I've ever heard one, and I think we can do that here. Thank you.
I love that. Thank you so much. When I was talking to some of our young people in Anacostia Park about this before the bill introduction, I asked them what they would spend the money on. And one of them said they wanted to help contribute to costs at home for their family. One said they wanted to buy a car. There's all kinds of things our young people can envision that they would do if they had the enterprise and the opportunity to earn funds in a low barrier way. So I love that story. It's a great way to round out the panel. Commissioner Diamond, thank you for being here today and repping Ward 1. Appreciate that very much. Okay, Dr. Adewuye, how big is your pharmacy? What's the square footage?
Yeah, one is under 2,000 and one is over 2,000.
Okay, they're both under 2,000?
No, one is under and one is over.
One is over, okay. And what do you do with bottles and cans now?
Well, we don't actually, what we do right now is that we have patient that comes in and while they are waiting for their prescription, they need a drink and that they buy drinks and then we have recycling, they drop it if they don't take it away.
Mhm.
That is what we do right
Okay, I mean, so it would kind of be the same thing. I mean, in terms of cleanliness?
now. No, we don't have any problem in terms of cleanliness.
So it's the same, literally the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. We're going to be, if we have a 14 by 25 refrigerator now, and now we are now a depository center, it's not people that are coming to the pharmacy that will be bringing their bottle. It will be people from outside.
Maybe, but I feel like people are not going to go to the pharmacy to drop their container if they could go somewhere else they're already shopping. I mean, that's just like if you think about human behavior, but okay, but that answered my question about the cleanliness. So it's the same essentially in terms of the cleanliness because you already have a container for bottles and cans there.
Now, if you take a bottle now and you drink it and you dump it, we are sure that is not a trash. That is different from someone who is scavenging and come from one of our pharmacies just at the boundary of Maryland and DC on Blendersburg Road. So if it is the trash that we are using, which employees also used it.
Yeah.
So that will not a problem. It's just like household trash when it comes to the number of people that will be dropping.
Got
But
it.
if we are now a center for people to come and drop bottles, that's a different situation completely.
Okay. All right. I hear you on that. It's definitely a different use case than some of the others we've discussed today. So we can talk more about that. We'll make a note of that one. So thank you all very much for your testimony. Appreciate you today.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Next we have Nachi Yella Pragada, Cody Austin, Don Bates, and Greg Parikh. Doing my best on the pronunciation. I apologize. People get mine all wrong all the time. So if I've done it, many apologies. Okay, I've got one more seat. Elizabeth Hartman. Elizabeth Hartman. Elizabeth Hartman, no. Elizabeth Hartman. Dusty Horwit. Dusty Horwit. Okay, Dorothy Ann Scanley. Dorothy Ann Scanley. Nope. Eve Hamilton. All right, that's our panel. When you're ready, you may begin.
Appreciate the opportunity to testify in support. Appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of D26.58. I wanted to share a personal anecdote on the impact of positive social corporate responsibility. So until July, I was serving as an AmeriCorps volunteer in the town of Cordova, Alaska. I also briefly spent some time as a commercial fisherman. And some fast facts about Cordova, just for context, it's a town in South Central Alaska. It's cut off from the road system, so no way to get there aside from by a boat or a plane. And because of that, we end up burning most of our cardboard and the trash just kind of goes to the dump. But despite that, the community still takes a lot of effort to kind of minimize their buying or like the things that they buy. They don't really buy single-use items too much, and they do their best to barter, upcycle, and recycle as much as they can. So what I wanted to talk about was, you might remember the 1989 Exxon Valdez oil spill. This was the most expensive oil spill in history, and it cost billions of dollars in reparations for both Exxon Valdez, as well as it just did unimaginable damage to the local ecosystem. It destroyed the local wildlife. It also hurt the livelihoods of a lot of the fishermen in the area. And a lot of that was actually mitigated by reparations that Exxon was forced to pay in response to this disaster. And so this involved settlements to a lot of these fishermen. It also involved more money that went towards salmon hatcheries, which are basically these really remote sites that raise and then release wild salmon to support just fishing in general. And a lot of it actually also went to nonprofit organizations. So I served at a 501c3 nonprofit that was supported directly by these reparations from ExxonMobil. And a lot of other nonprofits exist as well. And a lot of the rebound that we've seen in the ecosystem there is because of the reparations that Exxon Valdez paid. And so in respect to the DC bottle bill, what I'd like to say is ExxonMobil paid $4 billion or so. That was almost nothing compared to their current profits. Now I think it's less than 10% or something like that. And the DC bottle bill, it's just a deposit. It's almost no money. And you can see a lot of positive social benefits from just essentially holding corporations responsible. So I think the community will respond really positively to this. And I've only been in town for about 4 months, but I think this will be really positive. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Councilmember McDuffie for convening the hearing and to thank the council members who voted in favor of co-introducing this bottle bill. My name is Cody Austin. I'm a member of the Sierra Club, a regulatory consultant, and a DC resident of over 4 years in Ward 3. I originally come from a rural New York town, and growing up in a working class family, I needed all the money I could get. One way to do this was to collect, clean, and return bottles and cans at my local grocery store. It wasn't much, but I earned some extra spending money while keeping my town clean. For a long time, I assumed every state had a refundable recycling system, but unfortunately, New York is only one of 10 states with a bottle bill, largely due to the lobbying efforts of the beverage industry, which spends millions fighting against such legislation. Since DC does not require refundable container deposits, our beverage container pollution has run rampant. 617 million bottles and cans are sold in DC each year, but only a measly 25% get recycled. DC's lack of incentive structure for recycling allows over 464 million containers to linger in our parks, deteriorate in our environment, and spread toxic chemicals and microplastics into our neighborhoods, our waterways, and our bodies. Thankfully, things do not have to be this way. Much of our plastic pollution can be remedied by passing this bottle bill, which would put money back into our local communities. If passed, this bottle bill would financially benefit the people of DC and all those involved in the recycling process. Consumers would pay a 10-cent refundable deposit when they purchase a bottled or canned beverage. Then, consumers are immediately refunded 10 cents when they return their bottle or can at a reverse vending machine, thereby providing the financial incentive to recycle. People can also choose to pick up any unrecycled beverage containers and return those for cash without paying the deposit. This incentive structure puts money into the pockets of DC residents, as we have seen in New York City, where canners have become a thriving profession that help keep the city's streets and rivers clean. Grocers and retailers would also be paid a handling fee per container to cover their cost of accepting returns, handling, and storing them. Plus, redemption centers would open around the city, providing entrepreneurship opportunities for small businesses and employment opportunities for community members. Encouraging residents to return their bottles and cans for cash will lead to a higher return rate, and thus taxpayers will also pay less than they currently do for curbside recycling programs, which have proven to be ineffective at managing our pollution problem. Rather than burdening DC taxpayers and residents with the costs of pollution, this bottle bill puts the onus on the beverage companies to address the problem they have created. I love DC, and that is why I wholeheartedly support the passage of B 2658. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Next. Thank y'all. My name is Don Bates. I'm the owner of Osprey Initiative. Somehow we've kind of become the nationwide leader in protecting and enhancing urban water. Don't ask me how it happened, but it's happened. So invented a litter trap 9 years ago, quit my day job 7 years ago to focus on protecting and enhancing urban water. My background, I'm an environmental geologist by background. So everything is data driven. Almost to a fact of being very nerdy. So when we started our business in Mobile, Alabama, it was all about data and modifying EPA protocols to really tell the true story. Today, we've worked in almost 30 states, specializing in build actual litter plans, not just traps, and event recycling. We did the Super Bowl last year in the Superdome, quite an adventure. And so with that, we hear the frustration. We're working all over the country. It's very myriad. And one thing y'all are very fortunate with in DC is just tremendous volunteer groups that are kind of living the definition of insanity and the frustration that goes with that. But we're also seeing a little bit of a flaw in the data. So we were fortunate. We did one project. Private clients represent about 25% of our revenue stream. A lot of those are pilot projects that lead into larger projects. So we had a project, say, in Birmingham, Alabama, that was a $25,000 pilot that now, is about $500,000 in work in that community protecting the water. Our initial project was in Oxen Run. We got to work also in Barnaby Run, which feeds Oxen Run, and a little bit in Oxen Cove. Our data, what we see is an overcount of floatables in the data set. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing an undercount in the sinkables from a water quality standpoint. So for that specific event, we concentrated where Barnaby Run kind of daylights. And at that spot, and we're just real about the data. We're not here to carry anybody's water. From a weight standpoint, we were 4 to 8% of PET bottles. And then from a volume, we were about 13% at that time. But we were in a high energy environment. We had high energy, so your floatables are going to go. Our biggest issue at that spot was 4 or 5 of those scooters, leaking batteries in the water. So our experience is, let's look at the total litter, and then we take it down and break it into watersheds. So Oxen Cove, for instance, is a great receptor. It's going to be a collector of floatables. That also tends to be where we go work. We didn't know this when we started our business, but today we actually break the water down into zones, and let's be specific, all the zones. And so sinkables are really not counted in the litter stream. We see how people see it. So we're just excited to be here. We're going to be at Langston Park working in December, multiple groups. Some of the folks here today on both sides are going to be involved with that. And we're going to look at how that litter is coming into that area and what we can do to actually solve it. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Our last witness on this panel is Eve Hamilton.
Chairperson McDuffie and members of the committee, Councilperson Nadeau and Pinto, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of a bottle bill for DC. My name is Eve Hamilton, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. As a resident who cares deeply about the health of our city, I see the impact of single-use beverage containers every day, as many others have also commented today. When I walk around the city, I notice bottles and cans tossed on sidewalks, stuffed into overflowing public trash bins, or washing into storm drains where they end up in the Anacostia. This is not just an eyesore, it's a waste of valuable materials and a cost to our environment, our health, and our city. I've lived in DC long enough to know that we have hardworking sanitation crews and dedicated community volunteers who pick up litter, But the truth is we cannot clean our way out of this problem. We need a system that prevents bottles and cans from becoming waste in the first place, and a bottle bill does exactly that. Currently, DC recycles only 24% of beverage containers, as has also been pointed out throughout the day. Compare that to states with deposit return systems where recycling rates can reach 80 to 90%. Deposit systems also reduce litter dramatically. For example, Michigan has seen an 84% reduction in beverage container litter, and Oregon reported an 83% reduction shortly after implementing its bill. These reductions not only lead to cleaner streets, but also lower cleanup costs for the city. A bottle bill works because it gives every container a value. When something has value, people treat it differently. Instead of being tossed on the ground or into the trash, bottles and cans are returned, reused, and recycled. I know this firsthand. I grew up in Iowa. Iowa seems to be representing a little bit today. Where even a nickel deposit was enough to make sure my friends and I never let a can go to waste. That early lesson that these containers are resources, not garbage, stuck with me. A deposit in DC, a deposit bill, would send the same clear message: waste less, recover more. As a DC resident, I want to be proud of how our city leads on sustainability. We already have a plastic bag fee and have expanded the availability of composting services. This is the next logical step. Let's stop letting bottles and cans slip through our fingers and into our rivers. Let's turn them into an opportunity for a cleaner, healthier, more circular DC. I strongly urge you to pass this legislation. Thank you for your time and leadership on this important issue.
And thank you for your time and testimony this afternoon. I want to thank each of the witnesses for their testimony this afternoon. I also want to note that we've been joined by Ward 2 council member and member of the Committee on Business and Economic Development, Brooke Pinto. And I want to turn to Councilmember Pinto for a round.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman McDuffie. Nice to see you and Councilmember Nadeau, and thank you again for introducing this bill. And for all of our witnesses on this panel and who have joined us today, I think the fact that there are so many witnesses signed up to testify today is a real testament to how important this issue is. For those of you who have looked at other states that have adopted a bottle bill, what have you seen in terms of their implementation success, both as it relates to the deposit system, but also other sort of educational campaigns that we can be learning from and thinking about in DC to start now around the importance of not letting our trash and waste get to places that's going to ultimately float or sink in our rivers?
I'll go a little bit. We've worked across the country. You know, we've looked at the LA River in Los Angeles. We looked at some work out there. We see a little bit of a difference in socioeconomic, not so much that the socioeconomic side is a bigger litter, they just live in a greater population density. And so we see pretty easy success. The folks that are making their groceries at the farmer's market on the weekend can bring their glass, you know, and it's kind of it's a little different. And so affluent communities, we see less. That's kind of already happening, but we do see just a greater concentration, strictly a ratio of population in underserved communities. That we just see more litter in general. We do a lot of brand audits in what we do, and you can even see more cost-effective items are typically prevalent in underserved communities. So we've worked in Davenport, Iowa. No difference in our data set from the plastic bottle. Of course, we're catching floatables, so it's a little different. And then we've worked in New York, you know, and I think a lot of it's relative to the litter you see. But most of our work is in the water. That's the great accumulator. And so one of the keys of our data set is condition tells a story. And so very often we're trying to deal with litter at a receiving water when we really need to move the fight upstream where it might be coming from. And that's some of the missing data points. We love our citizen scientists. They're great. But there's looking at it a whole, there's a little more data that goes with it to really start tracking source.
And are there strategies that you've found most effective to combat some of those tendencies?
So we have our education program tends to be working. I think, you know, I'm 55. I'm probably not going to change much, probably who I am. But for children to start understanding their footprint, So like our data set is what is litter on the ground? And again, y'all are very fortunate here to have so many, involved groups with this. But I think it's more of a footprint, not separating items. We see a lot of styrofoam in most of the areas we work, which is really a more significant microplastic issue down the road from a degradation standpoint. And so it's more, I think, COVID upset the apple cart. We were seeing a lot of reusable stuff in COVID, but all of a sudden we had blanket no use of reusables and things. So it's complicated, but it's just more of community by community. And we work in some communities that people are now celebrating their water just by the little bit of work we've done. And it's changed something in that community. Got some great stories about that, but I don't want to take everybody else's time.
Great. Thank you. Any other thoughts on this? Other educational strategies?
I will say I worked as a after-school educator during my time at the 501c3 nonprofit. I think a big reason that the culture changed in that town that I lived in was because the science center I worked at started in 2000 in response to the oil spill. And now even the adults in their 30s, 40s, even the older adults in their 50s, and absolutely all of the kids are very environmentally aware.
Interesting. Okay, that's a good reminder, I think, to start early in a lot of our civic engagement and teachings in school and out of school. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Truly appreciate the testimony today. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next on our witness list, we have David, sounds like Board, Demetrius Dever, I'm sorry, or Dever. Tracy Bowen. You don't have to talk to you. Somebody can talk to you. You can slide over here and then we'll have somebody from the team talk to you. Tracy Bowen, David Board, Demetrius Dever, and Reed Decton. We'll begin with Tracy Bowen. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. My name is Tracy Bowen. I am representing my family and I today. We are residents of Ward 4. I have been here since this hearing started. My heart is just like grown. I'm so proud of all of you today. I'm very proud of you, Chair McDuffie, for running such a respectful democratic process today in this room. And it just is really, it fed my heart today. Thank you. I am in support of this bottle bill. I believe, and I know for a fact, that market-based approaches are what is required to address what is something we can all agree to. No matter who you are in this room, we all know that humans litter. Humans like to litter. I don't know if they like to, they just litter. And I have been dealing with this for many years. 30 years ago, I was working as a leader of the Alice Ferguson Foundation on the Potomac River just south of DC. We do the major cleanups every spring on the Potomac, getting thousands of volunteers out to pick up trash. You're hearing it's still going on, the trash cleanups. We started the Trash Free Potomac initiative. We got all of the elected officials to sign a trash treaty, the Potomac Watershed Trash Treaty, including 5 governors of the watershed, the mayor, council members, everybody, the county. That trash treaty was used by the EPA to create the trash TMDL that was based on one that happened in LA. We brought people from LA here who created a TMDL on the Los Angeles River at our trash summit. And then we got all the key partners and collaborators to create a trash TMDL for the Anacostia. They did it within 2 years. And then thankfully, the DC Council had the foresight and leadership to create the trash bag fee. And it's a really good demonstration. I think Councilman Allen's already talked about how that putting a fee on something and a value changes civic behavior. I am from Michigan. I grew up at a time, I'm from a big working class family, 7 kids, small house, my grandparents and my dad built, too many pets, and that bag or the bottle bill happens. And I remember no stress and no constraints and no financial concerns at the time, even for a family that had very little money to deal with it. It was something that was really, continues to be very important in the state. And as a young person, I used to raise money for the Muscular Dystrophy Association by going and collecting bottles and cans. It was an important thing that I used to be able to do and was empowered as a way to raise money. My nephew, I spoke with him last week. He's the chair of the Oakland County Council County Commissioners. He's been in that role for many years. And I realized in that conversation with him last week about the bottle bill and the bottle return system is that all bottle bills are, or all bottle returns are local, even if it's a state. Okay, I'll let go.
Yeah, and if you have additional testimony, we encourage you to make sure you
Yes, of
submit it
course.
to the committee. Next is David Board.
Yes, thank you. My name is David Board. I am a legal policy intern at the DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice and a third-year law student at GW Law here in the district. I have a strong interest in environmental justice, and my testimony today will highlight the benefits of DC's proposed bottle bill legislation by describing the district's litter problem and the associated economic impacts, how the bottle bill supports the district's environmental targets laid out in the Zero Waste Plan, and the success of bottle bill legislation in other jurisdictions. For these reasons, I urge the committee to report favorably on the bottle bill. First, our litter problem. The EPA has designated the Anacostia as impaired by trash. In 2023, almost 5,000 pounds of beverage containers alone were removed from the Anacostia, and beverage containers consistently account for half of all litter cleaned up across the Anacostia watershed. Plastic bottles by themselves comprise 60% of all trash floating in the Anacostia by weight. And this litter problem presents economic implications. Bottle pollution clogs drainage systems, increases flood risks, and hurts tourism and outdoor recreation. This all imposes costs on the district's government and our residents. The proposed bill is designed to mitigate our litter problem and the associated costs by redistributing responsibility among distributors and manufacturers to help manage the waste generated by the beverages that they sell and produce. And the district's bottle bill will also help achieve the district's environmental goals laid out in the Zero Waste Plan. In its Zero Waste Plan, the district set the goal of diverting 80% of solid waste away from landfills and incinerators. And initially, the district targeted 2032 as the year for achieving that 80% diversion rate. But that was recently pushed to 2040 following an analysis that indicated the district was not on target to meet the 2032 deadline. As of 2022, the citywide waste diversion rate was just under 28%, so we're still far from that 80% target. But the bottle bill will support the district in achieving its 80% waste diversion target by improving beverage redemption and recycling rates. And finally, there's demonstrated success of bottle bills in other jurisdictions. Bottle bills have existed in the US for over 50 years, and there's overwhelming evidence that bottle bill legislation works. States without bottle bills compared to those with bottle bills states with bottle bills compared to those without have half as much soda and beer litter per capita and 30% fewer pieces of litter in total per capita. Bottle bill states that levy a 10-cent fee are also more successful than states that levy a lower fee. Recently, Connecticut and Oregon both increased deposits from 5 cents to 10 cents and saw a dramatic increase in their redemption rates. In conclusion, by passing the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act, the council has a wonderful opportunity to mitigate negative impacts of litter and pollution on district residents. As such, this committee should report favorably on the bill. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Demetrius is next.
I'm sorry, good evening. Good evening, Chairman McDuffie, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Demetrius Deaver. I'm Director of Distribution for the Republic National Distribution Company. I've worked in the distribution business for more than 30 years, and I've been with RNDC since 2017. I oversee our day and night operations along with the transportation department. There are about 115 employees that I oversee. RNDC is proud to be a Ward 7 based business east of the Anacostia River on Sheriff Road. We are one of the Ward 7's largest employers with longstanding ties to the community. We are a union shop with Teamsters Local 639. And our workers can earn good wages. Our workers earn good wages and benefits that support solid middle-class lives. Many of our employees are multi-generation families, and we are one of the few places where someone can, without a college degree, can build a career that leads to a six-figure income. I want to speak today about how the dirty bottle bill would affect our operations, our workforce, and our community. Impact on our operations and workers. We simply do not have the room in our Ward 7 warehouse to manage the storage of empty bottles or dirty bottles. Our operations, like fellow wholesalers, are designed to safely move fresh products, beer and wine, and spirits into over 3,800 accounts across the district. On a typical day, we run 13 to 15 routes servicing nearly 300 accounts daily. The bill would force us to handle return containers alongside beverage products. That is a direct threat to the cleanliness and safety of our operation. To prevent contamination, we would never put trash on the same truck as fresh product. That means we would have to add entirely new routes, effectively doubling our routes, doubling our trucks parked curbside, and extending delivery times. This would increase costs dramatically and slow down service times to restaurants, retailers, and neighborhood shops. The added cost of new staff, new systems, new hauling would be overwhelming. These aren't minor adjustments, they are massive financial burdens that threaten the stability of our business itself. And when our business is put at risk, so are the good paying middle class jobs that hundreds of DC families count on. The impact of our community, our warehouse is located in a residential neighborhood. Turning it into a trash transfer station would be an enormous burden on our Ward 7 neighbors. Increased truck traffic, pest concerns, and sanitation issues are not what the community signed up for. In conclusion, this bill would impose enormous costs, logistical nightmares, and sanitation risks on RNDC and every other distributor in the district.
Your time has expired, so I'm gonna have to cut you right there and turn to our final witness for this panel.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, thank you for convening the hearing and for your stamina and for everybody's thoughtfulness in considering how to optimize and hopefully advance this legislation. My name is Reed Detchen. I'm a member of the Creation Care Committee of the Episcopal Diocese of Washington, which includes 32 parishes in the district, including Washington National Cathedral and my own St. Columbus and Tenleytown, as listed in my written testimony. At St. Columbus, we have partnered on several occasions with Ward 8 Woods Conservancy, which we heard from earlier today, an inspiring group that is doing great work to clean up the urban forests east of the Anacostia River. On their monthly cleanups along Shepherd Parkway in Congress Heights and Suitland Parkway near Alabama Avenue Southeast. It's shocking and dispiriting to see the bottle and can pollution in these areas. And while it is rewarding to see the results of a good cleanup, the size of the problem remains daunting. Speaking for myself, I see this work as a small personal form of reparations. We collectively created this problem, and we should work together to clean it up. I might add, since Councilmember Nadeau is leaving early tonight, it's to celebrate or recognize the Day of Atonement, which seems totally appropriate for this topic. Why should we care? We are called by our faith to love God and love our neighbor. Loving God implies loving his creation and treating nature with love and respect. Loving our neighbor implies acting together as a community to take care of our neighborhood environments as we would our own homes. Street trash is a visual symbol of indifference to our surroundings and well-being. Additionally, bottles and cans are breeding grounds for disease-carrying mosquitoes and sources of microplastic contamination that harms birds and animals as well as ourselves. The proposed legislation would help us open our children's eyes to parks and woods as places to connect with the wonders of nature and not as trash dumps, and to our rivers as places of beauty and wildlife, not as toxic sewers to avoid. Christians around the world celebrate annually the season of creation from September 1st to October 4th. as a time for renewing, repairing, and restoring our relationship to God, one another, and all of creation. The Episcopal Church is part of this international effort for prayer and action for climate justice and an end to environmental racism and ecological destruction. We cannot today resolve all of these threats to the natural world, but to celebrate the season of creation, let's take this small step toward a more beautiful, healthful, and natural world.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate all the testimony from the witnesses on this panel. Let me turn to Councilmember Pinto for a round.
Thank you all so much, and thank you for the work that many of you do around supporting our healthy environment and making sure that we can clean up our rivers. I wanted to ask you from a business perspective, as we consider really any law in the district, it's often about a balancing act of what goals we're trying to accomplish, how we can accomplish those goals, what that's going to look like from an implementation perspective, if there are any other unanticipated consequences. And so as we think about balancing the very real need to remove trash and litter from the Anacostia River and the Potomac River, and cut down on our environmental impact that we're all making, with the logistical challenges that you talked about, can you just walk me through a little bit more from a kind of like weekly operations perspective, what this would mean for your business and how you would try to accommodate this new law?
Okay, so the weekly, what we do and how we do it, and okay. So we're a distributor. I saw you had Mr. Laxton here earlier, and some other vendors that that we service. We technically we have a day warehouse, night warehouse. The day warehouse receives the product. The night warehouse loads the product for delivery for the next day. Okay. How this would affect, if we were talking about the bottle bills specifically, would be when I don't know how it would play out, but you make the assumption that we would have to pick up the empty bottles from our merchants. Okay. When are we supposed to pick them up? We can't pick them up while we're delivering. That would be, you have cross-contamination, so, and then you have the extra hours that it would take it's basically you add in extra stops. It's more work. With more work becomes more labor. With more labor, your cost dollars go up. So I'm just trying to generalize it for you. And then the second part of that would be housing it. Right? When it comes back to the warehouse, what do? We don't have a lot of room. You're free to come visit the warehouse. 4235 Sheriff Road. But we just don't have a lot of room. And my concern would be, one, where do we store it? Two, how often does it get picked up? And then even with the recycling, whoever comes to pick it up, that's an additional cost. I'm looking at it from a business aspect. I know we have the environmental issue and, no one likes trash. I get that. All I'm asking is that we look at it from every scenario, every objective.
Okay, thank you for that. And I wonder if a system of having large distribution centers as opposed to having each distributor responsible for the pickup would accommodate some of that concern. Do you have any thoughts on kind of a different system?
If you ask me my personal opinion, I think that maybe, because it's not coming back to the warehouse. But you still would have the responsibility of picking it up. You still would have to quantify that additional labor, because we can't pick it up with the drivers that are running the routes. Just can't do it.
Understood. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you. Thank you so much, this panel. Mr. Dever, you're with Republic National Distributing Company?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just to clarify, the bill does not require distributors to take back containers from retailers. The stewardship organization sets up a system to handle that with haulers. You don't have to pick anything up and you don't have to store anything.
Okay.
But it does look like you distribute in other bottle bill states. Can you talk about the way your company complies in those states?
I can't. I mean, the only one that I'm familiar with would be Michigan.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's the person that I talk to the most in those other states.
Sure. So how do they do it?
And have never talked to Todd about it, quite honestly.
I would love to hear.
Yeah,
You
but
know, since your company has that experience, if you could come back to us, that'd be
I
helpful.
could do that.
Great.
I could do that.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you each for your testimony this evening. Thank you. Next on our list is Dorothy Ann Scanley, Brian Stebley, Joanne Zellman, Chuck Wallman. What's your name, ma'am? Got it. Thank you. 2. Brian Stebley, no. Chuck Wallman, no. Adrian Wojciechowski. No. Samir Monk. Mary Quillen Helms. Okay. William Brighton. Okay, we have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We will begin. So everybody's seated from my right and your left. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for everybody for your patience this evening. I know it's been a long day for many people. I've seen you seated for quite some time, so I appreciate that. You each will have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Well, thank you for accommodating my lateness. Chairman McDuffie, members of the committee, thank you for hearing out so many residents and businesses today. I'm Ann Scanley, a 50-year resident of Ward 2. Clearly, this bottle bill has touched a lot of nerves. The nerves it touches for me are pollution, public health, and social responsibility. You're hearing a lot today about the good this bill will do, and I concur with all of that. I want to push back on some of the misunderstandings and apprehensions of companies testifying against the bill. They will tell you that the bill will drive up the costs of beverages. No, beverages will cost the same as long as the container is recycled. Besides, beer and soda and sugary juices and teas aren't exactly necessities. We're not talking about jugs of milk. Yes, beverage companies will be charged a handling fee to support the redemption process, but large companies can easily afford that. Last night I looked up the gross profit, not revenue, of Coca-Cola, and in the most recent quarterly report, they made $7.5 billion, and that was just in a quarter. For Anheuser-Busch in the same period, it's almost $8.5 billion in 3 months. I think they can afford to finance a few redemption centers. And I don't think the cost should be a problem for small companies either. I looked at data from the Brewers Association that represents all the small and independent and craft brewers. And I looked at the data for the states that have bottle bills. Vermont ranks #1 in the country in density of craft breweries in the whole country. So clearly they're able to thrive even though they have their state requires deposits on bottles. Don't get me wrong, I love beer, but businesses are always going to act in their self-interest. And if they can push a cost off onto society, they're going to do it. That's kind of their job. But it's the job of citizens and government to say, no, No, the consequences of your product aren't acceptable. No, we don't want bottles washing into the ocean, contaminating the fish we eat with microplastics. No, we don't want broken glass on our playgrounds. And no, we don't want the greenhouse gases generated by the manufacturing of bottles and cans.
Thank you. It sounds like you had some more testimony to go. So hopefully you had an opportunity to submit it electronically. If not, we would encourage you to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Committee Chair McDuffie, thank you for the
You
opportunity.
can hit that button on the base of your mic. We want to make sure everybody can hear you. There you go.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. And my name is Joanna Zalman, and I am a volunteer with Sierra Club DC, as well as DC Voters for Animals. I am also a video producer and an aunt to 3 nephews who are also DC residents. And a few years ago, I filmed a cleanup at Pope Branch Park, and I faced a filmmaking problem, which was that I couldn't get a wide enough shot to capture all of the trash. I even tried climbing up to the top of a dumpster to see it all, and I still could not capture it all in one shot. The number of tires, it was crazy. The condoms were very disturbing. And most upsetting, though, was the piles and piles of bottles and cans that were just flooding Ward 7. So I have submitted some of these videos as part of my written testimony. And when I learned that over 464 million containers are buried, burned, or littered in DC every year, honestly, I struggled to picture it. So I did a bit of a visualization exercise. I figured out that if we line up all of those wasted bottles and cans, we could make a line of containers from the White House out to Tacoma Park and back 6,000 times. Another more DC-centric analogy would be if we wanted to cram all of those containers into Ben's Chili Bowl. We could pack that restaurant to the brim, and then we would still need 229 more Ben's Chili Bowl restaurants in order to fit all of those bottles and cans. That's how many containers are polluting our city every year. So for myself, I am excited to take my nephews to the store and show them that we take care of our planet by returning our bottles and get our cash back. And then I'll probably let them use it to buy some candy because I'm the cool aunt, not their parents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Next.
Hi, my name is Mary Quillian Helms. I am a second-generation Washingtonian. My family has owned Mr. Henry's, a restaurant on Capitol Hill, for 54 years. I also am a landlord to small retail businesses, including other restaurants, a liquor store. I am president of Eastern Market Main Street, and I deal with a lot of small businesses every day. I'm here to explain why this bill does not actually exempt restaurants, like I think you intend to, and even small retail stores that are exempt from having to be redemption centers will still incur a cost. Let me first start with restaurants. So we are exempted from the definition of retailer, which means the stewardship organization and the collection agencies will not have to serve us. But we still have to pay the 10-cent deposit on every bottle and can that we purchase. And restaurants purchase a lot of bottles and cans. So then we're going to have to figure out how to deal with those bottles and cans to get them back into your system. And that's going to be an additional cost. Then on top of that, from a small retailer point of view, even if a retailer that sells bottled soda or alcohol is exempt from having to be a redemption center, they're obviously still going to have to charge a 10-cent deposit on every bottle that goes out their store. Most people are using credit cards these days, and there's a convenience fee that the retailer pays to the credit card company. So for every 1,000 bottles
that goes through a store, that's $3 that the retailer is going to have to pay in credit card surcharges. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it adds up, right? And so those are some things to consider. I've also heard that there's a push to not exclude small retailers in this because you want more service centers in underserved communities, which is a good idea. The problem is the margin on any beverage, alcoholic or non-alcoholic, is much greater than the 4-cent handling fee on an empty bottle. So if these small retailers have to use their space for empty bottles, they're going to lose money on that space that they've rented or they have to support, right? So I want to see the city cleaned up, right? I don't fundamentally have a problem with a system that's trying to pass through the costs, but understand where those costs are. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I really do appreciate the time you spent down here waiting to provide it. And our last witness on this panel.
My name is Bill Brighton, and I'm a 46-year resident of DC. Proud of this community and plan to be here the rest of my life. I'm very familiar with a lot of federal legal processes and congressional hearings and things like that, but this is, to my chagrin, my first experience with the DC Council, and I'm even more proud of the city today than I was before, because I really congratulate you, Chairman McDuffie, and the members of this committee for conducting a really excellent hearing, being respectful to, despite having an overwhelming number of people that wanted to testify, being respectful and listening to everyone and treating all with respect and intelligence with the way you've approached things. So rather than go over ground that you've had gone over many times already, I want to at least give a little bit of personal perspective about how this kind of program works. I've some experience with bottle bills in Michigan and in where I went to law school, and Massachusetts, where we've summered. And they work extraordinarily easily from the perspective of a consumer. The steps that are needed to take the bottles and cans to, I'm thinking of the Stop and Shop, in Provincetown, Massachusetts, and put them in the reverse vending machine. It is a little bit of work, but it's also, from my perspective, satisfying because I know for sure that those bottles and cans are going to be recycled properly. They're not going to show up on the beaches and in the woods in the area, and that's a truly good thing. Curbside recycling, on the other hand, in DC, I'm a big fan of it. I'm kind of a fanatic about making sure that I separate every kind of recycling thing, but I know that's very much an exception. And my neighbors with 3 young children, who I adore, really are not that way at all. And so my recycling can often has random stuff that they have put in it, and that's fine. I can live with that, but it's not by itself. It's a good thing, but it's not by itself enough to ensure that recycling occurs for things like beverage containers that are better addressed separately. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of the witnesses for your time and for your testimony. I'm going to turn to my colleagues to see if they have any questions of this panel, starting with Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony. I don't have any further questions, but I appreciate all of your insights.
Councilmember Nadeau.
Thanks so much. Appreciate the testimony. And Ms. Colleen Helms, I definitely understand your concerns. I think we can keep talking about it. I've had several conversations with the Restaurant Association prior to introduction, which led to some of the exemptions that are already in the bill. I think you may have heard me mention earlier, I saw you were following very closely, so thank you. You may have heard me mention earlier, Maryland added a provision to give restaurants a handling fee. Even though you're not going to be collecting containers the way retailers would, but just to offset some of the costs you experience in that particular setting. It's been a minute. Does your business do a lot of container beverage or do you do more tap?
Both.
Oh, you're off. Sorry. Yeah, both.
Both. I
Mhm.
mean, the reality is that bottled beer has gotten popular.
Yeah.
And, we try to support local breweries. And although we try to get a keg, sometimes it's just more bottles that we
For
get
sure.
because they're changing their flavors and it's seasonal.
Sure.
And so it used to be 40 years ago, it was mostly tap, but now I would say it's about half and half.
And what do you do now with those containers?
Well, we're required by the city to have recycling for bottles and cans, right? And
Mhm.
so we have a separate recycling from the trash. We have to pay for that service. I'll tell you that I'm a little concerned with, we're now going to have to secure those, right? Like that's going to be an issue because even if the intention is to exempt restaurants,
You're going to want that money back.
well, somebody's going to go after it,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Even if we're not part of the system to return the bottles through the organization, the stewardship organization, right? They're going to be a commodity and people are going to go after them. And, yes, entrepreneurial people collecting bottles on the side of the road, that's what you want to see. But if they see a dumpster full of bottles and cans, they're going to go in there and
Oh, no, for sure.
and it's going to be, so.
Okay, I hear you. And also one thing to think about too is that even though you're not considered a distributor, you're going to be part of the ecosystem. So right. So that there will be opportunities for those containers to be collected by, there'll be more businesses that are going to be doing that. So it will come out of your recycling volume. Do you pay by volume?
For
your recycling to be paid
Oh,
up?
yeah, sure. Because we have to get a container that's big enough to support what we generate. So
This is changed, there could be pain and I get that. And I think we should really seriously consider the handling fee for you guys. But I think for you all, it's mostly going to be a shift of where those containers go and who takes them, and that you may save money on recycling. So it could be a wash, and I just don't want to get too far down that road because I don't want to just, try to predict. But if we could continue talking about this as the bill progresses, I'm happy to keep brainstorming, but I think that this is common in other places as well. So there's going to be other companies that spring up, or maybe your recycling company will have a version of this where they say, okay, we'll take these and then we'll handle your 10-cent return. Because I know you're going to want that money back.
Yeah. I mean, if we're gonna have to pay the distributors 10 cents,
yeah,
we want that
But
money
this is
back.
big business. These are going to be green jobs. People are going to want to start these businesses, and they may even be like, they'll come at closing time and pick them up from you. Like, there's a lot of options here that I think will end up working. So
I don't doubt it, but the devil's in the details. And the other thing you need to understand is those distributors are going to actually charge us fees. There are fees on my bills from all of my vendors.
Okay.
Right? And they just figure out a way, whether they call it a transportation fee or delivery fee or an environmental fee or whatever, right? So if the distributors are bearing the cost of this program, they will find ways to push that down, both through the price of the product as well as the fees that they charge retailers and restaurants and et cetera, et cetera. It's just, you just got to cover costs, right? Like, it's not a negative thing. And one other thing to consider is that you're never going to have 100% clean bottles. People shove limes in their beer.
Sure.
Right? Like, so the system can't just be switching from recycling to bottle collection, because not all of those bottles will be deemed collectible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, and right now those bottles aren't being recycled because of that. So it's kind of the point, right? We want them to be cleaned. All right. Well, TBD, we can TBC, to be continued. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you each for your testimony. I do really appreciate it. And then if you have not provided your written testimony, each of you, please do so. We definitely want to have a comprehensive record of this hearing. You all are providing some really important testimony, and we want to make sure we can capture it. So thank you. We're going to go next to Dale Brown, Avery Forney. Dale Brown, Avery Forney. How about Sarah Miller? Sarah Miller, Diane Sun. Diane Sun. Stephen Kolb is here, okay. Roberta Humans, okay. Dr. Annie Halsey. Are you Dr. Annie Halsey? Got it, okay. Andrea Orozco. Oh, okay. All right, that's our last in-person witness. So we're gonna hear from these lucky three who had to be patient and wait. We appreciate your patience. And we will begin with Stephen Cole. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for this opportunity. My name is Stephen Kolb. I am Commissioner for ANC 6A07. However, our ANC has not had a chance to consider this. I do want to show you this is my evidence. These bottles were here on the floor and in the men's restroom, and I don't think they would have been there if they had had redemption value. In 1981, I was the public information officer for the California State Solid Waste Management Board. I was tasked with preparing the board's annual report to the legislature entitled The War on Waste, a Progress Report. In that report, there is reference to the bottle bill, which the Californians Against Waste had tried to get the legislature to pass. It didn't happen for many years. However, it is now one of the most successful redemption and recycling programs in the nation. As a resident of 10th Street Northeast, I make regular walks up and down my block with a grabber and a bag, picking up litter left by inconsiderate visitors. I care about my neighborhood, and I've shared my street litter patrol with neighbors in my single-member district, some of whom have reported they are now participating in voluntary walks to pick up litter. I'm fortunate to represent a neighborhood that is largely residential with few commercial businesses where drinks in bottles and cans are sold. However, as I walk my single-member district, I do pick up random aluminum cans, glass and plastic bottles, nips, occasional small wine bottles, and other plastic, paper, and fast food packaging in the street, gutter, and tree boxes. The War on Waste, a progress report, demonstrated that much had been done in California's fifth largest economy to create sustainable, community-based programs to reduce waste and promote recycling. We adopted and promoted a slogan that we continue to use today, everywhere: reduce, reuse, recycle. Reduce waste, reuse that which can be reused, and recycle the rest. This serves the purpose of reducing the stuff that goes to the landfill, something that is becoming increasingly costly for our DC government as landfills are located farther and farther away and trucks have farther to travel at greater cost. Unfortunately, 44 years after I wrote this report, not enough progress has been made, and this is our opportunity to contribute something positive. The district's passage of the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Act 2025 is the right thing to do. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. We really do appreciate it, Stephen Kolb. Next is Roberta Humans.
Since I've been sitting in the front row, you know I've been here all day. Thank you all for your patience. I had good morning or good afternoon in my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name's Roberta Humans. I'm really testifying on behalf of myself, but I've worked with a lot of the groups that have testified today, including the Sierra Club and the Voters for Animals. I've lived in Ward 3 for 42 years. Before that, I lived in Maine, which has a long-time bottle bill that works. In addition to strongly supporting this bill, I'm working with the DC Voters for Animals on their efforts to eliminate rodenticides. They and many others believe that to solve the rat problem, one must solve the trash problem. And in my mind, these things are very closely related. And we've been talking about that with some of the other council people. Plastic is everywhere. We've heard about that all day today. I participated, I don't know why my throat's like this, but I don't have enough water, I guess. I have participated in more Rock Creek Park cleanups than I can count. The number of plastic bottles floating down the creek, clustered around branches stuck in the mud, and dancing in and out of duck palmate feet are unbelievable. With the Center for Coastal Studies on Cape Cod, I joined others in cleaning up trash, including many bottles that make their way into the sea. Of all the pickups I've done, the most meaningful to me and upsetting to me was in 2019, I helped remove small bits of plastic from beaches from an isolated island in the Galapagos, some 600 miles off the coast of Ecuador. And the Galapagos has banned plastic since 2018. By some estimates, every minute, 1 million plastic bottles are bought around the world, and many of them are, as we've heard today, are floating in the Anacostia as well. I did a lot of research for this testimony, and one article I found is old, but I urge all members to read it. It was an NPR story from 2020, How Big Oil Misled the Public into Believing Plastic Would Be Recycled. It used to be cheaper to make new ones and save the old ones. It's probably still the same today. But I think that this bill is heading in the right direction in making some of the entities that helped cause the problem to help solve it. But interestingly, not all producers oppose bottle bills. Recently, the Aluminum Association, the Glass Packaging Institute, and the Association of Post-Consumer Plastic Recyclers have changed their position. Ooh, I gotta talk fast. Global plastics bad for the environment. We've heard about that a lot today. It's also bad for health. It's bad when you drink bottled water. It's bad when you leave bottled water on the ground. It's bad when bottled water's microplastic leach into the sea and into the rivers. So many statistics on that. I urge you all to support the bill. Thank you for your efforts on it, and I will submit my written testimony. Thank you.
And thank you for doing that. And thank you for your testimony. Dr. Annie Halsey.
Good afternoon, evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Annie Halsey, and I'm a family physician and a member of the executive committee of the DC chapter of the Sierra Club. Today, I'm speaking as an individual with the aim of firmly establishing how this bill is good, not only for our health, but how not passing this bill is bad for our health. I don't need to tell anyone in this room about the plethora of plastic. You've been hearing about it all day, as Roberta said. There's so much of it, in fact, though, that plastic waste actually outnumbers marine life in our oceans. So just think about that for a second. There's more plastic in the oceans than living creatures that belong there. Plastic isn't just a problem in our oceans and waterways. It's a problem for all of us on land as well. After being introduced to the water environment, plastic can undergo multiple forms of degradation, leading to the disintegration and fragmentation of larger plastic into smaller particles. These microplastics, which you've heard about already, gradually infiltrate the food chain. They become part of, oh, I just lost my document. Okay. They become part of us, literally, through ingestion, inhalation, and direct skin contact. The consequences of these on human health are not entirely understood yet, but we're learning. We know that there is a link between neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's, heart disease, cancer, autoimmune conditions, and reproductive problems. These are exacerbated by the chemical additives that are incorporated into plastics. So they're rightly considered and increasingly recognized as an environmental and public health concern of grave importance, I would say. The bottle bill would help ensure that these hazardous compounds are more minimally produced and contained. The beverage industry uses plastic along with aluminum and glass, but we know that plastic is clearly the outlier in the circularity of reduce, reuse, and recycle. We know that bottle bills significantly improve recycling in states that have implemented them and represent an opportunity for community and corporate engagement. We consumers value choice, but by providing DC residents with the option to choose an action that will amplify health at the individual, community, and environmental level, over and over again, the consumer is elevated to steward. And stewardship is a value that was once part of our DC ethos when we had a bottle bill several decades ago. So we can and should implement one again now. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I want to thank each of you for providing testimony to council this evening. Really appreciate it. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Nadeau to see if she has any questions for this panel.
Thank you all for sticking it out, and I truly appreciate your testimony and your support of the legislation. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
We are going to now shift to our virtual witnesses. For anybody who is keeping track and wants to sort of plan their time if they're going to be testifying virtually, we're on witness number 114, Chinetti Hubbard, President and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce. We're going to begin by calling Chinetti Hubbard, Yvette Alexander, a former council member, Diane Gross, Kim Bender, Justin Cox, Jude Malone, Campbell Burns, Reverend George Gilbert, Reverend Roderick McLaughlin, Sierra Andrews, stopped at Sierra Andrews. I don't see Lisa Lattimore, Reverend Roderick Baskin, Mustafa Abdul Salam, and Julia Tutt, Commissioner. Okay. All right. Let's William Brown, Brian Crawford.
Brian Crawford's here.
Okay. Brian Crawford is here. William Brown is not. How about Robin Spicer?
No,
Eric Jones.
Eric Jones.
Okay. Commissioner Paula Edwards, Chair ANC4A is here. Eliza Kaba, Commissioner for DO4.
No.
Chuck Elkins, Commissioner ANC3D is here. Alan Kinzick, Commissioner ANC1B.
No.
Not here. Daniel Ehrenpreis, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, ANC5F is here. Jeffrey Rogar, ANC2B, Rukauer is present. Perfect. Patricia Stamper, ANC7606, ANC7C06, I'm sorry, no. No. Aaron Palmer is here, and we will stop it there for the moment. All right, that was a lot of names, a lot of absences. I appreciate the patience of everybody who is stuck with us. And we will hear from Chinetti Hubbard. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us virtually. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chairman McDuffie, committee staff, and members. My name is Jeanette Hubbard. I serve as President and CEO of the DC Chamber. And on behalf of our more than 1,000 members across all 8 wards, employers large and small, thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. As we laid out in the DC Chamber's 2025 State of the Business Report, district employers across industries are sounding the alarm. They are concerned about rising costs, declining investment, and the competitive disadvantages that make it harder to grow here than in neighboring jurisdictions. And that message was clear when we did this study, but it's even more urgent now. The recent federal government intervention, combined with inflation and the lingering impacts of the pandemic and a diminished federal and downtown workforce, has reduced foot traffic and raised costs for everyone. And small businesses that already operate on thin profit margins are struggling to keep up. Many owners are facing tough choices about whether they can even operate. Against this backdrop, I testify to express concerns about the advancement of the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment of 2025, known as the DC Bottle Bill. The bill, while well-intentioned, would dramatically increase grocery prices for working families and impose potentially business-threatening new burdens on our local stores, markets, and other small businesses in the city. It would threaten our stores' ability to compete with companies across state lines that can sell their products at a lower cost, handing Maryland and Virginia an advantage. It would also disrupt the way the local markets and grocery stores operate their businesses, as they'll be forced to make room in their stores for bottles and cans that will be coming through their doors and relocate staff to handle these new recycling tasks. That's what our businesses and city don't need right now. Here are just a few ways the bottle bill will adversely impact our businesses, their workers, and customers. First, consumers will pay more. Hardworking families will be impacted, not just by the upfront cost increase, but it'll be difficult for them to store, transport, and find time to return bottles to recover their deposit. Second, all businesses that sell non-alcoholic or alcoholic beverages will be burdened with increased costs, as the prices for those products will need to be raised upfront to cover the administrative and logistical burdens resulting from the substantial infrastructure that will be required to comply with this legislation. And these costs are all in addition to the 10-cent increase that will be imposed on every bottled or canned beverage that is sold here. And third, many of our larger retailers will be forced to collect bottles and cans. Not only is this a major operational financial commitment, but it's also likely to completely disrupt the way these retailers currently operate, as they would need to accommodate the storage of the garbage that would be generated. And these raises serious public health concerns in connection with securing, and in some cases, actively preparing food adjacent to the new designated facilities for the storage of waste that inevitably comes with mandated bottle and can storage. And then fourth, the wholesalers and distributors that provide products across our city will see pressures on their already thin profit margins, making it difficult for them to maintain their operations in an already challenging local regional economy. So for these reasons, we urge the council not to advance the bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired. Our next witness is going to be former council member Yvette Alexander. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and the other members who are there. Councilmember Nadeau, if you're there, and Councilmember McDuffie, happy belated birthday to you.
Thank you.
Let me just continue. On behalf of the Coalition of 100 Black Women Metro DC chapter, I am representing them with the testimony that I will be submitting. But in a nutshell, we do oppose this legislation, and for 2 main reasons. There is going to be a cost that is going to trickle down to the consumer, and we know that. If there's a cost to business, if there's a cost to distributors, to the bottle industry, it will trickle down to the consumer. So let's just be honest about that, one. Secondly, it's going to be a challenge for some of the residents that we serve, and that we serve Black women and girls in all of our communities, a lot of underserved communities in Washington, D.C. It's going to be difficult for them. Say, for example, in Ward 7 and 8, there are just about 3 grocers, major grocers, that would qualify to redeem these returns. And how are people going to even get there to benefit from the redemption process. So it's just not equal access for everyone in the District of Columbia. But now this is Yvette Alexander, Ward 7 resident, speaking. That I just implore the council to stop reinventing the wheel with this legislation. We all want to eradicate litter in the District of Columbia. There are litter laws on the books now that we need to enforce. So what are we doing? And we also have the bag tax. That income revenue is coming in from the bag tax to eradicate litter in the District of Columbia. Why can't we use those funds that we already have to trickle down on eliminating the trash that we have from bottles as well? We need to focus on educating people to stop littering, and we need to enforce litter laws in the District of Columbia. Those are two things we need to focus on. Secondly, I wanted to say that we don't want a redemption center in Ward 7. We definitely don't need another type of business as that is not going to contribute to our economy in Ward 7. So we don't want the redemption center. And there are two problems with this bill. One, we don't want people rummaging through our recycle bins that we already recycle in the District of Columbia. I don't know why people think that we don't recycle. We recycle in our bins. We already have a recycling program. Secondly, I don't think retailers want dirty trash bottles coming back to their stores that people are picking up from the streets. So that's 2 points. I know my time is running out. I have so much more to say. But let's be fair that this is not going to surplus anyone's income with the few bottles for the money that they're going to get. A Happy Meal is $20. So who are we fooling to think this is going to supplement anyone's income by redeeming these bottles? It's more work than income coming in.
And
It's just not a
for your
thank you. It's
testimony.
just
I
not a
hate to have
good
to
bill.
cut you off on your birthday.
Okay.
Happy
And
birthday,
thank
Councilmember.
you, Councilmember McDuffie.
Um,
I may have to run again so that I can debate this bill further. How about that?
I'm
Thank
gonna
you for
call
your
Diane
time.
Gross next. Diane Gross, you are next up. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
It won't let me show my video, so you'll just have to trust that I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay. There we go. Okay. Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the Recycled Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. I'm Diane Gross, co-owner of Cork Wine Bar and chair of the RAMW Board of Directors. I want to preface my comments today by saying that we at Cork agree that being stewards of our environment is very important. That's why we use solar energy, pay for clean energy alternatives to Pepco, and recycle thousands of bottles and boxes that we use each year for our wine program, which we already are required to do and pay separately for. But this bill is too much right now. At a time when the district and its small businesses and taxpayers are struggling, it doesn't make sense to divert important tax dollars to create a brand new, untested regulatory system that puts the burden once again on business. It is irresponsible to fund new discretionary policy priorities of the council when we can't even afford existing programs, and when businesses are closing and laying off workers right and left. Moving forward with this burdensome legislation is just tone deaf. And the city government, the taxpayers, and local business just don't and won't have the resources needed as we collectively face more revenue and job losses. As a business owner and chair of the RAMW board, I know that restaurants can't handle one more thing. The financial strains we are under and the burdens that our businesses are already facing put us at a breaking point where our razor-thin margins are now often non-existent. Coupled with the financial burden of this bill, it's literally death by 1,000 cuts. I base these thoughts on what I am seeing in my business, a restaurant and wine store, which is over 2,000 square feet, so would not be exempted, where we have 10,000 bottles in our cellar at any given moment, which means we are sitting on all those deposits. Some of that wine stays cellared for years. If this bill were to pass, I would be forced to not only eat those costs each year, but I would also have to be a place where we would have to redeem. How is that possible? Every inch of my restaurant is already taken up by a seat or a retail wine rack, and now I have to find space to store, clean, and sort bottles. That non-existent space will only come by eliminating seats and bottles, which means cutting revenue at a time when my revenue is already down. It means that I have to train staff in how to deal with collecting bottles and how to take them back. And most importantly, it means I have to outlay cash in an already cash flow tight business. My business is hospitality. My employees are trained in hospitality, not to deal with bottle deposits and redemptions. Additionally, my team will face new safety and health risks that they didn't sign up for. And speaking of health risks, let's talk about the rat haven that is 14th Street. Our alleys and back doors are already plagued by heightened rodent activity, which would increase tenfold if we have additional dirty containers for redemption back there. The long and short of it is now is not the time, and this is not the bill. The DC small businesses are crucial to the city and the economy. They provide jobs and essential services to our community, and they enrich our neighborhoods with a diverse array of shops, restaurants, and gathering places. If recycling bottles is a priority for our communities,
Diane
which
Gross.
and already do, then we should figure out a way to make it convenient and accessible and have DC
Your
government.
time has expired. And so I'm gonna have to move on to our next witness, who
Thank
is Jude. Thank you so much for your testimony. Jude Malone is our next witness. You begin your testimony, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. And again, I'm just waiting for them to disable my camera, but I will start. Thank you so much, Counselor. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify this evening. I'm Jude Malone. I'm with the Connecticut Beer Wholesalers Association. And sorry, I'm just trying to start my video. There I go. So thank you again. So the Connecticut Beer Wholesalers Association is made up of small family-run, family generational distributors. I just was really here tonight to tell you our story. As you heard today, there was a lot of mention about Connecticut and what's happening in Connecticut. And these are not talking points. These are living points. I live this every single day, and it is really a challenge for us. And as people said tonight, it just is not sustainable for small companies like the beer distributors. So our story begins in 2021. The legislature passed a bill that would increase the 10 cents from 5 cents. So of course, we're 10 cents beginning January 2024. Our surrounding states, New York, Massachusetts, are 5 cents, and Rhode Island and New Jersey don't have a deposit at all. So it's not hard to understand what's going to happen here. We had an experience in the 80s. We went to 5 cents. New York didn't have it. We saw the same thing. We got their returns. So January 2004 comes, and it didn't initially start out too bad, but by August, we already saw one wholesaler over-redeemed. He was then over-redeemed in January, 140, 105 in February, and 115. The problem is that there is no protection for a deposit initiator. A can that's sold in Connecticut is sold in New York and Massachusetts, and they come here. We see truckloads, we see trailer trucks, box trucks, enormous amount. And Councilman, you asked earlier, and I just wanted to address this before my time is up. We did allocate $250,000 to our state police because we had no enforcement. And even with that, the chairman of the Environment Committee says, this is just a Band-Aid. Until you have technology, until the other states around you go, we cannot protect a business and a distributor, and it has just been a nightmare for Connecticut. Thank you for allowing me to testify this evening.
And thank you so much for providing your testimony. We really do appreciate that perspective. The next person on the list is Paula Edwards, Commissioner ANC 4A. You can begin your testimony, and you'll have 3 minutes. Good evening. Okay, it looks like you're not able to join the panel or haven't joined the panel. So we're going to move. Oh, perfect. I think you've joined. So we'll turn to you, Commissioner Edwards. And as a matter of fact, I accidentally skipped Brian Crawford. So while Commissioner works on being able to allow us to hear from you, I'm going to turn to Brian Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. My name is Brian Crawford. I'm the president and CEO of the Beer Institute, which is a Washington, D.C. based trade association representing brewers of all sizes and beer importers whose products are sold to consumers in Washington, D.C. The beer industry is proud to support more than 9,000 jobs and more than $600 million in wages and benefits in D.C. To be clear, the beer industry strongly supports and shares the City Council's goal of increasing recycling rates and cleaning up D.C.'s public spaces. It's important to note that the majority of beer is packaged in aluminum, which is infinitely recyclable. We look forward to working with you to reclaim more aluminum for our industry. But we have concerns about this legislation. First, the issue of deposits is problematic. Retailers will have to cover the cost of containers when selling them to consumers without knowing how soon or how much they will be reimbursed. The loss of revenue, if even a few $100s each week, can be the difference between making rent and payroll or falling behind. Thor Cheston with Right Proper Brewing made this point with great emphasis today. Second, administrative and logistical burdens, tracking which containers qualify, handling disputed redemptions, and reconciling accounts with the redemption system requires burdensome administrative work and pulls time and resources away from core business functions. Three, with no parallel programs in Maryland or Virginia, we fear DC businesses will lose customers to surrounding jurisdictions, draining commerce and tax revenue out of the city. And because of the way that the program is set up, it would be impossible to hold accountable those who illegally bring containers from other jurisdictions into DC, as Mr. Yoon from Magruder's pointed out, and I am a regular customer at Magruder's. Finally, we fear that it will also negatively impact consumer choice. Faced with increased compliance and logistical costs, many small brewers may decide it is not worth the headache and withdraw from the city, another point that was raised earlier today. This would only incentivize consumers to cross into bordering jurisdictions to make purchases, again, starving the district government and local business of revenue. Again, I want to thank you all for your time and attention today. I want to commend the Girl Scouts for their testimony this morning at 10:30 a.m., and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
And thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Robin Spicer.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. I am Robin Spicer, and I'm with a small boutique wholesaler called Roanoke Valley Wine Company. We've been operating in DC for 15 years, and we represent around 200 small family-owned wineries in the district, selling mostly to restaurants and a number of the small retailers that have been in attendance today. We're super proud to be part of the DC restaurant economy and believe very much that the thriving DC restaurant industry has a great need for the product that we provide for them. But we think this bottle bill threatens to undermine our business, and we are opposed to its passage at this time. Most concerningly, the bill creates a nonprofit collection organization, which is funded by wholesalers. Like I said, we're a very small company and our profit margins are narrow. We'd be forced to pass these costs on to consumers, as has been mentioned many times during this conversation, or possibly if the fees are too high, to withdraw from the market altogether. These increased costs or lower margins could certainly cause us to reduce our sales and delivery staff, which we employ in DC. Additionally, the labeling requirements are a costly logistical challenge for us. Existing tariffs and the weakened dollar mean that many of our European winery partners already are facing significant challenges doing business in the US market. Over time, to me, this bill's requirements would result in fewer options on shelves and menus, and we would be forced to reduce the selection that we carry in DC to manage this complexity and the cost. Like many have said today, we believe wholeheartedly in recycling and operating as sustainably as possible. But we believe that this bill does little to solve the actual recycling challenges. Instead, it creates new costs that threaten jobs, shrink consumer choice, and make it harder for wholesalers to keep DC's business running. It seems that voters overwhelmingly say affordability is a top concern, and this bill to us takes that in the opposite direction. Thanks so much for the time today.
And thank you for your time today as well and for your testimony this evening. Our next witness is Commissioner Paula Edwards. Try you one more time.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today, Chair McDuffie. Our commission passed a resolution in opposition to B 2658, but urging that the district work with Maryland and Virginia to pass regional legislation that would level the playing field and perhaps allow us to realize the redemption rates in excess of any other state. Bottle bills do work. Germany's program is 50 years old and has a 98% redemption rate. Norway has a 92% redemption rate. The EU will require all member states to implement bottle bills. It is specious, however, to extrapolate the results of states that have bottle bills onto the District of Columbia. If this bill is implemented, this will be the smallest jurisdiction in the world to have a standalone bottle bill surrounded by states that do not have them. When we have talked about the old bottle bill that worked, it was a regional bottle bill in effect because DC, Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and New York all had redemption programs. This program, I do not think will work as it is designed. And we passed this before Maryland passes its legislation. Our merchants will have to go through an expensive reallocation program to conform to Maryland's law in order to make this effective. We really need to listen to the industry. I know that there is opposition to working with the industry on this in some cases, but we have to. And some of their concerns are legitimate. So when we talk about losing business to Maryland, in states, you have to go hundreds of miles to the border. I can walk across the street and buy my goods in Maryland. And if prices go up, I may do so. Everyone in DC is no more than 2.5 miles from the nearest state border. So to say that this will not affect merchants in DC, I think is really overlooking the obvious. I urge that we postpone this, that you do not pass this bill as it is currently written, and that you wait until Maryland and Virginia have moved and then reconcile this bill with theirs. Then we can achieve the benefits that are projected. And we were speaking about the machines, the redemption machines. They're having a convention in Dusseldorf next week. And I've been talking to them. The machines work very nicely, but they talk about the German program that has the 98% redemption rate, and it is through the entire country. So when you look at these high redemption rates, they are countrywide. When you look at the second highest redemption rates, they are statewide. There is no other entity our size, no city that has this bill, this type of bill. So please be responsible. Oh, the other argument that we need to be first, that's what brought us the worst sports book in the history of the world. And so that argument really doesn't work. We need to do this right. We need to do this correctly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Commissioner Chuck Elkins. Good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm ANC 3D Commissioner Chuck Elkins. Our ANC represents the Palisades, Wesley Heights, and Spring Valley. On February 5th, ANC 3D voted to urge this council to enact a bottle bill. Our letter, which lays out the strong case for enactment of this bill, is attached to this to my written testimony, which I've submitted. I'm really encouraged by this hearing. In your opening statements and in the dialogue that the council members have had with the witnesses, I see that you are looking for ways to design the best possible bottle bill instead of finding reasons for why this bill should not be enacted. You're asking, for example, how the bill can reduce the costs and frustrations of the transition from enactment to the point where the bill is fully implemented. And this transition period is probably when the most cost and pain will be. So the key question is, how can the council enact a bottle bill that eases this cost and pain of the transaction as much as possible? This is typical of many of the environmental bills that the council has taken up. Let me give you an encouraging example from our recent collective past. That is the council's passing of the gas-powered leaf blowers a few years back, essentially moving people from gas to electric. I think it's very relevant to this bottle bill. I'm proud to say that I was a member of the small group of DC residents who did the research and staff work to help the council pass that law. Today, all over DC, our neighborhoods are remarkably quieter as a result of the council's action to enact that bill. But the transition from gas-powered to electric leaf blowers had it expected difficulties. Small operators had trouble buying the new equipment. However, these transition difficulties were anticipated by the council, and provisions were written into the law to ease the pain for this change. There was still some pain, of course, but the results have been well worth it. Remarkably, before the enactment of the bill, our local listservs received many posts about how the government should not intervene and should let the marketplace determine what happens. But as the implementation took place, these same local listservs were filled with enthusiasm for the resulting quiet. I believe the same will be true for this bottle bill. Today, we're hearing concerns about how the implementation of the bill will affect companies and organizations, and these expressed concerns are important and can serve as guidance for the council in looking at the terms of the bill rather than arguments for not enacting the bill. Does the bill contain enough provisions to ease the cost and transition and pain of the transition? Do additional provisions need to be added? In short, the key issue here, I believe, is how to make this transition as painless as possible while enacting a strong bottle bill. These expressed concerns should help perfect the bill, but not lead to a defeat. We need a strong bottle bill in DC, and let's make it the best we can. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. Really appreciate it. Our next witness is Commissioner 1B, Alan Kinzick. Good evening to you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what happened, and I just missed you guys literally by 20 minutes. Had a little emergency at Howard University, so I apologize. I just wanted to read something really quick as a statement. My name is Alan Kenza, Commissioner of 1B05, actually where Councilmember Nadeau started off. I serve as an advisory neighborhood commissioner for 1B05. I decided to join the advisory neighborhood committee because I'm passionate about helping others and want to make DC a great place to live and work for everyone. It is with this commitment to the action that I am here today, or not there, but you know what I mean, to share my qualms with the DC bottle bill. From my perspective, and I'm originally from Connecticut, and I used to take those back and get my nickels, loved it then as a child, but again, different place, different times. From my perspective, the first question I asked myself about this legislation was, what impact would it have on local small businesses, which is always a concern, which is hurting already with everything the President of the United States is doing. It is clear to me that the corner stores, local supermarkets, and small businesses that make up our DC communities would be paying a massive price in this legislation if it were passed. I actually took the time to walk up down U Street, which is considered 1B, and ask small business owners. And I can't tell you one that said anything positive about this bill. All I have heard is that the local businesses won't be affected. Certain advocates have diminished their concerns. But here is the truth. Many business owners and families are already being squeezed by high prices due to inflation, and city council should not be adding to their already increasing everyday expenses. These businesses make our community what it is. They serve as centers of our neighborhoods and employers. They are parts of our daily lives. but we know how close to the of the survival they are, and why I'm here today to ask you guys to take a break with this. Although I appreciate the council trying to improve our city's recycling system, this should not come at a cost to the small businesses and to the customers they serve. In the midst of an uncertain economy and political climate in DC, we should look to make the lives of our residents easier, not harder. Please stand on the side of DC communities. Please listen to the DC residents and all the people you have heard in opposition today, who have asked, with the skin in the game and have been here for a while and are worried about their own well-being. Please don't rush a piece of legislation that has been refused in all of our neighboring jurisdictions just because it sounds good. DC residents deserve better, and I hope that the council reconsiders this rush to overhaul our recycling system and oppose the DC bottle bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. Our next witness is Commissioner ANC 5F, Daniel Ehrenpreis. You can unmute yourself, turn on your camera, and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. It seems like you're not joining the panel, so we're going to move to our next witness, Jeffrey Rogauer, ANC 2B.
Hi there. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for convening the hearing, and council members who've co-introduced the bill. Jeff Ruckauer, ANC Commissioner for 2B02 and DuPont, and Chair of ANC 2B's Transportation and Public Space Committee. I'm testifying in support of Council Bill 2658. Last October, ANC 2B unanimously passed a resolution asking the council to act on the need for reducing the amount of unrecycled beverage containers that wind up as trash in our neighborhoods, roadsides, and waterways, and having a disproportionate adverse impact on our neighbors in wards 5, 7, and 8. The resolution is attached to my written testimony. Our existing recycling effort is only capturing about 25% of the nearly 620 million containers sold in the district. The bottle bill will encourage greater participation, reducing the amount winding up in the waste stream. Having lived in California, New York, Connecticut, and Massachusetts, many of the arguments against our proposed program are the same as those over the last 50 years. None of the dire predictions materialized. Likewise, we heard many of the same reasons not to enact the bag fee 17 years ago. Claimed that it was guaranteed that DC shops and eateries would be wiped out if customers must bring their own bags or pay for them simply did not happen. Taking one's return containers back for redemption is no more an imposition than bringing reusable bags when going shopping or holding our recycling until containers are full or it's pickup day. A deposit is not a new tax. It is entirely up to the consumer whether they want their deposit refunded or not. And if they discard the containers, others are likely to redeem them. Regardless, the containers find their way back. I ask the council pass B 2658 and to not call it mission accomplished. Monitor progress and make revisions to address issues. Expand eligible containers over time to include all glass, dairy containers, laundry products, etc. The positives will outweigh the negatives in the long run. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. We appreciate it. Our next witness, let me try one more time with Commissioner Daniel Ehrenpreis, ANC 5F. If you're able to join. No? Okay, we're gonna have to move on. Aaron Palmer is the last witness on this panel. Aaron Palmer, good afternoon to you. You begin your testimony, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Councilmember McDuffie, members of the committee and committee staff for this opportunity to testify. My name is Aaron Palmer. I am a Ward 4 resident and a former advisory neighborhood commissioner. I am testifying in support of the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. Over the past decade, I have organized and participated in hundreds of community cleanups across my neighborhood and throughout the district. I have hosted week-long cleanup challenges, mobilized neighbors for block-by-block litter pickups, and joined efforts across Ward 4 and beyond. Each time we collect bags upon bags of bottles and cans, only to see them reappear days later. You've heard this from so many other people here today, the volunteer labor that goes into cleaning our communities. This volunteer labor has a cost, and the scale of the problem is larger than any number of volunteer cleanups can solve. Here in the district, the numbers are staggering. Of the 617 million beverage containers sold each year, only nearly 465 million are not recycled. Plastic bottles alone make up more than half, and the Anacostia River is drowning in them. Even with dedicated volunteers and neighbors leading cleanups, the same bottles and cans pile up again within days. Our current system is not working, and we cannot volunteer our way out of this crisis. And while litter is a citywide problem, it suffers from the same inequities as so many other issues in DC. The worst impacts fall disproportionately on wards 8, 7, and 5, especially communities along the Anacostia River. The reality is simple. Container deposit return laws reduce litter, full stop. The evidence from other states shows us where there is a deposit return law, there is less trash in the streets, parks, and waterways, and higher recycling rates. This is not an experiment. It is a proven solution that DC urgently needs. And it is important to emphasize it is not a tax. Every cent of the deposit is refunded when the container is returned. Residents don't lose money, they get it back while enjoying cleaner neighborhoods. Some argue that litter is just an enforcement problem, but ticketing individuals will never match the scale of the crisis. We are talking about hundreds of millions of containers every year. Enforcement alone is reactive, piecemeal, and inequitable. It targets people after the fact rather than preventing litter in the first place. This bill opens opportunities. Container drives can help schools and nonprofits raise funds. Small retailers are exempt from take-back requirements, and participating stores receive handling fees to cover costs. Most importantly, businesses won't have to constantly deal with trash cluttering their sidewalks. In October 2024, Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B, where I then served, unanimously passed a resolution supporting a modern, equitable container deposit return law. That strong consensus reflects what I continue to hear among my neighbors. We are ready for a system that finally works. We cannot afford to wait. Container deposit return laws definitively reduce litter, deliver cleaner neighborhoods, improve recycling, and when designed well, can also promote equity. There is a chance to move past endless cleanups and give DC the healthier rivers and fairer system our communities deserve. I urge the council to pass a strong and equitable bottle bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate you providing the committee testimony this afternoon. We're going to move into our next panel. Let me also encourage everyone who testified virtually, if you haven't had an opportunity already, to provide your testimony electronically in writing to the committee. We definitely want to incorporate it into the record. I'm going to call Jordan Cotton. Yes. Matt Gove. Tom Strail. Jason Gresh. Kelly Collins Choi. Vondre Walston. Max Broad. Ryan Castalia, I'm sorry. Renee Del Carmen. Holly Pollinger. Pooja Bell. Miriam Gordon. Tanae Lewis. Glenn Hall. Okay, it looks like we have a good amount of folks who are with us virtually who we just called. We're going to start with Jordan Cotton. Thanks for joining us. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jordan Cotton. I am a co-founder and owner of Cotton and Reed Distillery in the Union Market District in Ward 5, and I'm a Ward 5 resident as well. We've been making rum in DC for 9 years now. Is that right? Yep. And I have a few concerns to share from the standpoint of a small beverage manufacturer in DC. I appreciate, after having some conversations earlier this year with Councilmember Nadeau, the exemption for sub 3.5 million container per year distributors in the bill's language from the handling fees. However, I would encourage the council and the committee to take a closer look at possibly exempting those smaller producers from the membership fees and any reporting requirements that might need to take place here as well. Looking at the way that the spirits market, which is one that I know best, is concentrated. The 50 largest distillers in the country out of over 3,000 produce over 90% of the spirits that wind up on the market. The remaining several thousand distillers and the smallest category of distillers, as reported by our federal regulators in the Treasury Department, comprise over 2,000 distillers, and we make up less than 1% of the spirits sold. So requiring this whole constellation of tiny producers from around the country that might distribute into DC, sometimes maybe just a few dozen cases in a year for higher value products like spirits, is going to be a huge administrative burden for very little gain and affecting companies that produce a tiny, tiny fraction of the containers that we're talking about. I would encourage finding a way to reduce that burden. We would probably find a lot of brands choosing not to participate in the DC market, or simply not being compliant because they're not aware of the requirements if we're a small market for those brands. And I want to echo some of the concerns that I think have landed with the committee here about the difficulty of having to potentially track multiple SKUs and a DC specific labeling of a given product. That would be a massive burden on a small producer like us. So want to echo that from some of the brewers that have spoken. I think that's my time.
And thank you for your time, Jordan Cotton. We appreciate it. That perspective is really important. Our next witness is Jason Gresh. Thank you for joining us virtually. You can unmute yourself, turn on your camera, and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, council member. Hello, my name is Jason, or JP Gresh, and I've lived on Hill East for the last 16 years or so. My wife and I have called DC and Capitol Hill home for these years, coming back and forth from our overseas assignments. I retired from the Army last year as a colonel, and for the past year I volunteered as chair of our ANC's Transportation and Public Space Committee here in Ward 7. As part of this duty, I've been part of a lot of discussions about how to keep our neighborhood clean, most recently with a discussion about how my neighborhood will be affected with a new stadium for the Washington Commanders. I'd also like to thank our council member, Wendell Felder, for his service to the community and being a staunch and tireless representative for our neighborhood's residents. I'm here to advocate for the ball bill because, plain and simple, this legislation will benefit our district community. First and foremost, it will dramatically cut down on trash. Every morning, I walk my dog in the neighborhood and count the endless number of cans and plastic bottles littering the streets. I figure, on average, I can make about $2.50 every time I take a walk. With 2 walks a day over a month, that's $150. And that's just from incidental contact with trash in our immediate neighborhood. Bottle bills make sense, and they work. I've lived in places where they work pretty seamlessly, with little effort for the consumer. You place your bottle in the machine one after another, and you get your voucher worth money. It's a simple thing that people can do easily. I've heard a lot of testimony today about how hard this can be. But DC residents are resourceful and adaptable. We've had to adapt to many things over the years, especially in the last few months. We've adapted to recycling, and it gets done, albeit not enough, and that's why we're here. We've adapted to compost service, and this has been a huge success. We've adapted to bike lanes, and bike usage grows every year. So DC is a leader, and it should be with the ball bill as well. To the critics that say this will increase your canned beverage prices, okay. Maybe we don't know for sure. But are we not willing to pay a few cents more to keep Washington, D.C. beautiful and clean? Regardless, district residents and businesses will be paying for it in other ways. Do you prefer that we keep mustering people to clean up endless amounts of bottles in the Anacostia River? Do you prefer to keep burning plastics in incinerators, helping pollute the air? Do you prefer that we damage our already fragile natural ecosystem? Do you prefer to keep walking by plastic bottles on your street, preferring not to tackle the problem? I was taught in the Army never walk by a problem, never walk by a mistake. We fix it. This bottle bill marks a step in the right direction, and if you're still against it, let's hear your ideas on how to get to yes. Don't be an obstacle, be part of the solution. The District Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Act is a solution. Surely everyone believes in reducing trash. Let's get DC to be a leader once again in keeping our neighborhoods clean and safe, and not to rely on someone else to do it for us. I've seen DC do this, and I know DC can do this. Thank you for your time today.
And thank you for your time and testimony. Our next witness is Kelly Collins Choi. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chairman McDuffie, council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kelly Collins Choi. I am the Director of Policy and Land Conservation with Casey Trees. Casey Trees has worked across the district for the last 25 years to restore, enhance, and protect the tree canopy of our nation's capital. We now join the thousands of residents and over 30 environmental organizations of our 3RC for DC who are in support of the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. Every day, millions of beverage containers pass through our city, and far too many end up as litter in our streets, green spaces, and rivers. Casey Trees regularly organizes hundreds of community volunteers for trash and invasive plant removal events in our city's woodlands and parks. Whether we're working in Langdon Park, Oxen Run, or Kingman Island, bottles and beverage containers are constituting the majority of litter filling up our volunteers' trash bags. Without intervention, these bottles pile up, degrading the quality of our natural spaces, impacting forest health and wildlife habitat, and choking the green lungs of our city. This trash sends a message that we don't value our green spaces and waterways and detracts from the beauty and enjoyment these spaces should be providing to our residents. Our city's current recycling rate stands at approximately 25%. This is unacceptable. Our system is clearly not capturing enough of these beverage containers, and our residents and environment are bearing the cost. Washington, D.C. has an opportunity to join the growing movement of jurisdictions taking responsibility for container waste. As we've heard today, we can reduce litter, increase recycling, create jobs, and demonstrate environmental leadership, all through one well-designed policy. I urge you to support a strong bottle bill for the District of Columbia. The health of our forests, our rivers, our neighborhoods, and our future all depend on bold action today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next witness is Vondre Walston. Thank you for joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, sorry about that. Unfortunately, I gotta keep my camera off. I'm in the middle of a UPS store. But good evening, council members, and thank you for having me. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just came to you guys today as a part of Water Woods Conservancy, and I came to you guys just to bring some numbers. I think a lot of times they say men lie, women lie, but numbers don't. So that's why I come in at today. I started my team with Water Woods as a park steward, and at this moment in time, I'm a outreach coordinator, but as the park steward, I got to see firsthand the impacts of trash, litter, debris, and what we do to not only our neighborhoods, but to the forests that surround them, as well as the waterways, like the Anacostia River water keepers, traps that we maintained, and other products and processes around this area. So that being said, I have some numbers I just want to present to you all, and then I'll let everyone else go back on to what they're doing. So the numbers I have right now, it takes about 20 to 25 bottles, give or take, to equal 1 pound of trash. That's plastic bottles, not glass, just plastic. If we multiply that by the 10 cents that we will receive, you would get about $2.50 to $2.25 per pound of plastic bottles. We have taken as Water Woods, and I'm sure you heard these numbers earlier by my friend Nathan Harrington, about 1,500,000 pounds of trash in the last 6 years of this program from out of the area. If you did 60%, because 60% of the trash that we take are plastic bottles, if you did 60% of that number, you would get 900,100 pounds of nothing but plastic bottles that we have pulled out of the woods, forests, and areas surrounding this area. Now that we got that number, let's multiply that number by the $2.25 that I put up there beforehand. That gives us an astonishing $2,025,225.45 of uncollected revenue over the past 6 years that could have been revenue had this bottle bill been in place. When we use that big number, we think about economy, we think about opportunity, and we think about giving people opportunities to make money outside of traditional ways to help people survive. You think about the median, the high median in the city, across the city in the upper parts is $50,000 yearly. The lower and medium east of the river where I live goes as low as $17,000 a month, but the average is $34,000 a month a year that people make, $34,000. So if you put those numbers together and you divide that into that $2 million mark, there could have been about between 40 to 60 families that could have been fed or could have had income made just off that number over the last 6 years of just bottles. Now, we're not talking about anything besides collecting trash that we walk by every single day. I argue that the small businesses, though there may be some tax revenues and there might be some increases, everything is going up. The price of food goes up daily almost. Everything is going up because of farms not being able to produce, all types of other things going on. So, yes, sir.
I'm not sure if you can see, but your time has expired. I try to give you a little extra time, but.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. The numbers were there. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for carving out some time to provide your testimony to the committee. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Ryan Castalia. Thanks for joining us virtually. You can turn on your camera, unmute yourself, and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Castalia. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Executive Director of Sure We Can, a Brooklyn-based redemption center and nonprofit serving independent recyclers, or canners, the folks who in New York collect the bottles and cans others throw away in order to earn income. We serve around 1,000 canners in Brooklyn, just a small percentage of the tens of thousands who work across the state. It's so exciting for us that DC is considering introducing a container deposit program. Data from across the world has shown that container deposit systems are an essential and peerlessly effective part of sustainable waste management, and I urge you to adopt such a system in DC. Bottle bills work, period. In New York, ours has demonstrated its efficacy continuously for decades. It's the most effective recycling system we have, resulting in diversion of millions of tons of waste, vast reductions in litter in our communities with no cost to the state. In fact, it generates revenue through unclaimed deposits. Today, it captures around 70% of the material it covers. It supports small businesses, it drives the circular economy, and it's even a mechanism for environmental justice, creating a low barrier way for marginalized people from all kinds of backgrounds to become independent recyclers who work, contribute to their communities, and earn a livelihood. Professional canners are invested in their communities. They return to the same places, and for this reason, they don't leave a mess when they gather materials. I know recyclers who've sent their children to college one bottle or can at a time. And our redemption center handles around 1 million bottles and cans each month, and we face no issues around contaminated material of any kind in those containers. In a very basic way, this system makes our communities cleaner and stronger. I urge you to attend to the lessons and challenges from New York. Our 5-cent bottle deposit hasn't risen for over 40 years. I urge you to begin the program with a meaningfully high deposit and build in systems to continually adjust it along with inflation. The same framework should be set up around a robust handling fee, which allows independent redemption centers to exist. The system should also cover as many different types of beverage containers as is feasible. Unclaimed deposits should be used to invest in the system's infrastructure. Enforcing agencies should be robustly funded to mitigate fraud. Finally, the system should be designed and regulated to make the work that goes into it, whether performed by distributors, redemption agents, or independent recyclers, safe, remunerative, and dignified. Don't be cowed by those who say a system like this would be too difficult or inconvenient. None of the doomsday scenarios touted since the 80s by bottle bill opponents, and I've heard them all repeated in this hearing today, have ever come to pass. The system promotes affordability. It's most popular in New York among low-income consumers, the people who actually use it. A well-designed bottle bill creates a context where any person can meaningfully participate in and benefit from waste management. It works against out-of-sight, out-of-mind, non-solutions to create incomparable outcomes, as well as environmental justice. It's the most effective recycling system we have in New York, and I urge you to become a leader in the region and adopt one in DC. I'll also be interpreting for my
your
friend and colleague
testimony.
Renee.
Your time has expired. We really appreciate your testimony this evening. Our next witness is Renee Del Carmen.
I'm sorry to interject, but I'll also be interpreting for Renee once he finishes his testimony.
Well, that's not actually how it's going to work. I think Renee can provide oral testimony. The way that it works at the council, you have to sign up for assistance, and we would provide it if we had advance notice. We did not have that notice.
I checked in with Donnie about this, but if that's not the way.
And so what we're going to do, you cannot provide outbursts in the council, and I think you know that well enough. Thank you. So Renee Del Carmen can provide testimony in the language that they choose. They'll have 3 minutes to do that.
Ok, thank you so much. Mi nombre es René del Carmen, trabajo con Short Weekend desde el 2014. Empecé a reciclar en el año 2007, comencé a reciclar por necesidad. Me encontré en una situación vulnerable y me vi obligado a la necesidad de reciclar. Reciclando me ayudó a conocer, a ayudarme y a aprender más de nuestra sociedad. También me ayudó a solventar mis necesidades económicas. Trabajé como reciclador en Manhattan durante 7 años. Hoy estoy trabajando como contractor en Short Weekend, Redemption, manejando todo el espacio y el sistema de reciclar. El trabajo de reciclar me dio esfuerzo para ayudar a nuestro medio ambiente, a la misma vez de solventar mis gastos de renta y alimentación. Mentalmente me empujó a restablecer mi mentalidad de confusiones emocionales. El sistema ayuda a las personas de situaciones difíciles y también ayuda a la sociedad a controlar sus residuos sólidos. Si pasa el sistema de depósito en Washington, creo que puede ayudar mucho a mucha gente allá también. Los recicladores que hacen que este sistema funcione también necesitan de respeto, ser respetados y apoyados. Esperemos que un sistema de depósito pueda servir a tu ciudad, a los recicladores económicamente y a toda la comunidad para reducir los residuos y hacer una ciudad más linda. Muchas gracias por su fina atención. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Our next witness is Holly Pollinger. You can turn on your camera, unmute yourself, begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. Yeah, you're still muted if you want to unmute yourself.
Thank you for unmuting me. I'm outside of the hearing room and it's a little echoey, but here I go. My name is Holly Pollinger. I am the chair of an organization called the Climate Reality Project. I'm also a proud member of the 3RC for DC Coalition. And I've lived in Ward 3 for more than 50 years. I'll tell you exactly why I'm testifying today. In addition to all the success that 10 other states have experienced with getting rid of toxic plastic waste and millions of containers, there is another good reason to want to see this happen here in DC. The American Beverage Association just sent me a message. They said that I should urge you all to, quote, protect our city from the DC bottle bill. The so-called, quote, Alliance for an Affordable DC, end quote, told me that now is not the time for a bottle bill, that DC is already too expensive, that the bill would raise prices and hurt DC's small businesses, and that this bill claims to protect the environment. Does all this sound familiar? We're living in an age of deceit, where once decent companies are now morally corrupt. and unwilling to do the right thing for their customers. This so-called Alliance for an Affordable DC knows that the bottle bill exempts small businesses, knows that it compensates retailers, knows it does not increase retail prices. If this so-called alliance really wanted an affordable DC, they would be looking at the actual costs of not having a bottle bill. Here are just some of these. 2,000 plus garbage trucks worth of bottles and cans not being recycled every year. More than 464 million containers that are burned, buried, or littered in DC every year. 464 million. 278 million plastic bottles leaching into your land, your water, and breaking down into the now infamous microplastics that we are all ingesting. We're all so tired of big businesses not doing the right thing. Who here in this room is doing the right thing? I know the 11 DC council members who co-introduced the bill are. DC's better than this. Pass this bill. It's the morally and economically right thing to do.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time has expired. Our next witness who signed up is Pooja Bell. Pooja Bell, you can begin your testimony. It looks like you may have left the Zoom, and so we're going to move on to Miriam Gordon. Miriam Gordon, you can unmute yourself, begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of the proposed Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. And thanks to Councilmember Nadeau for her leadership and to the 11 co-authors of the bill. My name is Miriam Gordon, and I'm the Reuse Program Director at the Story of Stuff Project. Our organization is a national NGO with nearly 1 million supporters, including several hundred in the District of Columbia. Our mission is to change the way we produce, consume, and dispose of all the stuff in our lives. Bottle bills are among the most basic policies that our members support, as our community of stuffers are concerned about eliminating waste, especially single-use plastics and litter, and with promoting reduce, reuse, and recycle, the 3 R's, as the key strategies for addressing waste. Bottle bills are the best way to address the problem of single-use cans and plastic bottles that litter our roads, beaches, and parks. According to ReLoop, there's an average of 51% less beverage container litter in bottle bill states than in non-bottle bill states. DC's bottle bill would result in cleaner neighborhoods, parks, and waterways because people are less likely to litter something that has a 10-cent value. Even when they do get littered, others will collect containers and return them to help put food on the table. Deposit return systems are also the best way to ensure that beverage containers get recycled. Currently, less than 1/4 of bottles and of containers sold in the district are recycled. That's even lower than the national average for recycling beverage containers, which is between 33 and 35%. But in bottle bill states with 10-cent deposits, the recycling rates range between 65 and 90%. That's because deposits ensure that the beverage containers that are not collected through curbside are returned for recycling. Deposits also create the cleanest stream of materials for recycling because containers returned through the deposit system are separated out from all of the other waste and managed on their own. So there's less contamination of recovered materials, meaning more materials get recycled and recycled better. The deposit system would create economic benefits for the District of Columbia, including more green jobs and a source of income for people struggling to put food on the table. Small distributors are exempted from paying into the system, and a generous 4-cent adjustable handling fee covers retail business impacts. For consumers, let's remember that a deposit is not a tax. It's fully refundable, and research shows bottle bills have minimal impact on beverage prices and do not result in decreased sales. If you enact this bill, it would also help Maryland follow, helping to create a regional approach. For these reasons, we respectfully request your aye vote.
And thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Our next witness who signed up to testify virtually is Tanae Lewis. You can unmute yourself, turn on your camera, and begin your testimony.
Hi, good evening, Councilmember McDuffie and others in the room with you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tanae Lewis. I am a Ward 7 resident and volunteer leader with the campaign to reduce lead exposure and asthma. I'm here to express my strong
Tanae, if it's possible for you to get closer to your microphone, it would help. I'm struggling to hear your testimony.
Is this better? Sorry.
That's a lot better. Thank you.
Perfect. Can I start over or just pick up?
Yeah, you can start over. We'll give you 3 minutes. You can start over.
Cool. Good afternoon, council member. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tanae Lewis. I am a Ward 7 resident and volunteer leader with the campaign to reduce lead exposure and asthma. I'm here to express my
It appears your
strong
connection
support
is.
for the DC bottle bill and possibly to fund lead-free filters so that families do not have to purchase as many plastic bottles as we see today. I pray we all agree that clean, safe drinking water is a basic human right. Yet in the district, too many families, especially those in wards 5, 7, and 8, living in older housing, still face the threat of lead exposure through their tap water. This is unacceptable, especially for children under the age of 6, who are mostly vulnerable to the lifelong impacts of lead poisoning. The DC bottle bill will offer a smart, sustainable way to address this crisis, as well as another serious issue related to the funding filters. While the lead service lines are being replaced through 2037 or longer, which the council has been hesitant to pass a mandate for due to the price tag. By placing a small deposit on bottles and cans and reinvesting the unclaimed funds into essential public health efforts like purchasing lead-free filters for low to moderate income families who need them most. This is a common sense investment in our children's health and our city's future. Besides, we would not need to purchase water in plastic bottles as much if our waterways were clean and free of lead. The bill is about more than recycling. It's about equity. No family in DC should have to pay for bottled water because they are worried whether the water coming from their faucet is harming their children. Your office has the DC Council has a responsibility to ensure that every family, regardless of a zip code, has access to safe, clean drinking water. This bill is one step closer to ensuring that happens. And I also highly encourage the council to pass DCB 260092, which is the lead-free DC Amendment Act of 2025. Have that reintroduced and get it passed with some language from this current bill to help fund lead-free filter distribution. Again, I urge and highly support the DC bottle bill to be passed, using some of its funds to support lead-free water filter distribution for families with young children. Clean water for all isn't just a goal, it's a necessity. Thanks again for your time and listening to me today.
And thank you for your testimony. If you could, we want to encourage you to provide your testimony in writing. There was a bit of your testimony earlier that where your connection froze a bit, so we want to make sure we get your full testimony on the record. So thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yep, your next witness is going to be Glenn Hall. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, members of council in attendance, and to the 11 co-introducers for your time. So my name is Glenn Hall. I'm a proud third generation native Washingtonian from Ward 8 and environmental justice community organizer for Young Gifted and Green. We're a civil rights and environmental justice organization dedicated to advocating for the health and well-being of our communities. Today, I stand in strong support of the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025, also known as the DC Bottle Bill. So the implications of this legislation extend far beyond just recycling. They touch upon critical public health issues, maternal health, and the well-being of our children. Plastic pollution is not merely an environmental concern, it is a public health crisis. Plastic bottles are significant contributors to microplastics, and according to NIH, researchers have detected thousands of tiny bits of plastic in common single-use water bottles that we tend to use all the time. Researchers have also found that on average, a liter of bottled water included about 240,000 tiny pieces of plastic. Exposure to microplastics can disrupt endocrine functions and have been linked to various health issues, including reproductive health problems and developmental disorders in children. For mothers and children, the stakes are particularly high. So pregnant women exposed to plastic-associated chemicals, such as BPAs, face increased risk of complications, including low birth weight and preterm birth. And according to research published in the International Journal of Endocrinology, maternal exposure to BPA can lead to adverse outcomes for newborns and long-term development challenges. When businesses and consumers alike use disposable, single-use bottles, they not only contribute to environmental degradation, but also risk exposing children to harmful chemicals leaching from the plastic, especially in areas of the city with higher levels of lead exposure, such as Ward 8, where I call home, who cannot safely or in good conscience drink tap water as it is. In contrast, utilizing water filters provides a safer, more sustainable alternative. Filters can reduce contaminants, ensuring access to clean drinking water without the adverse health effects associated with plastic. Funding generated from this bill could be used to fund the process of getting those filters into the hands of residents who need them the most. The DC Bottle Bill will encourage the reduction of single-use plastics in our community, especially my community in Ward 8, promote a culture of recycling and responsible consumption, and also it provides a financial incentives for individuals to return these bottles, thereby reducing litter, protecting our environment, enhancing public health, but then also giving people opportunity to make a living, get some extra money into their pockets. So by supporting this bill, we not only invest in a cleaner, greener DC, but also in the health and future of our children and families. Thank you, council, for your time.
And thank you, Glenn Hall, for your testimony. I want to thank everybody who testified on the last panel. Again, I also want to encourage everyone who has not already done so to provide their written testimony to the committee electronically. We would appreciate you doing that. I'm now going to make a call for our next panel, realizing that we've lost a number of people. We're just shy of 7 o'clock p.m. And so we do appreciate those who remain with us and your patience. Kristen Brown. Do not see. Evan Raskin appears to be here. Siobhan Lewis. Zachary Israel. Zachary Israel. Ed Lazier. Blake Lajness. Pardon my mispronunciation. Ann Du Bois. Caden Kuntz. Catherine Ferguson is here. Matthias Paushin is here. Barbara Briggs is here. Matt Gravitz. Do not see. William Siegel, not present. Philip Pennell, Not present. Merwin DeMello? Not present. Ronald Williams Jr.? No. Alexis Pasmino? Yes. John Yu? No. Kiyundu Min? No. First name is Semagne. Webne? No. Michelle Dunn? Yes. Sarah Wood? No. Sine Hapt? No. Jamie Vargas? Yes. Robert Daly? No. Jay Eckstein? Both are here. Okay. Robert Daly is here. Jay Eckstein is here. Aklilu Abebe? No. Manoj Maharan?
Yes.
Yes. Paul Martinez? No. Mohammed Shah? Yes. All right. Casa Araga? No. Teofilo Ayala? No. Okay, we're gonna pause at 185. Be panel 22. And I'm gonna say good evening to everyone who's still with us. Evan Raskin, you can unmute yourself, turn on your video, and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Act of 2025. My name is Evan Raskin. I'm the policy manager at earthday.org, the global environmental nonprofit headquartered here in DC, where I am also a Ward 2 resident. I am here today in strong support of the bottle bill because it will reduce pollution, protect public health, and create economic opportunity in our city. The scale of the problem is staggering, with over 600 million bottles and cans sold in the district every year, yet fewer than 25% of them are recycled. That leaves more than 450 million containers weighing nearly 41,000 tons to be sent to landfill, incinerated, or otherwise littered in our community. Almost 300 million of these are plastic bottles that leach harmful chemicals and break down into microplastics, contaminating our soil, water, and even the food that we eat. This pollution is not just an environmental crisis, but also a public health crisis. Containers left to collect water also attract pests and mosquitoes, increasing risk of disease for families across the district. I have led numerous cleanups across the world, including many here in DC, where we have had to repeatedly service the same sites due to a need for greater infrastructure to prevent pollution. And these cleanups always include a high volume of beverage containers. In fact, by weight, they compose the majority of trash removed from the Anacostia River. The district needs incentives like the bottle bill to close the gap and keep our public spaces both clean and safe in perpetuity. By giving people a reason to return their bottles and cans, this bill will directly cut trash and pollution while helping prevent public health risks. Cleaner land and water means healthier children, safer neighborhoods, and less strain on municipal systems. And I've seen the effectiveness of bills firsthand. In Massachusetts, where I was raised, up to 79% of beverages covered by the state's bottle bill were recycled at one point, compared to only 25% of beverages that were not covered. I grew up in a healthier, safer environment because of this impactful policy, and kids in DC deserve the same. The DC bottle bill further protects the health of residents by dedicating funding to lead water filters for households that have been in sincere need of these resources for far too long. And on top of all of it, the bottle bill is an economic win. Refundable deposits are not a tax, as some may have proposed. Bottle returns put money in DC residents' pockets that can make a real difference for low-income households. And any deposit that is paid at purchase can easily be recouped by anyone who wants it. And that fully covers the cost for the next deposit as well. The bottle bill even stimulates the economy by creating jobs in waste management from collection to sorting to recycling, all while reducing taxpayer costs for street cleaning and stormwater management and the other ways in which the average taxpayer is paying year after year for the price of pollution in our communities.
I believe that anybody who wants to see a clean and prosperous future for the city would see this as a no-brainer, and I urge the council to pass this legislation without delay. Thank you again for your time and leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next witness is Siobhan Lewis. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Siobhan Lewis. I live in Mount Pleasant in Ward 1. Thanks to Councilmember McDuffie for convening this hearing. I'm really grateful for this chance to testify in support of this bill. This is such an exciting opportunity for DC to lead on an environmental issue that's becoming more urgent as we learn more about the dangers of plastic pollution. Right now, DC is dealing with an incredible amount of avoidable pollution. As we've heard all day long, we are burning, burying, or littering hundreds of millions of beverage containers every year. I see it every day. I don't have a car, so I walk everywhere, and I see the litter piling up on sidewalks all over the city. I love our main street in Mount Pleasant. It's always bustling with people, but it's also absolutely stuffed with beverage container trash. The public trash cans are full of it, and they're overflowing onto the sidewalks. I have here some bottles and cans that I picked up just this morning at a 20-minute walk with my dog. Some of these were right by the storm drain, so they're soon to be flushed right into the river. I really started to understand the scale of this problem when I started participating in river cleanups. In just a few hours, I and the other volunteers would collect thousands of bottles and cans from areas near the river. It's really shocking that we're sending so much trash right into our waterways. But the most important thing is that this problem is so fixable. It's 2025. We have electric cars and robot surgeons, and we're sending celebrities to space. The fact that this change may be challenging is not a reason not to do it. There will never be a time when change feels cheap and easy. DC residents and businesses are smart and hardworking. We can do this now if we work together. The most inspiring part of this bill is that it provides a way for the companies who profit from all this pollution to help deal with it. Every resident of DC is already paying the costs of this pollution. We pay to have trash and recycling hauled away. We pay to clean up litter. We pay to dredge trash from the river. And that's not even counting the ways we pay with our health, lung disease caused by incinerating garbage, microplastics that we're all absorbing into our bodies. A witness from Ward 8 Woods said earlier today, we're paying with the dignity of our communities. This picture behind me is from Ward 8 Woods. It's taken near the Congress Heights Metro. So who's not paying? The beverage companies that profit from selling a drink that lasts for 15 minutes with packaging that pollutes our environment for up to hundreds or thousands of years. This bill will begin to change that. It puts a fair price on the cost of dealing with all this waste. 4 cents per container, the handling fee that beverage distributors will pay to support the program. I know from the river cleanups that I've participated in that most of this trash is coming from big companies like Coke, Pepsi, and Keurig Dr. Pepper, and they're the ones who will pay. This fee is more than reasonable given the burden that this industry places on our city. So I urge you to pass this bill. Let's show other states, especially our neighbors, Maryland and Virginia, that progress is possible and we can solve this problem together.
Thank you for your testimony, Siobhan Lewis. Our next witness is Ann Du Bois. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony.
Good evening, Chair McDuffie, council members, and council staff. Thank you for holding this hearing on Bill 26-58. My name is Ann Du Bois, and I appreciate the patience you have shown and the respectfulness of this process in hearing all perspectives on the bill. Much has already been said at this late point in the proceedings, so I'll be brief. I'm sharing my screen with Glover Archbold Park out the window there, which is part of my testimony. I'm advocating for the bottle bill because this plan will result in fewer beverage containers blighting our public spaces. This trash is not just an eyesore, but a public health hazard that we need to take personally. Here's a plastic spoon. Take a look. According to scientific research, each of us has the equivalent of this utensil in plastic nanoparticles in our brains already. Microparticles of the same kinds of plastic that are degrading in our environment and becoming soil, air, and waterborne contamination. MJ Gray and Glenn Hall and others have spoken about this in detail. With my testimony, I present some evidence. Here's what I picked up in Glover Archbold Park along a stretch of the trail in my usual walk where I live. So I won't dump it all out, but it is mostly plastic bottles, along with a few aluminum cans. Glover Archbold is one of the cleanest park areas in the city, mind you. What I feel when I see carelessly discarded beverage containers in the stream or beside the path is not just resentment, but grief about our throwaway culture and its disregard for the natural world. Notably, I found only 2 plastic bags that had washed downstream. We know DC's plastic bag fee has successfully reduced that particular category of litter. Bottle bills have worked elsewhere, as we've heard so clearly from Ryan Castalia. And through Bill 26-58, DC consumers too will keep single-use beverage containers where they belong within a forward-thinking circular economy. I have faith this council can ensure that the final version of the legislation addresses many of the concerns we have heard about today, and I urge the council to pass a bottle bill for the District of Columbia. Thank you for your consideration and for your support.
And thank you for your testimony this evening. Our next witness who signed up to testify virtually is Kaden Kuntz. Good evening to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good evening, Committee Chair McDuffie and others. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing. Like you mentioned, my name is Kaden Kuntz. I'm a resident of Ward 6, and I've been a resident of DC for 6 years. I'd like to make 2 main points. 1, that litter and plastic pollution are huge problems in the district, and 2, that passing the bottle bill would help address those problems along with other community benefits. As a student at Georgetown, I participated in Anacostia River cleanups, and the first time I went, I was shocked by the amount of plastic bottles that made their way into the river. You could essentially barely see the surface. And I now live on the H Street corridor, and I see bottles in the street and in parks in Northeast all the time. It's a really big problem. I recently learned that 600 million bottles and cans are sold in the district every year, but fewer than 25% get recycled, and they make up 60% of the trash by weight pulled from the Anacostia River. And then that has a big effect on our health. Plastic bottles in our waterways leach microplastics into the water that we drink. And then, as many people have mentioned, microplastic pollution has been linked to cancer and heart attacks and other really significant problems. That was from Stanford Medicine. And this bottle bill would incentivize people to return their bottles and then keep them out of waterways. I also think, it would provide a valuable economic opportunity for people struggling to make ends meet. As many people have mentioned, it would exempt small businesses under 2,000 square feet from the requirement. And I think it is important to listen to feedback from businesses and make changes on the margins to ensure that the cost burden falls more on the larger manufacturers. But ultimately, our priority should be protecting public health and the environment. So I think that's what our focus should be. And like other people have mentioned, there's a lot of precedent for success with this type of bill. 10 states across the U.S. have bottle bills, including California, Iowa, Vermont, very different places with, still have successful small businesses. At least 11 Canadian provinces have bottle bills. At least 13 countries in Europe have bottle bills, with more set to pass by 2029. And there's a lot of data that shows that they've been very successful. For example, there's a study from Clean Virginia Waterways that said in states without bottle bills, plastic bottles represent 8.6% of litter, whereas in states with bottle bills, that number falls to 3.9%. So that's a huge reduction. And the evidence doesn't end there. Of course, people have also mentioned the DC plastic bag rule, a 5-cent fee that was imposed in 2010. And according to the Anacostia River Keeper, almost in no time at all, that's a quote, they stopped seeing bags as the #1 item in the river. So I think that, there's a lot of people have presented some pretty conclusive evidence here. And I think these examples demonstrate that the bill will be a really effective way to get plastic bottles out of our water. And so I hope that the DC Council will prioritize public health here and environmental protection by passing this bottle bill. So thank you very much for convening this hearing, Councilmember McDuffie, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
And thank you very much for your testimony, Kaden Kuntz. Our next witness is Catherine Ferguson. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Committee Chair McDuffie. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing on the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Act of 2025. And thank you to the 11 council members who co-introduced this bill. My name is Catherine Ferguson. I've been a resident of Ward 6 for 27 years. I'm also a retired educator and a member of the Sierra Club, where I volunteer to support our Climate Leaders program for high school students. This past Sunday, we took these high school students on a boat tour of the Anacostia River. You might remember it was a gorgeous day. These students had never been on the Anacostia, and they were excited to see all the wildlife: egrets, blue herons, a kingfisher, families of turtles, and many people fishing and enjoying nature along the banks of the river. Unfortunately, the wildlife and the people were hugely outnumbered by plastic bottles polluting the riverbanks. Exposed to sun and water, these bottles were obviously degrading, leaching microplastics into the water and soil. The students on this boat tour saw with their own eyes that the city has unbelievable natural resources that we are literally trashing. They want our elected officials to solve this problem. On Sunday, I will take another group of high school students on a cleanup of the Anacostia. To be clear, this area is not inherently polluted. The trash originates all over our city. It's the bottles and cans we see discarded on our streets and sidewalks, and then are washed to the Anacostia by stormwaters. In planning Saturday's cleanup, the students learned that the money previously available to support such cleanups was recently cut from our very tight budget. So figuring out how to pay for the materials students need to pick up trash became one more problem to solve. These students learned that our city literally cannot afford to clean up trash of discarded beverage containers. And we shouldn't have to. The Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Act of 2025 provides an elegant and cost-effective process for eliminating beverage container pollution. While we can all wish that everyone would properly recycle beverage containers, the reality is many people do not. Bottle deposits provide the needed incentive for people to recycle bottles and cans, whether it's a container they purchased or a plastic bottle lying on the sidewalk. The bottle bill will literally turn trash into cash. The students I've described here all want the DC Council to pass the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Act of 2025. They've researched how plastic pollution and trash harms our health, and they're educating their families, friends, and neighbors about why DC must pass a bottle bill now. Please don't let them down. Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for convening this hearing and for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you for providing your testimony this evening. Our next witness is Matthias Postian. Good evening to you. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Councilmember McDuffie. My name is Matthias Postian, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Act of 2025. When I walk through our neighborhoods, I see too many bottles and cans scattered across our sidewalks, gutters, parks, and rivers. Each one is a small reminder that our city deserves better. We all want clean streets where children can play safely, where seniors can walk without dodging broken glass, and where every resident can feel proud of the place they call home. This bill gives us a chance to make that vision a reality. I grew up in Germany, where bottle refund systems have been in place for as long as I've been alive, or probably longer. And returning bottles to stores is simply part of everyday life. Most people do it without a second thought. And for the few bottles that aren't returned, they don't stay on the street for long. As a kid, I and my friends, we always saw them as an opportunity, picking them up, returning them to the store for a few cents of pocket money. That creates a culture where waste disappears and recycling becomes second nature. Passing this bill means Washington, D.C. can achieve a similar standard. Imagine walking along our sidewalks without crunching a can underfoot or seeing a playground that's free of broken glass. Imagine the Anacostia River becoming so clean that we'll be able to swim in it safely. This bill is a concrete step towards that vision. DC will be a better city, cleaner, healthier, and more beautiful because of this bill. Let's seize this opportunity, and I urge Council to pass it quickly. Thank you very much for your time and attention and for holding this hearing, Councilmember McDuffie.
And thank you for your testimony this evening. Our next witness is Barbara Briggs. Good evening to you. We appreciate you joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony.
Good evening, Councilmember McDuffie, and thank you for this opportunity to testify.
My name is Barbara Briggs. I'm a Ward 3 resident, and I'm here today in support of the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. I'm grateful for all the work that's gone into bringing this bill for introduction. I grew up in Maine in the 1960s and 70s, and one thing I remember is that litter was ubiquitous on the roadsides, in parks, playgrounds, in streams and ponds. It was everywhere. And like here, it was mostly drink bottles and cans. We thought it was just the way it was, an ugly, dirty blight on our otherwise beautiful state. Sometimes it was dangerous too, broken glass and sharp edges on cans. As kids, we had to be careful. In the mid-70s, there was a campaign for a bottle bill. The distributors and stores did not like it and fought hard to block it, arguing that taking all those bottles back would be messy and unsanitary, all the arguments you're hearing today. It was a tough fight, but Maine residents passed the bottle bill referendum in 1976, and it was enacted in 1978. The impact was immediate and startlingly effective. I remember coming back from college in the summer of 1979 and noticing that there was almost no litter on the roadsides. That was nearly 50 years ago. The original bill covered beer and soft drinks. Logistical challenges were addressed. Over the years, the program's been expanded and now covers all beverages except for dairy and unprocessed cider. The beverage distributors and stores are doing just fine. The problem that the DC bottle bill will help to solve is not just the ugliness of litter in our streets and waterways, as we've heard. It's waste in an even more profound sense of the word, the waste of resources those bottles are made with, of the energy and air pollution their production required, and of the natural land or landfills where those containers end up. When I have come before this committee in the past, it's usually been to urge you to help our city live up to its commitment to move to clean, renewable energy that does not pollute. At its root, the problems of fossil fuels and bottles are very similar. Washington Gas and the methane gas that it sells us only remain marginally competitive by not counting the asthma, cancers, and climate damage they create. Meanwhile, the beverage industry, distributors, and retailers, including many on today's witness list, are fighting hard to continue to get a free pass selling beverages in non-returnable bottles and cans, and adding massively to the social cost of litter and the waste stream the rest of us have to pay for and live with. Today, please tell them to collect their trash like Maine did nearly 50 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. Our next witness is Alexis Pazmino. Good evening to you. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, thank you, Committee Chair McDuffie. My name is Alexis Pazmino, and I'm a member of the Friends of Kingman Park Civic Association. As a longtime DC resident, I would like to thank the 11 council members who co-introduced the bottle bill in January. I support the bottle bill because DC has a huge beverage container pollution problem, but it doesn't have to be this way. Bottle bills work. The people of the District of Columbia want the council to pass B26-58. Last year, my neighbors and I excitedly texted each other when we saw something we thought was a miracle. It felt like the answer to our problems, and it was a public trash bin installed across the street. But our excitement quickly faded when we realized that A, there wasn't an accompanying recycle bin installed next to it, and B, even with the new public trash bin, the litter on our block only continued. Every day, I see new bottles and cans tossed onto the street. This is one of 2 signs I installed on my block begging people to stop littering. There's so much litter here that my boyfriend even brought one of those trash pickers just for our corner. And if I or one of my Ward 7 neighbors don't pick up that discarded litter, sorry for the noise, it's been late here. But if we don't pick it up, it ends up polluting our parks, waterways, and neighborhoods. And that adds up. Every year, 464 million containers are buried, burned, or littered. After big events like Project Glow, Pride, and Warped Tour, there was a giant trail of bottles and cans throughout my neighborhood. Now, just 2 weeks ago, this council passed the RFK redevelopment deal. And while the commanders were unwilling to accept any binding waste prevention measures in that deal, this council has an opportunity to make that redevelopment even better for DC. Without a bottle bill, countless bottles and cans from the RFK site will still end up polluting DC's environment for generations. It takes 450 years for a plastic bottle to decompose, but those microplastics that break down never truly go away. It doesn't have to be this way. The district bottle bill is a sensible solution. Deposits incentivize people to return bottles and cans to be recycled. Deposits are refunded in full upon return. They're not a tax. We get every penny back. The district bottle bill also offers protections for small businesses like the one I'm at right now, many of which are exempt. Now, I've spoken to dozens of people in Kingman Park who support the bottle bill, but it's not just Ward 7. You've heard it plenty already in testimony today, and you'll continue hearing it tonight. There's overwhelming support for this legislation. We, the people, want a bottle bill, and we want it now. We ask the council to pass this legislation, and then maybe I'll finally be able to take down these don't litter signs. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Michelle Dunn. Dune, I'm not sure how you pronounce your last name. Apologies if
It's
I
done,
mispronounced it.
Councilman McDuffie. Thank you very much. And I want to thank the DC Council for considering the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. I strongly support passage of the bill for 3 reasons. I've been a DC resident since 1978, and I've really been saddened to see the bottle and can pollution for years in our streams and rivers, including Rock Creek, the Potomac, the Anacostia. I live in Ward 3 along one of the heavily trafficked avenues. And frankly, every day when I go out, I'm picking up a can or a bottle, and so I really think that giving DC residents an incentive to return them instead of toss them would make a huge improvement in the cleanliness and the health of our city. I'm also the leader of a social justice organization called Franciscan Action Network based here in DC where I live, and I'm troubled at the environmental justice implications of can and bottle pollution, which I know disproportionately affect our neighbors in Wards 7 and 8. So I also want to mention I've lived in Maine, and I was really impressed at how well the bottle bill worked there. It took me a while to get used to it when I first went there, but there was no visible litter. Everyone got into the habit of returning in their bottles and cans when they went grocery shopping. And there are also a lot of groups like Boys and Girls Clubs or Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts who collected the bottles as a fundraiser. There's so many reasons to pass this bill, and I hope you'll do so. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Our next witness is Jaime Vargas. Good evening to you. Jaime, hopefully you're doing well. We look forward to hearing your testimony.
I'm here to speak on behalf of Jamie Vargas of San Antonio's. My name is Jamie Vargas, and I own San Antonio's Bar and Grill in Brooklyn. I appreciate the council effort to improve, recycle, and protect the parks and rivers in DC. However, I'm here today to say that the bottle bill is so wrong. As a restaurant owner, I know how hard it is to keep a small business operation in the district. We are constantly worried about how we're going to afford our products, pay our staff, and keep our food and drinks reasonable price for our customers. It feels like there's always a new challenge or regulation that's making staying open challenging. Inflation, the pandemic, tariff, and federal officers around our restaurant. Now, this battle will directly hurt small businesses like mine, raising costs on the beverages we buy and sell. I also worried about businesses like mine that operate near the Maryland border. If Maryland doesn't have a bottle bill business in the district, will have a harder time keeping their customers who could easily drive a couple of miles to buy everyday drinks at a lower price. This will this bill will just punish DC businesses that cannot take on the new challenges. I know Every new regulation move me closer to closing my doors here. I hope the city council will take my plea to heart, and I urge them to reject the DC battle bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next witness is Robert Daly. Are you able to join? No? Okay. We will keep moving. Jay Eckstein.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. Are you Jay Eckstein?
Yes, we're here now. It's actually Casa Agro.
Well, I'm looking for Jay Eckstein. I'm not on Casa Agua.
Well, the
Jay
problem,
Eckstein.
I'm sorry, we actually logged in by mistake. They were supposed to change it.
Well, is Jay Eckstein available to testify?
Yes,
So
I am
no,
speaking on behalf of Jay Eckstein.
Nope. We want Jay Eckstein to testify. If Jay Eckstein is not available, you all are welcome to submit written testimony, but we're not going to have folks speak on behalf of people who are not present. So I'm going to keep calling down the list. I'm going to get to CASA in the order that I called them, but I want to make sure that we are respectful of everybody's time because there are other people who have been waiting, and I want to get to them in the order in which they signed up. So I'm going to move next to Manoj Maharad, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. AB Liquors, are you present and able to testify?
Yes, I am present. Just give me a moment. I'll take care. So my name is Manoj Maharzan, and I am the manager of AB Liquors, and I'm here today to express my strong opposition to the proposal of the DC bottle bill. We are a liquor store in the heart of Columbia Heights, and our entire business model is based on selling beverage containers. If this bill passes, not only will it immediately raise prices for our customers, many of whom are our longtime neighbors, but will also cost us thousands of dollars in upfront costs that we don't have it. We are already spending on top prices in rent because of our location, and it continues to increase. Our business taxes are always on the rise, and now we have to worry about one more thing. I don't want to have to raise my prices and ask my consumers to pay more. That would be like at least $1.20 for every 12-pack they grab. And as you know, a lot of people don't drive in DC. We don't expect consumer to carry those empty containers here and there, and they lose the money at the end, which is a tax. While I understand that the intent behind this legislation, that would be devastating for the small businesses like mine and unfair to my loyal consumers. Additionally, this bill could require local businesses owner to manage bottle repairs returns in their own stores. This will increase labor costs and storage space requirements that many of us would be unable to meet. While environmental goals are important, this bill would hurt the small businesses community across the district. So I ask that you reject the DC bottle bill and work towards solutions that can achieve sustainability without undermining local businesses like mine. And I thank you very much for this opportunity.
And thank you very much for taking the time to provide your testimony virtually. I want to just make a announcement for those who are still remaining. I do sincerely appreciate your patience. I don't mean to sound discourteous, but we want people who are present to testify. If you're not able to be present to testify, then we would encourage you to submit your written testimony to the committee for the record. I know a lot of the businesses are trying to testify while also operating your businesses, and I know that is difficult, and I fully appreciate how you're trying to juggle to make sure that you have your voice be a part of this record, and we want your voice to be a part of this record. We want to just be mindful of all the folks who have been patiently waiting to testify themselves, and so we won't be taking testimony from people who are not present or having others read testimony on behalf of somebody who signed up. But we do encourage you to submit your written testimony. The next person that we have who signed up to testify is Mohammed Isha.
Yes, I'm.
Thank you. You can begin your testimony. You can unmute yourself and turn on your video if you like. You have 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you for this opportunity to be able to explain. My name is Mohammed Ishao. I'm Kmart store owner. As the owner of Kmart, a neighborhood grocery store that has served DC Ward 7 community for many years, we provide our customers with essentials such as grocery, fresh produce, and other everyday goods to family who really own us for affordable price. That is why I am concerned about the impact that bottle bill will have on my business, and I am asking DC not to pass this harmful bill. This city is still recovering from the financial shock of the last few years and the impact that federal cutbacks are having on our own population. We've battled through pandemic closure, supply chain issues, and now the highest inflation we've seen in generation. The last thing we need is another policy that increases costs for small business like mine. If passed, this bill would add the $2.40 or to simple case of water or soda for my customer, many of whom are seniors or working family. This is significant and unfair increases to their grocery bill. This bill would also affect the fragile recovery of a small business across the district. Many of us are operating on the thinnest of margins, and when you force a new cost onto small business like mine, many of us already have trouble trying to make ends meet without the extra costs the bottle bill will add. The city council should be looking for ways to help our communities thrive, not to implementing new system that make it harder for them to afford their basic needs. I urge you to find a better way to improve recycling that does not place this burden on the backs of small business and their family will receive. Thank you for the opportunity for me to explain. And thank you.
Thank you so much for providing your testimony. We really do appreciate it. Our next witness is Casa Aragua. Thank you. Again, we look forward to hearing your testimony. If you want to unmute yourself, turn on your video, you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Get out the go, please. I'm sorry. My name is Casa Ragawa, and I am the proud owner of Roja Liquor and Braidwood. Under the DC bottle bill, business owner like me will be forced to organize and store bottle and cans at our store, charge high price, and potentially drive away customers who have relied on our affordable price. As it is now, it is incredibly difficult to run business in DC. The high cost of living, made even worse by the effect of inflation, the pandemic left around because of the current situation with the federal government and widespread tariffs, has made running business a daily struggle to keep our doors open. Now the council is asking small business owners a whole new system and impose higher costs on our customers, all while trying to make ends meet. As far as my concern, I see all uptown Georgia Avenue commercial area start closing. You can observe it. There is so many stores closed, vacant. The current situation is not the time to raise any penny for consumer and for small business. We lost traffic, foot traffic. I really concerned the current situation. It may affect all small business to run out of business. Thank you for your sincere effort to improve our city, but this bill will only bring harm to the business and the resident that makes our city great. I ask that you do not pass the DC bottle bill at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Really do appreciate how you're juggling and providing testimony while also trying to run your business. Our next witness is, and we're going to transition to our next panel. We'll be starting our 23rd panel. We're going to start with a call for Kate Bockover. Yes. Brandon Skull. No. Susan Williams. Yes. Nicholas Schiller. No. Peter Quinn Jacobs. Yes. Rachel Ramon Donlin. No. No. Claire Ulrich. No. Alexandra Wilson. Yes. Pete Sepp.
Yes.
Yes. Max Skoglund. No. Samantha Wines. No. Bianca Palmisano. Yes. Karen Abrams. No. Andrew Shapiro. No. Wendy Wood. Catherine Coyle. Yes. Sebastian Gilmart. Yes. Jackie Lieberman. No. Jessica Arians.
Yes.
Yes. Valerio Johnson.
No.
No. Mike Litt.
Yes.
Yes. Sam Tracy. Yes. Zane Snyder Cox. Z-A-N-E. No. Brendan Shane. Yes. Sonia Lerner. No. No Sonia Lerner. Miriam Gordon. Oh, okay, let's repeat. No. Paul Ruffins.
Yes.
One, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Daniel O'Brien. No. Jean Humza. Yes. Eliza Valerio.
Yes.
Yes. Susan Dorn.
Yeah.
No. Nancy Pine. No. Okay. Made a call for all of the remaining witnesses. And so this will be our last panel of public witnesses before we hear from our government witness with the Mayor's Office of Deputy Mayor Planning and Economic Development and the Department of Energy and the Environment. So just a heads up to the government witnesses, we're on our last panel of virtual witnesses, and we're going to begin that panel now with Kate Bockover. Good evening to you. Thanks for your patience, for remaining with us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. And thank you belatedly for coming and visiting our community, Eastland Gardens in Ward 7 when we didn't have a council member. I always remember that, and I think that's why it's really important that you support this bill. So, beverage containers make up such a large portion of the litter that is kind of a feature of my community. Wherever we go, we find beverage containers in front of our houses and as I walk my kids to school. And what that means is that community-oriented people in my neighborhood are already picking up bottles and cans just to keep our area clean. In addition, the city is thankfully paying people to pick up trash as well. This act would give the people who pick up trash out of the goodness of their heart compensation for their efforts, and also incentivize more people to contribute to our city's cleaning effort. The other problem with the beverage containers is that we're being exposed to microplastics that are polluting our kids, and also polluted air from the trash incinerator. This act will help keep our neighborhoods cleaner and be better for our health. I was really surprised when people keep saying that, this bill is going to cost small businesses money, because small businesses can be exempt from the bottle return. And also, seeing constant litter for my family is a strong reminder not to buy single-use beverages or things from the convenience store. My kids, like all kids, have memorized their mom's catchphrases, such as, "You can wait till you get home to get a drink of water. Those bottles just end up on the side of the road." I think that if this bottle bill is passed, we'll be able to guilt-free enjoy a soda every once in a while after school. Also, the support for filters to take lead out of water that is a part of a bill is really important for the health of our city's children. Thank you so much.
And thank you for providing your testimony. We really do appreciate it. Our next witness is Susan Williams. Good evening to you. You can begin your testimony. Okay, I think Susan may be experiencing some connection issues. Hopefully we can get that worked out, and we'll hear from you as soon as you get that worked out. We're gonna go to Peter Quinn Jacobs.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can begin your testimony.
Hello, thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, for holding this hearing, giving us an opportunity to testify. My name's Peter Quinn Jacobs. I live in Ward 3, and I would like the opportunity to pop the cap on this testimony about the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. And I'd also like to take a moment to thank all the council members who have already poured in their support for this bill. As you can no doubt tell from the many hours of testimony today, people have not bottled up their feelings, and neither will I. So I like three things: a clean city, smart incentive structures, and puns. So if people have already heard some of these jokes earlier today, my apologies, but I'm about to recycle some now. Here are my 2 cents, or in bottles, that would be about 1/5 of a bottle. I've lived in DC for about 7 years, but I grew up in New York, which has its own bottle bill on the books that was there when I was a kid. And no cap, I wasn't in to be an environmentalist. I was in it for the coin. I was actually, it was my love of collectible trading cards, which I happened to be playing Magic the Gathering with some people here today that got me into collecting bottles. So it was the bottle collection refunds that I used to fuel my hobby. I would go collect bottles and cans. I'd go out on walks just to get the bottles and cans so that I could then go to the game store and buy more cards. So the fact that my community rewarded me for cleaning up my neighborhood didn't just fund my hobby, it also signaled to me and my siblings, everybody else, that taking care of the community was a value of the community. And that's the power of incentives. This bill would set up both retailers and consumers to keep our community cleaner. We've heard some people talking trash about the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act, but with respect, I think we can throw away many of their concerns. Fact is that many states that have bottle bills like the one that's being proposed here, and many local businesses there are handling it without being too down in the dumps. So let's not kick the can down the road. Let's pass this bill. Thank you again, Councilmember McDuffie, for letting me spill my thoughts today. I'll can it now.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Alexandra Wilson. You can unmute yourself, begin your testimony. Alexandra Wilson. Oh, what is that? You may be muted. We see you, but can't hear you. Okay. It seems like you may be having some technical issues, so just.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Had to switch the microphone. All right. Good evening. Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify in favor of this bill. I am a resident of Ward 7, along with my husband and our 4-year-old daughter. We live what we consider a low waste lifestyle, which means we only produce about a grocery bag worth of trash every 2 to 3 weeks. In comparison, the average American creates roughly 5 pounds of trash a day. And we're really proud of that. But it takes a lot of work. The system in our country is just not set up to support our goals. So even though, you go to the grocery store and you get something in a recyclable container and you come home, you empty it and you clean it and you make sure it's dry before you put it into the recycling bin, who knows if all of that hard work even pays off? Because obviously we have a single stream recycling system here in DC, and those items that I worked so hard to take care of could be contaminated. And when they're contaminated, they're trashed. And if enough in a load is contaminated, the entire load is trashed because it's more profitable for the recycling centers to throw them away rather than to clean and recycle. So the bottle bill would take away that concern for myself and my family. We would know that all of the recyclables that we work so hard to clean would be properly recycled, especially glass bottles, which currently aren't recycled in DC. They're just used as cover layers in landfill. And while I know that most of the concern tonight or today has been about the impact this is going to have on businesses, I just want to come from a consumer's perspective and make it clear that I think this bill does a really good job at keeping it easy for the consumer. You're able to get your deposit back if you want it. For people that don't, congratulations on not needing that. But for the rest of us that do, it'll be a pretty simple task to take those bottles back to the store and get our money back. And I think people are doing something similar now, and they may not realize they're already doing that. For example, many people collect plastic bags and plastic film that they take back to the store for drop-off recycling. I also exchange my carbonation canister for my soda stream. I pay a deposit on that, and when I return it, I get a refund that is applied to my new purchase for a full one. Same thing for a gas canister for your grill. And while there might be a slight learning curve, you might not remember to take your bottles back the first few times you go, just like when you started using reusable shopping bags for the first time. I think it'll quickly become habit for many people. And I hope with the passage of this bill, other families and businesses in DC will be able to reduce their waste so that we can all have a cleaner home. Thank you so much again, and have a good night.
And thank you for your testimony. Apologies for the disruption. Let me remind those witnesses who are still waiting to testify to remain muted while you're not speaking. We appreciate that. Our next witness, let's try Susan Williams. I don't know if we got the technical issues figured out. Susan Williams? No? Okay. All right. How about Pete Sepp?
Here, thank you so much for having me. National Taxpayers Union is headquartered in Washington, D.C. We pay taxes in the District of Columbia. One of the important aspects that gets overlooked in the debate over this bill is the very structure of public-private partnerships. We have an expertise in that area. Triple P's work in a lot of policy places, from air traffic control to putting up local public schools, that the important elements of a Triple P need to apply to this bill you are currently considering. The biggest one is to create an economically viable environment in which businesses as well as bottlers can have a recycling program that makes profitable sense to them Otherwise, taxpayers will once again be stuck with costly curbside recycling. We need to find an alternative. How can this bill do that? Several suggestions. We need to maintain the triple P structure. Lines 311 through 312 of the bill state that the DOEE will have a lot of latitude in determining criteria for the fees. We need to pull back on that, restrict government's involvement so that the private sector can do what it does best. We have to think about the role of the government in policing fraud. We put it all on the distributors. Government has a role as well to play. The language in line 290 needs to be updated to reflect that fact. We've heard a lot tonight about taxes on consumers, taxes on businesses. I don't believe this bill is focused on taxes, but we can restore taxpayer confidence that this bill really won't hurt them by actually cutting taxes. Why not reduce the 8% soda tax to 6%, or better yet, reclassify soda as groceries, and then they would be exempt. You would provide taxpayers assurance that this bill will not harm them and will actually help them. We have to encourage voluntary participation in the program. We've heard a lot about whether the 4% fee that businesses can get for running this program is enough. Well, make sure that that's the floor and not the ceiling. We also have to reduce the extraneous goals in this bill. We have unclaimed deposit remittances going to assist lead line service replacement. Fine. That's a noble goal, but it does not belong in a bill that's having a triple P. The triple P raises the money, it needs to retain the money. We've got to avoid these kinds of political causes getting into a bill that is designed to provide financial incentives for a better way to recycle. Please read my testimony in detail. If you have any questions, we are here to help.
Thank you for your testimony, and we appreciate you providing your testimony in writing. Our next witness is Bianca Palmisano. Good evening to you. You can unmute yourself and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Committee Chair McDuffie. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this hearing on B 2658, the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Act of 2025. You know already, my name is Bianca Palmisano. I'm a nurse. I'm a longtime resident of Ward 1. Sierra Club and the 3RC are part of the coalition that I'm working with, and we want to thank the 11 council members who co-introduced this bill on January 15th, 2025. I'm genuinely so excited about the potential for this bill to reduce trash in the district and to provide a small but meaningful income stream to homeless individuals that I have served throughout my career, both in homelessness services and in healthcare. My wife actually told me that when she went to Germany, she was astonished by how clean it was. And part of that was because when someone would set down a bottle on the street, it would immediately be picked up by someone seeking to return it for the bottle deposit. The facility looked more beautiful, and, you know, someone was able to buy dinner or maybe a treat for their kid. It was a very virtuous cycle. Now, we know in DC, 617 million bottles and cans are sold every year, but fewer than 25% get recycled. A bottle deposit provides a small but significant incentive to get those containers back into the recycling stream. I think I have a unique perspective here as someone who's worked with homeless folks in DC for most of my decade-long career. And I know they're some of the most resourceful individuals you'll ever meet. They'll jump at any opportunity to earn income, and, you know, they really want the best for DC too. 10 cents per bottle, it really does add up quickly for these folks. So even if some DC residents choose to forfeit their deposit and litter, this small incentive will actually allow my clients to pick up the slack, making DC cleaner and earning a modest income at the same time. I've participated in a number of DC neighborhood cleanups in Glover Park, on Waterfront, and in Rock Creek Park. And I've pulled so many bottles and cans out of the bushes and waterways. And I know it doesn't have to be this way. The district bottle bill is a really sensible solution. Not only will the district bottle bill remove plastic pollution and lead to cleaner, healthier neighborhoods, it's also going to fund lead water filters to ensure clean drinking water to low-income residents with a lead service line. And that really speaks to my interest in like equity for all communities in DC. So I don't really see a downside here. This is a proven model for reducing litter and cleaning up our public lands. There are many states in the US that use this model, and I think it's time to go ahead and put this bottle bill into action. So thank you very much for convening this hearing and for the opportunity to testify, and I will give you back the last 15 seconds.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your testimony. And we look forward to hearing from our next witness, Catherine Coyle, who is number 201 on our witness list. You can unmute yourself and you have 3 minutes. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Committee Chair McDuffie, and to the 11 council members who co-introduced this bill for taking the time to hear my testimony today. My name is Catherine Coyle. I'm a 17-year-old resident of Ward 3, and I've lived in DC my entire life. Growing up in one of the most influential cities in the country, I've always believed that our city holds both the power and the responsibility to forge meaningful change, especially when it comes to the environment, arguably the most urgent issue of our time. I'm testifying today in strong support of the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Act of 2025. As a lifelong DC resident and a student deeply engaged in environmental advocacy, I've seen firsthand how urgently we need real solutions to address the plastic pollution that is impacting every corner of our city. Every morning on my way to school, often while riding the bus, I see plastic bottles wedged into storm drains or piling up around overflowing trash cans. My favorite park in DC, Rock Creek Park, a place where I go often with my dog to appreciate the beauty of our city, has become littered with bottle caps and crushed soda containers stuck in bushes or trampled into the grass. It makes me both furious and devastated to see one of the most treasured places in DC drowned in single-use plastic. As president of my school's Green Board, I've worked hard to reduce plastic use in our own community. We've successfully transitioned to reusable plates, cups, and utensils in the cafeteria, a big step forward for our school. But I know that while our efforts matter, one school can only do so much. That's why I'm here today to call for systemic change through strong government legislation. My peers and I are doing everything we can, but we need your support to make citywide change possible. The bottle bill provides a simple and effective solution. While we would like to believe that every city resident recycles, the truth is visible in our streets, parks, and rivers. Many people don't. The legislation offers a practical incentive for recycling, encouraging others to bring in not just their own plastic containers, but ones they see littered in public spaces. It rewards city residents for protecting the environment and health of our home. DC has always prided itself in being a leader in progressive change, but in order to be a role model for this country, we must take action. We can't let plastic pollution continue to fill our city while other states demonstrate how successful this bill can be. As a young person, I am deeply concerned about the environmental future for my generation. We are watching and we are pleading with you to take action with us. Please pass this bottle bill so that DC residents, both now and in the future, can get the cleaner, healthier city we deserve. Thank you.
And thank you, Catherine, for your testimony. I appreciate that you have monitored this hearing so that you could participate when called upon, and really appreciate having your testimony be a part of the record as a high school student. So thank you so much for participating in this hearing. Our next witness is Sebastian Gilmard. Good evening to you. You can unmute yourself, begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I support a clean city, clean parks, and clean rivers. But this amendment is not the solution. It would only result in increased costs to consumers, manufacturers, and stores, and it will do nothing to deal with the real root of the problem. For a better part of a decade, we have been doing everything we can to keep our neighborhood clean. We regularly sweep in front of our house, clean the alley, call 311 to put in tickets to report illegal dumping, and try to educate neighbors. We work with elected officials. We put up no dumping posters, but it's a losing and demoralizing battle, especially since the city has done little to nothing to enforce the laws. or educate people. The only way to solve the problem is to issue fines for littering, instruct DPW trash trucks to pick up dumped trash and or report it immediately, hire more inspectors to issue citations, remove the trash prior to nightfall when rats start feeding. It educates students about littering and dumping so that they can educate adults. Create PR campaigns to highlight enforcement actions. We want to see and hear that illegal dumpers and litterers are being fined and or arrested. Redesign the 311 app regarding illegal dumping to allow users to report the trash as food waste. Then those tickets could be prioritized. Currently, our DPW trash trucks drive by dumped trash and ignore it 3 times a week. The trash is an eyesore to residents. It is upsetting to those of us who dispose of our waste responsibly. As time goes on, it feeds rats, starts to decompose, spreads around the city, and eventually gets washed or blown into our rivers, gardens, and forests. It is impossible to keep up with the amount of dumped trash and litter without education and enforcement. Why are there no street recycling receptacles in downtown DC? We have been in dozens of DCPS charter private schools in DC in the past 10 years, and none of them recycled. My 14-year-old child the other day opened the window and threw trash out the window. I was mortified because she did not learn this from us. DPW has made it progressively harder to recycle oils, electronics, paints, and chemicals, giving us 1 day a month at RFK Stadium parking lot where we can do so. I don't see how we can blame the beverage industry, but I do see how we can blame the leaders of DC for failing to educate and enforce tasks I do not have the resources or authority to implement. I do not look at my leaders to solve all my problems. We are happy to help, but I don't think it is fair to ask residents to spend their weekend cleaning up trash if the city does not do its job. We have been complaining about illegal dumping for a decade. We were told the city would flyer the neighborhood to educate neighbors for about 10 years now.
Sebastian,
Flyers were finally distributed
your time
this year, and
has
that is
expired,
unacceptable.
and I'm going
The bottle
to
bill will not
have
fix
to
this
cut you
problem.
off and move to our next witness. We encourage you to submit your testimony in writing, though.
Thank you.
Our next witness is going to be Jessica Arians. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, and begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Committee Chair McDuffie, for convening this hearing, and especially to you and your staff for staying so late in the day. My name is Jessica Arians. I am a resident of Ward 7, and I'm here to support the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Act of 2025. We've heard from a lot of other speakers about their own experiences picking up trash. I do that with my son up and down our street on occasional trash walks in Kingman Park. My son is a toddler and he loves cleaning up trash, which is great. And for me, it has really opened one's eyes to the scale of the district's bottle pollution problem when you have a toddler pointing out trash literally all the time. We have a lot of trash to point out in the city. The vast majority of bottles and cans sold in the district, more than 75%, are not recycled. They end up in landfills, burned in incinerators, or tossed in our parks and our playgrounds and our streets. They end up floating in the Anacostia River, where they are literally choking the life out of this incredible natural resource, imperiling wildlife and the broader Anacostia ecosystem, and where they threaten to undermine the amazing progress the district has made in restoring the river's water quality and riparian habitats. Last year alone, nearly 850 pounds of plastic bottles and thousands of pounds of glass were pulled from the Anacostia. These bottles and cans are more than just an eyesore. They, the plastic waste in particular, are a grave and growing threat to human health. These plastic pieces leach chemicals and break down into microplastics, both of which can lead to an array of negative health impacts. This bottle bill, I think, is a really common sense solution to this problem. It's modeled after other successful bills and recycling programs around the US. It would lead to cleaner waterways and neighborhoods, all while encouraging new economic opportunities, compensating participating retailers, and not increasing retail prices. I know you've heard from a lot of district residents today who support this bill. I think it's because we see this bottle pollution on the regular, and we are hungry for a well-designed, equitable solution. I think the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Act is that solution, and I encourage the council to pass this legislation. Thank you again, Committee Chair McDuffie, for convening this hearing and for the opportunity to testify.
And thank you, Jessica Arians, for participating in the hearing and providing testimony this evening. Our next witness is Mike Litt. Good evening to you. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Chair McDuffie. My name is Mike Litt. I'm a 10-year DC resident and a renter in Ward 6. I'm also chair of the Sierra Club DC chapter. My colleague has provided the chapter's official testimony, which contains all the key facts and figures supporting the Recycling, Refund, and Litter Reduction Amendment Act, or as we call it, the bottle bill. I just want to briefly reiterate strong support by making 3 quick points. First, the bottle bill will dramatically cut litter and trash. Providing a cash incentive for returned cans and bottles is a proven effective system that simply works. Second, this is thoughtful, customized legislation. This bill was designed specifically for the district, taking local concerns and unique challenges seriously. And third, it has strong community-wide support across all 8 wards. A few years ago, I listened to the audiobook Braiding Sweetgrass. A powerful phrase from that book has always stuck with me, and it reads, "Sustain the ones who sustain you, and the earth will last forever." Here in the district, our waterways, the Anacostia and Potomac rivers, sustain us. Having personally volunteered with hundreds of other residents at stream and river cleanups in the district since hearing that phrase, I can tell you from firsthand experience that we still need to do a better job of sustaining them. This bill would do exactly that. The bottle bill is a vital tool for environmental sustainability in a cleaner city. I urge the committee and the entire council to pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We do appreciate your time in providing testimony today. Our next witness is Sam Tracy. Good evening to you. You can begin your testimony.
Good evening, and thanks for sticking around so long for this hearing. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify. My name is Sam Tracy. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs and Business Development for Clink. Clink is the pioneer of bag drop redemption, which is the quickest, easiest, cleanest way to redeem used beverage containers. Our technology is used in 5 out of the 10 bottle bill states, and we continue to grow. So we would definitely love to participate in DC's program if this bill is passed. I live in Maine now, but I am a former DC resident, and I've also lived in Connecticut and Massachusetts. So I have experience as a consumer in 3 out of the 10 bottle bill states, as well as working in 5 of them. We strongly support this bill, as bottle bills are by far the most effective recycling programs out there. My written testimony gets into our general support for bottle bills, so I'll use the time that I have just to highlight some of the best parts of this bill and some areas for improvement. First of all, we appreciate that it defines bag drop. It is a rather new redemption modality, but one that is spreading, and so it's really good to have that in there. I also really appreciate that it has the Beverage Container Stewardship Organization, similar to a producer responsibility organization in some other states. Having that sort of collaboration makes the system much more efficient. I also like that it starts with a 10-cent deposit that is becoming the gold standard in multiple states, since 5 cents is just not worth what it was when so many other states adopted this back in the 70s. And I also like that it does have mechanisms for increasing those based on redemption targets, since it can be cumbersome to have to do that legislatively every time rather than through regulation. Having the broad container list is very helpful too. Generally, you want to have every single container possible in there, aside from very specific reasonable exemptions like milk and formula and things like that. Retailer take back is also an important part to most bottle bills out there. Iowa is one of the few states that doesn't have it, and they do struggle to have redemption sites for people for convenience. Finally, some areas for improvement. The handling fee increase, I think, could also consider inflation in there. We often see independent redemption centers, if it's only pegged to, say, redemption targets, they end up struggling as time goes on. They have increasing costs, but a fixed income from that handling fee. Also, there's a line in there about retailers establishing a dedicated area within their place of business. Bag drop is typically done outside of the building in a parking lot or other outdoor space. So modifying that to recognize that, I think, would be really helpful. And then finally, for retailers, I know that it has restrictions based on the square footage, but also limited to how much of their sales is food and drink is helpful. The vast majority of states, include supermarkets, but not, say, pharmacies that only have drink sales as a small part. And I see my time is up, but I'd be happy to answer any questions about our experience in other states or any best practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and hopefully we've already done so, but I'm encouraging everybody to submit their testimony in writing to the committee via the council's website.
We have. Yeah, thank
Brendan
you.
Shane is our next witness. Good evening to you. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, and begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Thanks for holding this hearing, and especially to all 11 council members who co-sponsored introduction of the bill. In addition to my bottle bill comments, I just want to applaud you for the democracy and action we're seeing here today. Anyone who thinks DC can't run our own government should just tune in for this 10-hour hearing. So on the bottle bill, my name is Brendan Shane, and while I'm here in my personal capacity as a Ward 3 resident, I spent many years working to create a cleaner Anacostia and a healthier city for all our residents. I joined the Anacostia Waterfront Corporation as environmental director in 2005, so 20 years ago. We put in place policies and practices to create greener and healthier buildings and neighborhoods and streetscapes that have made a real difference up and down the Anacostia corridor. Sadly, however, as I move around town and during a cleanup with the Anacostia Parks and Community Collaborative recently, one thing wasn't much different than it was 20 years ago. Dozens of volunteers spending hours picking up trash from the parks and streams, including bottle after bottle after bottle. We filled huge trash bags to haul out, and that's in addition to the thousands more bottles that are being captured every day by the city's trash traps. The overflow of bottles in our parks, on our streets, and flowing down to the streams is unhealthy, and it means the quality of life for all of our children and families is suffering. But we know it doesn't have to be that way. As a child, I lived in Michigan, New Hampshire, and Iowa, so I grew up with bottle bills. My wife's family is from New York City. My sister lives up in Maine. Bottle bills are a part of day-to-day life all across the country. Yes, there is an upfront cost with purchase, but residents get that deposit back as soon as they use the product. We know this approach works, and my main point today is that it's far past time to put a bottle bill to work to clean up the neighborhoods and waterways of the district. One last comment about our unique district context. It is really important that the DC bottle bill be workable, and this hearing has helped clarify ways to make the process smoother for businesses and district residents. So greatly appreciate you spending so much time to dig into the details. Any change involves a learning curve, but this bill will put us on the path to get waste off the streets and out of our parks and streams. Thank you.
And thank you, Brendan Shane, for your testimony this evening. We appreciate you taking the time to provide it to the council. Our next witness is Paul Ruffins. Good evening to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. McDuffie. I want to say that I was a delegate to the first People of Color Environmental Justice Summit. I've been an Afro-American environmental activist for more than 3 decades. I also worked on the 1987 bottle bill and saw some of the same claims made. That, for example, that it would be bad for older Black people who could somehow carry full containers home, but could not take empty ones back. Okay. So many of these arguments have been made before, that it would hurt small business and other things, but it's very, very simple. Not having a bottle bill has not worked. In 1987, Pepsi, Coke, and many other people put hundreds of thousands of dollars into their anti-bottle bill campaign. They created a Clean Capital City Committee. They promised that curbside recycling was the way to go. And many people, as myself, as an environmentalist, believe that curbside recycling is absolutely critical for this. But the bottom line is not having a bottle bill has not worked. All their promises that it would work would not be true. Every single person who was testified here, including the business owners, would tell you that they see too many bottles and cans out front of their properties, and that costs them also. My final thing to say is that there are a lot of possibilities with this bill, but that most importantly, it already fits in very nicely with Maryland's recently passed extended producer liability requirements. And that bill has its own provisions that it could also include a Maryland bottle bill. Having said that, I urge you to pass this bill. It's been going through before. The city council has voted for it in the past. Okay, and there's a much higher understanding among people in the Afro-American community about the questions of environmental justice, okay, and what is really important. Thank you very much. Please vote to pass this act. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony this evening. Our next witness is Daniel O'Brien. Thanks for joining us virtually this evening. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here late too. My name is Dan O'Brien and I'm a resident of Ward 5. I'm originally from New York State, a bottle bill state, and bottle bills just work. Everyone knows how to recycle better, litter less, and it just makes sense. As a child, I knew the rules. Our current recycling and waste stream needs a lot of help, and this bill does just that. As a society, we're always striving to be better, and if we are not stopping the creation of single-use plastics and barely serviceable recycling systems, this is the next best thing. When I think about change since society, since the 1990s when I grew up, I think about cell phones being a good and bad change, but that change costs each of us tens of dollars each month. This bottle bill is literally cents that we can get back. So I don't believe the cost argument holds much water. This would be a good change. And that if people don't want to recycle properly, other people can and get money for it. I also ask, why is it more important for the people opposing the bottle bill to oppose the bottle bill than to oppose the production of single-use products, whether that is plastic, glass, and aluminum? And why have businesses not been worrying about the trash that their products produce? The world is not our dumping ground, and underprivileged neighborhoods that have and communities that bear the burden of waste centers, incinerators in their communities are just supposed to accept that burden? Do we not care for all people equally, or do we hold business owners in higher regard? And ultimately, I want to just hit on the fact that health impacts from microplastics for not just humans, but our environment and the things that we eat and the things we drink. Lastly, DC's Solid Waste Management Amendment Act of 2014 is a law that states that we need to reduce waste by 2030 by 80%. And this helps us do just that. So thank you so much for your time. Really, really, really appreciate it. And I'm sorry, I'm hanging out with friends outside, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate you providing your testimony while hanging out with friends outside. No, I appreciate your commitment to this process. So thank you. Our next witness is Jean Hamza. Good evening to you. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie, for holding this important hearing. My name is Jean Hamza, and I'm a decades-long DC resident and the community liaison for IMP, which is 930 Club, Lincoln Theater, and Anthem. I'm extremely proud to represent a company that has been on the forefront of trying to find sustainable ways to do business. Years ago, we worked with our distributor to find compostable cups, and now we use our cups, which are recycled cups, ensuring every cup is reused. We do not sell single-use plastics like bottled water in any of our venues and have been composting for several years now. None of this has been easy or inexpensive. So my company comes to this table not just as supporters of sustainable efforts, but as a company actively involved in sustainability practices. Given our endeavors at sustainability, we are excited about this bill and believe it has great potential. But we also have our operational concerns. The first and most obvious issue for us is storage. We all have finite footprints, and most of us utilize every inch of our spaces. What it will likely mean for us is increasing the number of deliveries we get. Each delivery adds to the impact on the environment, and it also adds real costs to our businesses' bottom lines for labor. We know this because of the impact that dealing with our cups has had on our costs. Second concern is that our financial and accounting departments will have to carry 10 cents on every bottle in our venues. Our financial controller's rough estimate is that this will create a 3% increase in cash outlay to purchase inventory, which also means an additional 3% of our purchases will be continuously tied up in inventory and unavailable to our business. We may be able to absorb these costs. We suspect that smaller businesses will not be able to absorb the additional cost depending upon the bill's exemptions for them. Final issue I'd like to bring up is the potential impact on our amazing import system. We are fortunate in DC to be able to procure a vast variety of products that aren't available from our main distributors. With this legislation, I envision the consolidation of vendors in order to simplify return processes and accounting, and a decrease in customer choices by only carrying major brands. Council members, I don't believe in letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. So in closing, I want to emphasize how much I appreciate how dedicated this council is to hear all sides. And I want you all to know that I am here to work with you all as you move forward to solve as many problems as possible before the implementation of the bottle bill. My company wants to enthusiastically support all environmentally friendly legislation that the council introduces. Help us to get there on this bill by addressing our legitimate concerns around the implementation of this legislation. Just quickly, love to have a field trip with the council members. Come to Anthem when we're having a major delivery day and just see the chaos. Thank you very much again for your time, and I'd love to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your time and for your testimony this evening. We do appreciate it, and we're going to hear next from Eliza Valero. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us virtually this evening. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, I don't seem to be able to get the audio or the video going. Okay, well, my time is going.
Yep, you can begin your testimony.
All right, but I did have images I was hoping to show, and my video is blocked by you guys.
Yeah, the council has a rule against demonstrations, so that might be, I'm not
Okay,
sure if you communicated with staff about what you plan to show, but.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you anyways. Hello, council members, and thank you for allowing me to speak on this crucial legislation, especially Chairman McDuffie for convening the hearing and my council member, Charles Allen. My name is Elisa Valero, and I've been a homeowner in Ward 6 for 11 years and a resident of the district for most of my life. I also speak on behalf of Christopher and Peter May, Ward 6 residents with homeowners with strong ties to our community. I am a hobby kayaker with a season pass to the boating and DC locations along the Potomac and Anacostia rivers. These locations include popular tourist destinations like the Tidal Basin and the Wharf, as well as protected lands and water like the C&O Canal and Kingsman and Heritage Islands. This hobby has positioned me to appreciate the beneficial impact this bill will have on some of our most beautiful and financially crucial spaces in the Washington, D.C. area. I have kayaked roughly once a week between March through October for several years, so while what I discuss might sound anecdotal as I anchor it to the most recent example I have documented, it holds true across many months and locations here in D.C. When I kayak, I pull litter out of the water. I usually end up with about half a kayak full of plastic trash. This past Saturday, I kayaked at the wharf for about an hour and a half, a pretty average amount of time to do the full bounds of the Washington Channel. I have some pictures of my garbage pile if I'm allowed to show them. This is pretty
What you can do is add them to whatever information you'd like to provide to the record.
Okay, that's there and there. All right, so it's pictures of my garbage piles. It was pretty typical of what you're gonna see, and it was not charming pictures for our tourists. We started with an empty trash can about 3 feet tall. By the time I finished loading it, it was more than overflowing. Inside of it was everything from deflated soccer balls to abandoned fishing wire, but more than anything, it was plastic bottles. Gatorade, Coke, motor fuel bottles, giant water bottles, tiny alcohol bottles. It's bottles from top to bottom out there. What I hardly found was plastic bags. If the council had not passed the bag law 15 years ago, I would not be saying that today. This body made a choice to legislate against that kind of pollution in 2009, and it worked. There was a lot of grumbling back then about having to pay for plastic bags. I myself was a broke college student at the time. I know I grumbled. But when was the last time you or anyone you know complained or even blinked at paying for plastic bags at the grocery store? Small businesses are not closing over plastic bag charges, nor will they over plastic bottles. If we look at the increasing cleanliness of our rivers, the positive impact on our public health and native wildlife, and the tourism dollars to our local businesses that such improvements make, you will see that grumbling about the cost is more than worth the impact and the benefits of passing this bill. I hope that in 15 years, I'm out looking for trash on the water, and as is now true of plastic bags, bottles are scarce. That change is demonstrably possible, and it's up to you. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. And thank you, and apologies for any miscommunication about the testimony. We certainly encourage you to provide your testimony in writing, and any images you want to include in that, we certainly would incorporate into the record. Our final witness is Nancy Pine. Good evening to you. Thank you for your patience. We really do appreciate it. I mean that sincerely. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Chairman. Apologies. I'm also outside, so I'm in the dark right now, but there we go. Found some light. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak out in favor of the bottle bill. I care so much about supporting this bill that I left synagogue to testify. So I hope I'm forgiven. I'm a proud Ward 5 resident. Again, my name is Nancy Pine. I care deeply about keeping my community clean and beautiful. I also care deeply about holding the plastic industry accountable for the toxins that they're putting into our bodies through plastic, through microplastics, and a lot. As well as the pollution that they are letting pour into our waterways and streets. If we can't get them to stop making the stuff, the least we can get them to do is be responsible for recycling it. Moreover, I find it horrifying how much the American Beverage Company has been spending to lobby our communities and to spread disinformation to our businesses and neighbors. I urge you, Council, to make us proud. Pass this common sense bill. It's clear that even the opponents of the bill are for reduced litter. They just have concerns about how the bill will affect them. It's clear that bottle bills are the most impactful way to reduce trash. And it's also clear that businesses and economies thrive in bottle bill states, cities, and countries. And I grew up in New York City, so I can speak to that firsthand. Let's work to improve this bill. Let's make sure that the biggest polluters and the biggest corporations pay the bulk of the costs, and let's pass it. I think every witness, and we've heard a lot of them today, would agree with that based on the testimony that we heard. Thank you for your time and for considering this important bill.
And thank you for your time and your patience and sticking with the committee through a number of witness testimonies. We do appreciate all the public witnesses who provided testimony to the committee today, including the ones who testified in person, as well as all the virtual witnesses that we heard from today. I'm now going to turn to our government witnesses, Nina Albert, Deputy Mayor for the Office of the Deputy Mayor in Planning and Economic Development, and Daniel Connor, Chief of Staff at the Department of Energy and the Environment. And you all can come up. And if I could, if you all, before you see it, if I could swear you in, if you can raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you each swear or affirm under the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide to the Council of the District of Columbia and the Committee on Business and Economic Development is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. My understanding is that Deputy Mayor is going to provide testimony, and although you are going to be on hand to answer some questions. So, Deputy Mayor, whenever you are ready, you can begin your testimony.
Well, thank you so much. Good evening, Chairperson McDuffie and members and staff of the Committee on Business and Economic Development. My name is Nina Albert, and I'm the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. I would like to thank you for your partnership as we work together to address the unique economic challenges that the district is facing, while also coming up with new and innovative ways to improve our resiliency. These issues are complicated, and strong partnerships ensure that we'll be able to face them head on. I'm here to testify regarding Bill 26-58, the Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025. As drafted, the bill aims to address waste from beverage containers by establishing an extended producer responsibility collection and recycling program for beverage containers to be overseen by the Department of Energy and the Environment, or DOEE. My testimony today will focus primarily on the economic impacts associated with this bill. I'm also joined by Daniel Connor, Chief of Staff of DOEE, to answer questions about administrative aspects of the bill. I'm also joined by DEMPED's Legislative Director, Ryan Nichols, who can also answer questions for us. At DEMPED, we believe that a clean environment and a thriving economy go hand in hand. We work with our colleagues across district government, members and staff of the council, businesses, and other stakeholders throughout the district to ensure that DC is competitive and for attracting and expanding business and being a place where diverse businesses and people can thrive. We believe that addressing the goals of this legislation, including reducing litter in our streets and waterways, is vital. We agree that we must work together to find the appropriate balance between protecting the environment and creating an atmosphere where businesses can grow. However, we do not believe this bill appropriately balances the unique struggles businesses in the district are facing at this time. The district's economy is facing unparalleled challenges. We're currently facing a reduction of workforce from federal layoffs and a resulting loss in revenue that reduces our ability to provide governmental support. Our hospitality, retail, and restaurant industries in particular are hit among the hardest. Our economy is in a tenuous position, and now more than ever, every action has had an impact. DC already has higher burdens on businesses and labor and higher tax costs than our regional peers. Introducing a new regulatory process as envisioned in this legislation risks tipping the scale against our businesses. This risk is amplified without regional counterparts taking similar actions. This issue, as with others, is usually not to our benefit to be an economic outlier. Sometimes we can be a leader, and sometimes our choices make us an outlier and less competitive. Particularly at a time where we are looking to diversify and grow our economy, we need to also focus on stabilizing and protecting our existing businesses here. We are attempting to act as quickly as possible to pivot to a more diversified and resilient economy. But on this issue, businesses have spoken out loud, and they are clear that the administrative burdens are making it more difficult to operate, and that adding new ones can be a matter of staying open or closing. This bill, while well-intentioned, will make it more difficult for certain businesses to operate in the district. So there are some specific concerns that have already been shared, but that I will just very quickly touch on. This bill does add a new fee, and the legislation could increase costs for distributors and retailers who may pass those expenses on to consumers. Even a small fee hike in price could adversely affect consumers, particularly at a time when consumer confidence is also shaky. This may also make it less likely for grocery stores to open in the district. As you know, this has been a big focus of DEMPED to make sure that we are recruiting more grocery stores, particularly in those neighborhoods that want them and need them the most. Adding more regulatory burden when it's already difficult to recruit grocery stores could deter them from coming. There is a risk of fraud. People could attempt to redeem containers purchased outside of the district for refunds, and retailers will have to be the arbiter of this process. This risk could continually drive up costs for everybody involved. And then last but not least is that businesses will have to find new space for this additional storage. This is particularly a burden for smaller businesses with limited square footage. DEMPED is committed to addressing environmental concerns in a manner that will not inhibit our economic stability and recovery. We will continue to work with our colleagues at DOEE, with the council, and others to come up with solutions that include analysis of feasibility, costs and benefits, effectiveness, as well as synergy with neighboring jurisdictions. The full range of solutions should be assessed before moving forward with legislation to establish any new programs to reduce packaging waste. DEMPED and DOEE believe it is prudent to continue to evaluate the best way to reduce single-use beverage container waste and litter and achieve other related goals. We ask that the committee to consider the economic moment that we are in while evaluating this legislation and different approaches to addressing this important problem. Thank you for your time, and we are available to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate you all being with us at such a late hour. I do have some questions for the executive. And it's a lot to process, but we had a lot of good testimony on either side of this issue, and really appreciate all the witness testimony that we heard. I was in a meeting just yesterday with the chief financial officer and the chairman. We were both getting briefed, as I'm sure the mayor did yesterday or before that, on the district's September revenue estimate, which was just published by the Office of the Chief Financial Officer yesterday. And the hospitality sector is still facing some unique challenges for a variety of reasons that we don't have to totally get into today, but I'm sure you're familiar with given your role. And when you throw in the recent shutdown, it presents yet another challenge to our economy. And so I wanted to see if you all could talk a little bit about what ways, if this bill were to pass, what kind of impact perhaps would it have? Would it help or would it exacerbate some of the challenges that the city is already facing from some of the federal issues that we're experiencing that has a collateral impact on a lot of the businesses that really harness our local economy?
Well, I'll just begin and see if there's any other comments that my colleagues want to make. I mean, first and foremost, the impact that the District of Columbia is experiencing, and this region as a whole is experiencing, with the result of, first a variety of federal layoffs, and then currently the government shutdown, is that consumer confidence is really shaky, and people are just hanging on to every dollar because they're uncertain of what's to happen in the future. That is why our hospitality as well as our retail and restaurant businesses are being hit the most, because those are, luxuries in many ways. So people are just hanging on to every penny in their pocketbook. So our businesses, who are also, by the way, our employers, this is a very important component. We want as many businesses open and thriving because they employ people. And so what we're trying to do, our strategy, is to expand businesses, attract new businesses so they can hire either the folks who have been laid off or the folks who have, want that mobility, that job mobility. And so the more strain, especially at this moment, that we place on businesses, many businesses, particularly retail, hospitality, and restaurants, are really on, razor thin margins. They're hanging on to keep their business open. So I believe if this gets passed, in normal times, a business may be able to absorb and pivot and create a strategy to handle this and to absorb it. But right now, I believe that there are so many businesses that are just trying to survive from day to day, and their first priority is to keep their people hired. That is their very number one priority, because that is the lifeblood of their business. And I believe that some businesses will just say, it's too much. We just can't add any more regulatory burden. That's why Mayor Bowser is, and we are working so hard to actually relieve regulatory burden. We don't believe that, a bottle bill is a bad bill. We do need to address, how to manage plastic bottles, glass and recycle and maximize recycling. I have a lot of experience myself personally in having been in a state that uses this exact system, but it uses it across an entire state. So there's a marketplace that works. Here, we would be an outlier, the District of Columbia, and if there is, and it would be added cost even for initial implementation, never mind what the long-term impact is. And I just don't believe that businesses can absorb that change at this moment. So I ask that we do two things, that we pause on this, figure out how to make it right and how to implement it, allow DOEE to come up with a plan and kind of work out some of the issues that have been discussed today. I also ask that we work with our regional partners so that we can work as a whole, because we are an entire economy and people are making choices whether to be here or not to be here as a result of burden.
Let me pick up on that point. Now, I want to point out, I think what I have not heard at all throughout this hearing is anybody testify to say that we don't need to do more, don't want to do more to reduce litter, particularly single-use beverage container waste. I think that's a shared goal and perhaps a theme throughout the course of this hearing today. On the other hand, you mentioned in your testimony, and you just alluded to it a moment ago, that introducing new regulatory processes, whether it's this bill or perhaps even other stuff, but this bill in particular is the subject of this hearing, could perhaps tip the scale against our businesses. I don't think anybody wants to do that, right? Certainly not at a time where our businesses are really, dealing with a lot of issues that are the result of federal laws, policy, and actions. And you also mentioned that you really don't want to be an outlier if it puts us at a competitive disadvantage in our region. And so I want to give you an opportunity to maybe hone in on that a little bit. Given that our region in the District of Columbia with Maryland and Virginia is different than some of the states where these bottle bills have been implemented. There are 10 states, I'll read them: California, Connecticut, Hawaii, Iowa, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, New York, Oregon, Vermont, that have bottle bills in one form or fashion. But in many ways, our region here is different and could be susceptible to things that don't impact these types of bills in other places. Can one of you maybe speak to the uniqueness of our region here in the District of Columbia and how that could impact regional competitiveness if other jurisdictions don't have similar laws in place?
Well, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. I mean, I think from the consumer perspective, if we have a system that rewards the consumer, which is what we want to do, to recycle, our borders are porous. And so while we might be targeting and really wanting to deal with kind of a closed system, which is the District of Columbia, where District of Columbia consumers return their bottles, and they, get the refund of 10 cents. We can also have consumers from Maryland and Virginia bringing bottles into the District of Columbia. Now, the impact on the business is that they have to forward fund that, right? They have to, kind of honor that. So there's a disproportionate cost potentially if consumers are coming across the borders, and they will, because they readily do every single day. So that's one impact that I think is, potentially there are solutions for administrating that, but all of that administration or the workarounds that at this moment will just mean more regulation, more administration for the individual business that has to handle that waste recovery. So that's just, I think, we've talked a lot and heard about kind of the space and the operational challenges of receiving all of this from the business perspective. Businesses today can choose to, a grocery store can choose to be right across the Maryland border and still serve our customers in the District of Columbia. It is that easy. And so I would just suggest that, when retailers particularly are making that decision, should I be in the District of Columbia or should I be in the state of Maryland, knowing that I can capture the District of Columbia consumer and not have the regulatory burden or other burdens, they will make choices not to come to the district and choose a different jurisdiction. But I'll see if anybody else has a different answer or some more to add.
Good evening, Chairman. And just to add to that, we've heard about the potential for fraud here. We do think that the coordination in between the surrounding jurisdictions is important here. I think there are solutions to that by putting a cap on some of the beverage containers to where you can only redeem so many containers at one time. But that would be ongoing conversations that we would have together to figure out solutions here.
Thank you for that. The bill as drafted requires that the management and implementation efforts required to effectively execute it be executed through the establishment and use of beverage container stewardship organizations. These nonprofits will be designed to manage fees, track methods, and oversee retailer compliance with the bill, among other responsibilities. I just wanted to get if you all have any thoughts about whether that model of requiring these stewardship organizations is the best approach to trying to implement a bill like these, and whether we should transfer that responsibility to a third party in that way. Any thoughts?
So we do have some experience with this model at our agency with batteries and paint. We do feel that having an organization like this to oversee the operations and our agency being the oversight of that and just managing these organizations as they operate is a good model. We would have to work out details about what that looks like, making sure that they're making selections of redemption centers all across the district so that there's equitable access to these centers. But we see our agency providing more of an oversight role and the enforcement role if that happens later on down the road. So I do think that it is a model that we have worked with at our agency and could be a good fit for this.
Should there be any concern? I don't know if you've looked at other jurisdictions. I know it's sort of early, but should there be any concerns about the solvency of these types of organizations? Is there any concern that the district might have to take on responsibility that was initially the responsibility of a third-party nonprofit?
Yeah, I think, if the stewardship organization became insolvent, we would have to work to make sure, I think the bill provides that an escrow fund is set up so that the funds go into that, so that they're available for the continued operations of the program itself. So that would cause, additional administrative barriers for us in that transitional period as another organization was selected. So we would have to take on responsibilities of selecting that organization and then receiving the payments and making sure that the money flows in the escrow account itself. So yes, yeah. So I think it's a complicated issue to work out if the stewardship organization became insolvent, but we could work through those to make sure that the money is parked somewhere in the program could continue through a transitional period.
The bill is currently drafted requires the DOEE be the administrator of a number of initiatives tied to this program, including reviewing and accepting applications for beverage container steward organizations, creating an account-based bulk payment program to collect data and create consumer accounts, and to generally plan, administer, monitor, enforce, and evaluate this program. Just curious whether or not you believe that DOEE has the current adequate capacity to effectively administer this program.
We would need 1 to 2 FTEs to take on the additional responsibilities as laid out in the bill, as proposed.
Okay. The bill provides the mayor with the option to permit curbside recycling collectors to be paid a processing payment for beverage containers processed, sorted, and delivered to distributors for recycling. This process appears to be separate from recycling collection duties currently handled by the Department of Public Works. I know the executive has been having conversations across departments, so I want to know how you're thinking about impacts to DPW, if any. If curbside recycling collection is permitted, how does this impact the work currently being performed by DPW, and do you anticipate any issues or impacts in terms of cuts to DPW's operating budget? Any impacts on jobs at DPW if curbside collection is implemented?
Thank you for that question, Chairman. I am not sure. I don't want to speak on behalf of DPW here and speak for one of our sister agencies, and I am not real sure about the complete impacts to DPW in that process. I apologize. I don't have that answer for you.
Okay. Reverse vending machines are contemplated in this bill to both collect bottles and distribute cash or vouchers to consumers as payment. Any thoughts or recommendations on how the district could ensure that reverse vending machines are equitably placed throughout the district so that they're readily accessible for use?
Yes, I think that's one of the things that we would do as approving the plan that is submitted by the stewardship organization, is making sure that we're being very thoughtful and where we're putting the redemption centers or reverse vending machines to make sure that there is equitable access. And that would be one of the major roles of DOEE, is working with that stewardship organization and ensuring that folks have equitable access to return their single-use containers.
And just to add briefly to that, I think there is a concern involving the reverse vending machines of the costs associated with adding and creating those at different retailers and redemption sites, and where that cost is going to come from through the administration of the program. And I think that's one of the things that would need to continue to be determined throughout this process.
Thank you for that. In Connecticut, where a similar bottle bill has been implemented, lawmakers had to increase state policing resources to combat alleged bottle bill fraud. This came up in with some of the witness testimony we got earlier. Given that DC is much smaller and surrounded by non-deposit states, are there any ways that we can really guarantee that this program won't require new enforcement spending on top of the costs already shifted to some of the small businesses? What, if any, systems might be used to detect and deter fraud?
Yeah, I think this is one of the things that we heard, and I think Connecticut has put a cap on the amount of containers that can be actually redeemed at a facility at one time. I think they capped that at 240, to where we would have to make sure that we're working very closely with the stewardship organization to ensure that the proper enforcement is in place so that we could prevent this and put mechanisms in place so that when folks are bringing in larger quantities of containers, or that we have the appropriate mechanisms in place to provide that enforcement. But one of those things, as I mentioned earlier, is putting a cap on the number of containers that can be redeemed at one time.
Got it. What about redemption rates? As contemplated in this bill, the redemption rate performance targets for the program would begin at 75% by December 31st, 2028, and go all the way up to 95% by 2034. I wanted to get a sense from you all what you thought about those rates relative to where we see rates generally across programs in the 10 states that have them.
Yeah, as much as we want every beverage container not to enter our waterways, I do think that this is an ongoing conversation that we should have. I know that the first year it looks at having a 75% rate, and I think that is a conversation that we need to have to make sure that the expectations are met with legislation that is put in place. So I know that some jurisdictions look at, their rates are it varies where that is. And I do think that we should have ongoing conversation about what that, especially the first year that the program is in operation. 75 is a very aggressive number to reach for a program just entering for the first year. Not to say that we couldn't do it, but just saying I think it is a little aggressive for the first year, or some of the conversations that we have had.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I just want to reiterate, it appears in the testimony from the executive that there is a willingness to explore, as you put it, a full range of solutions that you want to assess before moving forward with legislation to establish any new programs to reduce packaging waste. I'm quoting from your testimony because I want to underscore what I thought was a pretty consistent theme that witnesses would like to see the district explore ways to reduce litter and reduce single-use beverage container waste across the District of Columbia. But I do want to be clear about what the executive's position is on the bill as it is drafted. So what is the executive's bill, if you could distill that down to a sentence for me, on this bill as drafted? I know the mayor was asked a question about it yesterday,
Yeah,
at the press conference that I was at.
yeah, we're not in favor of the bill as drafted. We don't believe that this is the time for the bill. And we also would like to work out these issues because they're significant. As you stated, Chairman, the goal, I think, is shared, which is to reduce, bottle waste. But we have to address some of these issues that are before us. And we believe that a little bit, more planning and working out and with our partners, our neighbors, about how we might collectively address this is what we need to do next. But we are not in favor or supportive of the bill as drafted, particularly not at this moment.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't have any more questions for you at the moment. Is there anything that you'd like to add to the record this evening? Perhaps something in response to a question I haven't asked, something that you all saw and watched in the hearing that witnesses commented on? Anything else you'd like to add to the record before we adjourn?
No, I mean, we look forward to collaborating with the council on this. We understand the favorability of wanting to reduce, recycling waste. We all share that goal and just ask that we work together and come to a more viable solution.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Albert and colleagues, for your testimony and representing the executive this evening. I also want to thank everyone who testified on the measure on our agenda today. 222 witnesses, not including the executive witnesses, is a lot of witnesses. And so I want to thank and really just acknowledge how gracious everyone was on being patient and getting through all of this in a single day. It's a very important hearing. And so I thought we got really robust discussion and testimony across different industries that might be impacted were this to pass, but also I think some different perspectives, both from supporters of the bill and opponents of the bill. And so I thought it was a good hearing, and I really appreciate everybody taking the time to participate. As a reminder, those interested in submitting written testimony for the record may do so until 5 p.m. on Friday, October 10th, 2025. Submissions should be uploaded via the hearing management system on the council's website at dccouncil.gov. There being no further business before the Committee on Business and Economic Development, this marks the end of today's public hearing. The time is now 9 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.